morning, California, Los Angeles folks. We're live and alive, and I hope all the boys, girls, and MBs are having a fantastic one because today's a beautiful day. Today's a wonderful day. Today is Monday News Day. That's right. I am in Los Angeles, California still, folks. That's right. I am not in New York City as I said I would be. And this is a part of the broadcast where I tell you about my personal news. So I'm going to tell you exactly what happened and all the events that unfolded and why I am not in New York, but instead I am in Los Angeles, California. Okay. Folks, we're alive. We're alive. Let's turn the heat up in here. And by that I mean turn the AC on in here. I'm live, I'm alive, and I hope everyone's having a fantastic one because today's a beautiful day. Today's a wonderful day. Okay, there we go. Today is Monday. March was right. Lola was right. I'll tell you all about it. I ended the broadcast last night at a reasonable hour. Hours before my fucking flight. Like literally hours before my flight. I ended the broadcast before my flight was supposed to take off. Like I had all my bags ready to go, ready to rip. I had everything ready to go. And I had already talked to Uncle Sam. I was going to co-host it with him this morning, take over a majority report. You know, all of this is lined up. And normally, okay, Los Angeles, LAX from my house is like a 35-minute drive with like a light traffic. Okay, 35-minute drive. No, listen to me. It's a 35-minute drive. I have a flight at 11. For a flight at 11, you need to be there by 10. In order to be there, in order to be there by 10, you have to leave at like, you know, 9:20. I left at 8:50. I left at 8:45. Giving myself a half-hour drive, which would put me there way before, like actually early as fuck. You need to be at the Terminal 5 by 9 o'clock, man. No, y'all are wrong. The 2-hour airport rule. Okay. The 2-hour airport rule is so that you can fucking make it to the air. It's not. The problem is internally in the airport. I already have fucking clear. I don't have pre-check anymore, obviously, because the government took it away from me. But I have clear, and I have fucking business class tickets. I have expedited entry throughout the entire fucking process. The airport part of the equation is not the equation that actually takes a long fucking time. The part of the equation that takes a long time is the travel, which I accounted for. Guys, the point is, this has happened. This is the second time now. The second time this has happened at LAX. LAX has like 2 different points of entry, and both of them are deadlocked traffic, stuck at all times. I'm on Sepulveda. I'm far away that I can't fucking walk. I'm literally sitting in bumper to bumper. It's not moving. I don't know what happened. I don't know if it was a car crash. I don't know what the fuck was going on at LAX. I don't know if it was like terrorism. You know what I mean? But basically, it was so far that I could not walk with my gear, but so close that I can't just like, you know, I can't just say fuck it, you know what I mean? I believe it. I'm gonna make it. So I just sat in that fucking traffic for 2 hours, 2 goddamn hours, and it just straight up went nowhere. Traffic went nowhere, and my ass was fucking stuck. My ass was stuck in the traffic. I had to cancel the flight once again. You did not account for it. You're literally living proof in your sitting in your living room. It's true. Why doesn't LA have trains? I think they recommend it more than... No, dude, the 2 hour prior to your fucking flight shit for domestic travel is because you get jammed up in TSA. Guys, we didn't get there is my point. My point is we didn't get there because the problem is the randomly streets just fucking closed in Los Angeles. I sat in traffic for 2 hours on a otherwise I can't even explain this to motherfuckers. I sat in traffic because there's no public transit in Los Angeles, and there's also a shit ton of car chases that take place. Last time, March and I got stuck in traffic because the Los Angeles Police Department was doing some fuck shit and doing another car chase, which ended up shutting down the freeway. So we got stuck there. There's nothing you can do because they were doing a fucking police chase. This time, I don't know what happened. I suspect like a cop got killed or something. I don't know. Maybe like a cop got killed. Is that what it is? That makes a lot more sense. Just wait for the Olympics. I'm gonna get the fuck out of here before then. Yes, you missed the crossover Uncle Sam episode. That was annoying as hell. I'm sorry. I had at 11 p.m. at Newark Airport. I'm leaving my home 3 hours before the flight. 1 hour each of travel, checking security, walk the gate, bro. No, the gate walking part in none of these airports is that big of an issue, especially because I have priority. I have priority access. That's part of the reason why you spend so much fucking goddamn money, so they treat you like a normal human being when you go to the fucking airport. That makes sense. Is a cop died, that's why. Okay. Anyway, lesson learned. Next time, I'm just going to go the day prior. I'm going to go the day prior to LAX. If I have to fly out of LAX, I just have to literally set up a tent at LAX the day prior so that I can make the fucking Hajj, you know, make the pilgrimage to the goddamn Los Angeles International Airport a day prior and just fucking sit in the airport. I need to camp out in the airport if I need to like literally leave this stupid fucking state. Ay, ay, ay. A big part of the problem is because Los Angeles does not have a stupid fucking a stupid fucking public transit system. That's the real issue. You gotta just stay at one of the hotels next door and get the shuttle. LAX is that bad? No, that doesn't even work either. You want to know why that doesn't work? Because the place that I was in, like, it was shut off. I suspect I'm not the only person who did not make it to their flight last night. Like, there was no entry into the Los Angeles airport. Do you understand? There was no entry whatsoever. There's only one point of entry into LAX, and it was completely slammed. I don't know what the fuck happened. In any case, why is PJ not an option? Bro, are you crazy? You think I'm gonna fucking fly on a private jet? What, are you out of your mind? Anyway. Yeah, I gotta fly out of Burbank. That's the real meta, honestly. That's actually the real fucking meta. But I basically spent the same time period that it would take to fly, like the same flight time that it would take to go to New York, which is like what, 5 hours? Okay, it's a 5-hour travel time. I basically spent 2 hours going one way and then another hour sitting in traffic to get out of the fucking to get out from one of the side streets. So I burned half of that fucking, more than half of that time in the car. It was fantastic. And the worst part about it is when I first, because I'm, you know, I check it before I leave, obviously. I'm like constantly monitoring how many minutes it's going to take. It happened literally as I got into the Sepulveda street. All of a sudden, I got a warning when it said, "Ooh, traffic is slowing down." And I was like, what is this? Traffic is slowing down. That's not good. What's that about? Turns out it was slowing down permanently. It was dead stopping. A cop got run over at a traffic stop on the 405. He's dead, and they had to close it down for like 2 hours. Makes sense. Great. Anyway. Classic. Anyway, that's what I got. I woke up, I went to bed, woke up, slept in. I'm all over the place, man. I'm fucking up. Diet's ass, gaining weight, ankle sucks, ankle's busted. Played a little bit of basketball in the morning, ankle still sucks. I hate being 33, about to be 34. You already know what it is, right? Some of you do. But I digress. Let's get to the freaking news. Yeah, the most egregious crime was hurting Uncle Sam's feelings. Meanwhile, we got the homie Zoran, also 33 years old, who is maybe going to win the New York City mayoral race. I mean, I don't want to jinx it, but look, things are looking pretty good. We're going to be talking about that, obviously. I did apologize to my uncle. I apologized to him last night. All right, let's get started. Iran hits back at U.S. bases in limited retaliation. What happens next? Second missed flight to NYC. But Zoran is up on last poll before mayoral race tomorrow. Big news all around. Get in now. Iran did warn Qatar in advance. I know, I already tweeted about it. I already posted about it. I'm gonna talk about it. Do we have a blast off? Okay, thank you. I'll use that one. This is the earliest I've been in your stream. It's 4:37 a.m. in Guam right now. I mean, if you're fucking signing off from Guam, that means, was there mobilization taking place? What happened in Qatar? I'm gonna explain it to you in a second. I mean, what happened in Qatar is also is expected. I already said that, judging by what Iran's immediate response, like statements were, that it was going to be a fairly limited restraint strike once again, which we can talk about tactically, whether it is actually a good, whether it's actually a good move or not. This kind of like restrained response, or whether it's actually is actually going to lead to America no longer is going to change America's calculation here. We'll talk about all of that. I'm messaging from Qatar. We're all safe. We heard loud explosions, saw interceptors in the sky. I know, it's really fucked up because all this Middle East stuff, all this like back and forth, all this tit for tat. I got Israeli chatters that are under under the bombs. I mean, they obviously, luckily, have a lot of them have fucking shelters and shit. But I got Iranian chatters that don't have shelters. Iranian chatters that don't have shelters, and now my Oilers, my Qatari Oilers. You know, not the Oilers, dude. Qatar. As you guys know, the Pike Broadcasting Service is sponsored by the nation, the glorious nation of Qatar, and the glorious nation of Iran. Both of these, the Islamic Republic of Iran. And it's crazy to me. It's crazy to me that annem istiyorsa bir de dur baba dur. Oh. Dubai too? No, absolutely not. I would never be sponsored by the UAE. This broadcast is not sponsored by the United Arab Emirates, the JCC Council, or Saudi Arabia. This broadcast has no sponsors from Saudi Arabia and will never accept sponsors from Saudi Arabia, nor Israel, nor the UAE. This broadcast is sponsored by Qatar and the Islamic Republic of Iran and all of its proxies in the region. Anyway, sponsored by Yemen, the richest country on the planet, rich in bravery. The shockwaves about around Doha, Qatar were crazy. You could feel them. Manchester'ın sponsoru kim? Ne bileyim amına koyayım. Is Manchester United sponsored by Saudi Arabia? It wouldn't be surprising. I don't know anything about that. All right, so let's get started. Do we have the Al Jazeera feed? Because someone sent me the Al Jazeera feed. Actually, you know what? I'll just click into it live myself. I don't know if there's a Themasius playlist ready to go, ready to rip, but
unless he is offered a face-saving way out of this, and by opting again for a very careful, cautious response, he is signaling to the United States that he is still willing and able to take that path. But it would require two things, I believe. One is that the United States basically puts itself between Iran and Israel. Not on the... Okay,
well, we won't do the live updates first. Let's get started with
For anyone just joined.
Iran launches missiles targeting U.S. base in Qatar. Okay, all right, let's just get right to it. Let's just get right to it. Damn, Kai called out NYPD. Wait, Eric Adams did a fucking thing with Kai Cenat? Bro, stop. That's crazy. God damn it. Okay. All right. I mean, it's not like he's gonna win, but it doesn't matter. It's just like... You predicted this word for word? Yeah. That's a big L for Kai. Actually, that's a straight up L for Kai, dude. You don't need to fucking offer a platform to Eric Adams. Are you kidding me? He sucks. Do one with Zoran. That would be impactful. Imagine Andrew Cuomo, Kai Cenat stream. It's a rare L. Rare. It happens sometimes, but... Maybe it was adversarial. Yeah, no, it wasn't fucking adversarial, dude. What are you talking about? Kai's not, like, gonna do journalism against the fucking current corrupt mayor of New York. At most, he, I guess, asked him about why the NYPD was doing some bullshit to Phantom's car.
That my friend, like, Phantom could, like, probably get, like, an apology for what happened.
You must be salivating right now after Iran attacked Qatar? Wait, why would I be salivating? What does that even mean?
Like an apology from, like, whether it's from the police department or some type of apology, because he was done wrong. Like, he was done wrong, and it's like
with the situation with the car.
The car.
Look at him and see what happened.
The car.
Let me see what.
Yeah.
Let me see exactly what happened. If something was done wrong, he'll get an apology.
Yeah.
Let me see exactly what happened. But this is news to me. I don't know what happened.
Yeah.
Because normally nobody's just gonna roll on you and take your car.
Yeah.
So you're saying he was?
No, that actually happened. No. Yeah.
I'm sure everybody has video cameras.
Yeah. So, yeah.
Bro, if you're gonna press him, like, I mean, the NYPD doing some fuck shit to Phantom's car is already messed up for sure. But it's like, you know, that's the NYPD, man. If you want to press the mayor on some shit, especially about the NYPD, considering that he's already a fucking cop, like, Eric Adams is literally a cop. There is so much more you could be pressing him on. Not that the NYPD is ever gonna fucking. Not that the NYPD is ever gonna apologize anyway.
So
Yeah.
you should have plans to call me.
Okay.
Where is he?
I'll get the info. Yeah, he's from New York. Yes, the Bronx.
Okay, back.
Huh?
He's back.
Nah, he's back. Yeah, he be out here, but we.
Look at Eric Adams acting like he doesn't know. He goes, "Is he from New York? Oh, he came back. Like, okay, so you knew the Phantom wasn't around. Okay." Anyway, all right, let's get started. So obviously there was after the United States entered the war, right, by bombing Israel, there was an inevitability that Iran was going to retaliate, most likely back at Israel, but also the United States of America. This is legally within the rights of Iran to do. It was illegal for the United States of America. Did I say that a bombing? No. Iran bombed Israel, but Iran was slated to also turn around and bomb U.S. bases in the region after the United States violated Iranian sovereignty once again. Whole ass, completely separate nation, for the record. We don't get to just bomb other countries. Not only do we just not get to bomb other countries, oh, I said America bombed Israel, sorry. When the U.S. bombed Iran, the 3 Iranian nuclear sites, that was done to create to provoke some kind of retaliation against the United States. There's 40,000 troops in the region. There's aircraft carriers in the region. There's numerous bases. Obviously, U.S. CENTCOM was being run out of Qatar. 10,000 troops positioned there. There's troops in Bahrain. There's troops in Syria, like 1,000, I think, or so. There are troops in Iraq. There's American troops all around, and there are plenty of opportunities. There's plenty of strike opportunities for Iran. But one of the things that I initially suspected and called out ahead of time was that given Iran's track record of restraint in this tit for tat, in this back and forth that was happening with Israel, and also in the limited response that took place when Donald Trump in his last tenure severely escalated and killed Qasem Soleimani, the famous Iranian head of the IRGC Quds force, like their special forces. When Donald Trump killed Qasem Soleimani in his first tenure, the Iranian retaliation was once again incredibly fucking limited. Incredibly limited. And I think that the generals that were in Trump's ear this time around, on top of like the Israeli influence in this process, because it's pretty obvious that we are now letting Israel guide our foreign policy in the region. They're in the driver's seat, and they are running the show, right? This is these escalations that are happening, and no interest in negotiation whatsoever, has always been Israel's most important policy. Iran is like the crown jewel that they want to take out in the region, because it is a funder of all of these. It is a funder of all these resistance groups that resist against Israel. It goes against their ambition of doing this Greater Israel project, which is an exterminationist project that's unfolding in Gaza right now, and it's happened in southern Lebanon in the past, and of course, for this reason, Iran being a sovereign nation state and being able to create like logistical supply chains in the entire region was a major issue for Israel's ambitions of developing a larger state of Israel, that's their goal, right? So this obviously is against America's interest in the region as well, because America is aligned with Israel on this. Israel is an extension of American imperialism in the region, and Israel is a forward operating base for the United States of America, as I've said time and time again. It is an unsinkable aircraft carrier. It has its own espionage capabilities. It is a it plays a very important role in all of our operations in the Middle East, a resource-rich region that we want to dominate and control. Obviously, considering the entire, considering the other Gulf nation states, Saudi Arabia and Qatar as well, and the UAE and every other Gulf region oil-rich nation state is completely in the pocket of the U.S. empire. Iran is the one that does not play ball, and for a very long time, the goal for America and Israel has been to basically either implement a puppet regime in Iran, as they had done so in the past, or why is everybody fucking freaking out about the way I say Qatar? Shut the fuck up. Why is this the major point here? Okay? Yeah, Olaf Berserker. I come here for the laughs. I know, brother. You're a real berserker. You're a real Nord, okay? You're a real white supremacist Nord, I promise. You are just like Vikings. You are just like the Vikings. Keep up the pillage. Keep up the pillage, big dog. Anyway, so that's how you pronounce it. But when America entered this conflict to strike at the nuclear facilities, which is a violation of numerous different international rules that were set in and of itself, because you can't just strike nuclear facilities just because you felt like it. In the midst of a denuclearization negotiation that was taking place, they did so because they were following through on Israel's ambition. Okay? This is Israel's goal. America's goal in the past was to try to use diplomacy against Iran. That was what Barack Obama did. And even in that diplomatic process, there were a lot of sanctions that they implemented on Iran in an effort to bully Iran into submission, to stop their nuclear ambitions dead in its tracks. But it was successful. It gives me no pleasure to report on this, considering that I'm not a big fan of Barack Obama, but Barack Obama's JCPOA agreement was actually a profoundly successful denuclearization agreement. Having said that, however, obviously Donald Trump, the first time when he became president, immediately geared by the hundreds of millions of dollars that he had gotten from the Adelsons, at the time it was Sheldon Adelson, and his close relationship with Benjamin Netanyahu, very quickly turned around and cast aside that denuclearization agreement. Iran still followed the denuclearization agreement, regardless of the fact that Donald Trump had actually cast it aside. And then Donald Trump added additional sanctions to the state of Iran, at which point they started nuclear proliferation again. Because the real goal was never to stop the Iranian, the Islamic Republic from getting nukes. The real goal always has been regime change. The casus belli for regime change and the military action necessary to, in their minds, create either regime change or a failed state in Iran was by claiming that they had nukes, WMDs. A lot of Americans who are old enough remember the WMD memes from the Iraq War. They lied about Iraq having weapons of mass destruction, and they used that as a reason for why they had to go to war with Iraq. Now, of course, this came in the aftermath of 2 years of unlimited propaganda post 9/11. It was immediately after 9/11, so obviously people were a lot more invested into going to war, as opposed to doing this in 2025 in the ashes of the war on terror, where everybody fucking understands that America lied to go to war with Iraq, and it was a major fucking L for America in general, and it caused so much instability in the region and had tremendous impact. And it's deeply unpopular, so unpopular that Donald Trump literally ran against the Iraq war in 2016, against Hillary Clinton for supporting the Iraq war, and won. It's not working. The same meta is not really working unless you already have tremendous amounts of motivated reasoning to believe that Iran does have nukes and we have to fucking blow them up. And there are some people who believe that, but clearly, judging by the latest YouGov poll that came out that I posted, 85% of the country does not want to go to war with Iran. 85% of the country. And the support for going to war with Iran is at like 5%. So what's spectacular about everything that has unfolded in this past week has been that, one, Israel is very clearly guiding the Middle Eastern policy at this point. Just they are in charge. They are holding the wheel, and we are doing everything for Israel. Okay, that's number one. Number two, there is no appetite for this, and it's so crazy to me because there's no appetite for it, and they're not even trying. They're not even trying to develop consent for it. They're basically saying, no, this is what it means. America first, baby. Iranians close to me say that the U.S. left the Obama agreement because Iran didn't let inspectors to all the facilities. No, that's not true. That's not true. Iran was completely in cooperation. How do you know that Iran complied with the JCPOA post-American withdrawal? Because Iran kept cooperating with international authorities, including the International Atomic Agency, the Atomic Energy Agency. So that's the reason why they knew that they were cooperating. The International Atomic Energy Agency is supposed to be this independent body. 70% of their resources goes to Iran. They only are there to monitor Iran, okay? Having said that, however, they might actually leave the NPT now, for the record. And it seems to me like the Iranian Parliament's National Security Commission has approved the bill on the suspension with the cooperation with the International Atomic Energy Agency. Because of course they're going to do that. Why wouldn't they do that? Why wouldn't they build nukes now? You cannot stop nuclear proliferation by striking a country's nuclear bases that were designed to be deep underground, specifically to avoid exactly what is happening right now. If you wanted to actually get Iran to play ball and not have nuclear proliferation, you had to basically do what Barack Obama did. That was the only successful method, because they have scientists. Iran is an incredibly well-educated country. Contrary to what dumbass Americans think, it has a higher literacy rate than the United States of America. Iran is an incredibly educated country, a much more educated country than the United States of America. Someone said cap. This is my favorite, when I say basic facts about a country and people go, nah, that doesn't sound right. Okay, look it up on your own then. What are you supposed to do? Kill every single scientist in the country? Is that what you're gonna do? I mean, if we're up to Israel, that is what they would do. In any case, before we get to the stupid-ass Hakeem Jeffries Democrat response, non-response, I just wanted to I know that there's a lot of extra attention and extra eyeballs on this process right now because people are confused, and I wanted to give them like a quick refresher, quick background on this history. America and England destabilized Iran initially because Iran democratically elected a moderate social democrat who wanted to basically keep their own oil, to have sovereignty over their own oil. And England, instead of turning around and saying, all right, you know what, British Petroleum, we are going to play ball. This is your oil after all. We'll you know, design a 50-50 split for the revenue. Instead of saying 50-50 revenue split seems like a good idea, that's fair, fair is fair, right? They said, fuck no, we're only going to give you 10% of the revenue still. How dare you do this? And then they implemented a coup. And then they installed the British puppet, the Shah. And the Shah was so unpopular, and the Iranians were so upset with their with this severe setback on their own sovereignty that they obviously retaliated. And there was a revolution that took place in Iran against the Shah, a revolution that was backed by the socialist forces, social democratic forces, popular mobilization, and of course the Islamist forces as well. And the Ayatollahs came into power. People were understandably very upset. Okay, they were understandably very upset at Western involvement and Western destabilization. Took 30 seconds to Google. Iran's literacy rate is 89%, America's 79%. I know, I covered it the other day as well. Having said that, that's important to understand why there's so much resentment towards Western destabilization in the country, even if they fucking hate the Ayatollah, okay? There are plenty of secular Iranians that don't like the Ayatollah, that despise the repressive forces of the Islamic Republic on their own domestic affairs. But you know what they hate even more? When they get bombed by fucking Israel, when they get bombed by America, when they are fearful that they're going to be pushed into war. Okay, no matter how many diaspora Iranians that say, I am Persian and I love the Shah, please put the Shah in charge. Iranians in fucking Iran are, that's not like that popular of a sentiment. Does it exist in Iran as well? Of course. Of course that kind of sentiment exists in Iran as well. It's just nowhere near as overwhelmingly popular as it does here in the West. There are royalists in Iran as well. There were royalists initially in Iran as well. The CIA activated them and used them to put the Shah in charge initially. In any case, my point is, that is the reason why that is the reason why America's actions and Israel's actions against Iran is most likely galvanizing and drawing up more support for the current repressive regime, okay? And their repression is negligible in this situation. Obviously, they see what's gone on in Gaza, and they don't want that to fucking happen to Tehran. Are you kidding me? Who the fuck would want that? Because ultimately, I think Felix talked about this on the last Chapo episode that I listened to with those history podcast guys, and I thought it was like a really easy summarization, easy to understand summarization, where it's like Israel will just like increasingly point to things that normal nation states have that they consider to be unacceptable, right? They'll be like, they have ballistic missiles, like we have to take them out. It's like, yeah, of course they have ballistic missiles. They're a sovereign nation. What sovereign nation is not supposed to have ballistic missiles? They have to have anti-air defenses. What do you mean? Israel will go, that's unfair. How come they have ballistic missiles? How come they have anti-aircraft defenses? That's unfair. They have nuclear power facilities. We can't let that happen. It's like, yeah, that's a country, man. Of course they have nuclear power facilities. They have every right to have a fucking nuclear power grid. What are you talking about? And the more that Israel gets, backed up by America, propped up by the United States of America, the more they demand. Gaza is obviously the final solution of this, the final equation of this, where they go, they have running water. That's unacceptable. They have food. That's unacceptable. How dare they have food? How dare they try to eat food? We must kill them all. That's the ultimate goal here. Every country in that region, unless they are directly servile to Western interests, to American interests, to Israel's interests, will get the Palestine treatment. Okay? That's it. It's just a matter of attrition. How quickly can they do this? Do they have the munitions to be able to do this? Do they have the capacity to be able to do this? And it's very clear that they're trying to do it all at once right now, because it feels like this is the last-ditch effort of the ally or the extension of the dying empire of the United States of America. So, in this entire process, as I've said before, as I suspected, Iran has been incredibly restrained, constantly trying to do diplomacy with a bunch of belligerent actors that are not invested in diplomacy at all. Their goal, obviously, is to destabilize Iran. Their goal is to dismantle Iran. And they're going to do this by using ethnic tensions in the country. They're going to do this by using the Kurdish nationalist movements that are currently outside of Iran. I'm telling you right now, watch this space. They're going to say that the Iranian Kurds have finally had it, and they're going to try to use the Kurdish nationalist movement in Iran against the Iranian state. Just you fucking wait. But that's for the future. What I predicted initially was that the Iranian government's retaliation, the IRGC's retaliation, was going to be incredibly restrained, and even against the United States of America. After the United States bombed the nuclear facilities, okay, Iran only retaliated against Israel the first night and last night as well. And then today, they finally struck against American assets in the region. Let's take a look.
Joining us, we are looking at video from just moments ago of an Iranian missile attack on a U.S. airbase in Qatar. The Qataris have said they've intercepted that attack, but we are, of course, waiting to see and hear of any damage there. This is the largest U.S. airbase in all of the Middle East and has played a critical role in so many different conflicts, including Iraq, Afghanistan, strikes on Syria, and so forth. We are now, again, waiting to see the extent of the damage there, if any, but Qatar has said that they have managed to intercept a lot of that attack, if not all of it. And this could still play a critical role in the region. I want to go back to Colonel Steve Ganyard, who's walking us through a little bit about how this attack was intercepted and the protections at play. Actually, let's go to Rachel Scott, who's been following the reaction from the White House now. Rachel, we know the president is in the Situation Room now meeting with top leaders. Given this attack was intercepted, if there isn't a lot or any damage for that matter to the base, how much pressure is on President Trump to respond, or could he let this go?
Well, politically, this puts President Trump in a very tricky position. The president has been very clear, very direct, that any response from Iran will be met with a far greater response from the United States. But remember, President Trump, as a candidate, campaigned on getting the United States out of foreign conflict. He described himself as a peacemaker, even in his inaugural address. And so you have had this split in the Republican Party. And the president, over the last several days, I was told, was getting a series of phone calls from Republicans on Capitol Hill on different ends of the spectrum about whether the United States should get involved. Some, like Senator Lindsey Graham, urging the president for direct U.S. involvement. Others cautioning the president against it, saying that the United States needs to take a step back here and can support Israel as an ally and a friend, but doesn't need to be directly involved. We know the president's calculus on this started to change. Sources tell me that U.S. officials started to realize that Iran maybe wasn't serious about coming to the table for these nuclear talk discussions. I was also told in the last several days by sources that there was this urgent last-minute attempt to try to get Iranian officials and also U.S. officials in one room, and that President Erdogan of Turkey was trying to broker this meeting, speaking with the president directly at the G7 summit. We know that the president then ended his trip to the G7 summit in Canada abruptly. He traveled right back here to the White House, and every day...
Can you explain why you think the Kurds will play ball after being backstabbed by the West at every turn? It's because they do, okay? Because they do, and they will continue to do so. That's it.
Since then, he has been meeting with his national security team and his advisors, going over any potential threats to the United States and also the next movements here. But again, the president was very clear about this. In addition to not only warning Iran not to retaliate against the United States, we also heard from the president on social media just yesterday talking about the possibility of regime change. The president saying that it's not politically correct to use that term, but he went on to say that if the Iran supreme leader cannot make Iran great again, why not consider regime change? I had a chance to speak to the White House press secretary earlier today, and I asked her, what did the president exactly mean by that? Is he calling for the United States to get involved to accomplish that? Is he calling for Israel to get involved to accomplish that? Or is he talking about the Iranians? And she was very clear with me that the president was speaking about the Iranian people, saying that it's up to them to decide if they want to rise up to tackle that regime if they don't come to the table for diplomacy. diplomacy, Diane.
Rachel, thank you. And I want to go back to you because we're now hearing the first reaction from Israel to this attack.
Yeah, that's right. This was a spokesman for the chief spokesman for the Israeli Defense Forces, General Effie Defrin. He was asked about Iran's attacks on U.S. bases, saying that we're following developments that are being reported. We are in touch with our partners in the region. And of course, Israel regards this as more proof of the violence, that Iran is a terrorist state that threatens not just Israel, but the region and the world. We're also hearing from Bahraini state television that they have closed their airspace. The Interior Ministry in Bahrain, which of course is home to the U.S. Fifth Fleet, Bro,
they moved all the troops. They already said ahead of time that they were going to strike Qatar. It's a symbolic prize. The reason why the markets are up is because this was a de-escalatory retaliation. If the markets are up because they were fucking worried that the Strait of Hormuz was going to be mined. If Iran shut off the Strait of... Okay. Iran has options in terms of retaliation here. The maximalist position would have been to continue bombing with long-range ballistic missiles Israel, using their short and medium range and older munitions on American bases, shutting off the Strait of Hormuz, the 33-kilometer area that 20% of all global oil and a shit ton of commerce goes through, okay? And then maybe even activate whatever remains of like the Hezbollah missile capabilities on Israel as well. That is the maximalist position, and Yemen, of course, as well, would be striking against American positions and also Israel with whatever capabilities they have. That is the maximum position, or well, I guess the one position above that is directly lighting oil refineries on fire, okay? This, of course, would have made it, this would have, of course, nuke global trade in its entirety, right? So that was the maximum retaliation. And any other part of that, any component that you remove from that is going to be obviously less severe. This right here, what they did was basically the most limited version where you save face. It's like a save face counterattack because you have to do something because you're a nation state. You're a proud nation state. You're a nation state that has an interest in like defending your own national sovereignty. You have to retaliate, okay? And the retaliation was largely symbolic, okay? The retaliation was largely symbolic. It's not a real deterrence at all, considering that Israel has refused to back down from the largely symbolic retaliations that Iran has engaged in so far, and America obviously is the top dog in the fucking region. Okay? And I said that they were most likely going to eat it. They were going to tank the damage. They were going to say the facilities were not that damaged. There's not a state of disrepair. You only gave us a little fucking bruise. It's fine. And we will continue to try and retaliate through legal options that we have, with the hopes that they can get away, and America won't. America will actually come back to the fucking bargaining table and negotiate, and maybe even leave Iran alone. I don't think that's going to happen. I don't think that's going to happen. I don't think that this is in America's plan. I think this is certainly not in Israel's plan. Israel's made that clear. So I do think this is most likely a mistake, but we shall see. As I suspected, the generals who were in Trump's ear about how this at most would resemble the post-Soleimani assassination retaliation may have been correct, significantly limited, even if the target is a higher prize symbolically. 3 Iranian officials familiar with the plans said that Iran gave advance notice to Qatari officials that attacks were coming as a way to minimize casualties. The officials said Iran symbolically needed to strike back at the U.S., but at the same time carry it out in a way that allowed all sides an exit ramp. They described it as similar strategy to 2020, when Iran gave Iraq heads up before firing ballistic missiles at an American base in Iraq following the assassination of its top general. Iran also said, according to the Associated Press, that the missile barrage on Qatar was the same number of bombs used by the U.S. on its nuclear sites, signaling a likely desire to de-escalate. The problem here is this is not in Israel's plan. Israel very clearly does not want de-escalation. Israel very clearly does not want the Iranian state to exist. All you are doing at this stage is basically telling the powers in the region that they can do whatever the fuck they want to you as they're doing it to you. Okay, they can do whatever they want to you, and you're never actually going to make them recalculate this decision. Israel has time and time again proven to every country that is paying attention in its neighborhood, in its backyard, that the only way that Israel stands down is if they are forced to stand down, if the cost is too much. Lebanon is the best example of this, of course. Israel invades Lebanon, Hezbollah pushes them back, too many troops die, too many Israeli occupying force, Hyperforce troops die, they have to fucking recalculate, they have to inevitably pull out, okay? Israel has never, ever backed away, unless America told them to. Israel has never backed away from further military incursion and further land grabs unless they are forced to stand down, okay? Hasan, given your accurate calls on geopolitics, you should be trading oil. Yeah, I'm gonna not do that, I think. Okay? Sorry if you already said. When did the Iran striking U.S. base happen? I just got here. It happened this morning. Iran this morning or last night struck Israel again. And then this morning, Iran struck Bahrain and Qatar and I think Iraq as well. Like they struck U.S. bases in the region, basically.
Essentially issued an order advising people to stay at home. Now, no indications that anything has happened there, but it's just worth reiterating that the concerns about what just happened in Qatar are not just felt in that country, but I think throughout the Gulf region. But again, just to be very clear, we need to know whether any of these got through. A U.S. official speaking to ABC News has essentially said that the Qataris and the Americans were involved in the shoot-downs. They're also saying that they don't think any of those projectiles landed in Al Udeid Air Base. Interestingly, Press TV, which is the pro-Iranian or Iranian government television, is claiming that they did land there, but no evidence of that.
And what more are you hearing about the way these missiles were intercepted?
Well, again, this has come from U.S. officials. We know that the Qataris have basically U.S. air defense systems, and of course the U.S. base at Al Udeid has them as well.
And are other assets in the region as protected as this air base is, or are they more vulnerable?
Well, this is an extraordinarily protected air base because this is the nerve center, as we've been.
Yeah, the base in Qatar is a U.S. CENTCOM. Like that is where their operations are being conducted. So it's very different from like the one in Iraq. The base in Iraq, you can just fucking lob missiles at. You'll blow up a couple fucking buildings. They probably will move. I think they did in 2020 when Iran said ahead of time that they were going to hit the bases in Iraq. They moved their troops away. They moved a lot of the equipment away so that they wouldn't get hit. It's like it's symbolic. Trump has literally done this with Syrian bases in the past as well. Okay. You are pronouncing Qatar wrong. You keep saying Qatar lol instead of Qatar. I think I'm gonna ban people going forward that just keep hyper focusing on this. Not only are you wrong, but you're fucking annoying and stupid. Please stop. You said Israel does not want this current situation to de-escalate, but you also say they only respond to force. Wouldn't a limited strike such as this only embolden them instead of significantly damaging retaliation? Yes. Qatar. How is it said in Turkish? Qatar. We say Qatar. Anyway. This is so stupid. I can't believe we're hyper-focusing on this. What is happening? Do you think Qatar will respond? No. They will not. What the fuck? What? No. If anything, when Israel struck the joint collaborative natural gas fields that Iran and Qatar have together, that was something worthy of significant retaliation to Israel, not to Iran. No, so no, they're not going to. I don't think they're going to respond to Iran. This is not about Qatar anyway. This is about America. The real question is, will America respond? But as I said, judging by what Iran has done thus far, both in 2020 and also in the tit-for-tat back and forth Operation True Promise 1, Operation True Promise 2, and now even Operation True Promise 3 between Iran and Israel, I said that their response was going to be an off-ramp, and it seems to be the case. Now, will America take this as an opportunity to actually back off from Iran? Will they? I don't think so, because I think that America has completely fucking given the command structure to Israel at this point. You have the horniest, most violent generals possible in Trump's ear, and also on top of that, you got constant phone calls coming in from Israel that actually sully whatever kind of negotiation process that Trump might have actually been working on. And please stop fangirling over the IR. There is no... You can't be a 15-month subscriber and assume that I am in any way, shape, or form fangirling over the Islamic Republic, okay? You have to be a real delusional weirdo to assume that any of the things that I've said thus far is fangirling over the Islamic Republic, you fucking moron. Why is American foreign policy so fucking black and white? Everybody wants stupid ass Marvel terminology. I am trying to explain to you what the motivations of foreign countries are. Okay? Do you think I like the Islamic Republic's domestic policies? Do you think I think that's good? I don't even think that their ambition in the development of the axis of resistance against America and Israel is even born out of a real desire to liberate the Palestinians. I just think that they're doing that specifically so they can, at the very least, have some kind of retaliatory measure in place when America does shit like this, when Israel does shit like this. It's pure survival. I don't think that, and I won't say this about Yemen, I do think that Yemen does legitimately care about the Palestinian plight. I think even the most like pro-Saudi Yemen puppet leader still was like pro-Palestine, okay? That is different. But outside of that, and you can see it in their actions as well within the Ansar Allah movement too, but outside of that, like there is no real emancipatory ambition here for Iran with respect to the Palestinians either. They're just doing this because this is how state politics are played out in the region. This does not mean that I'm fucking this does not mean that I'm, you know, in defense. I'm saying like all of my loyalties are with the Islamic Republic. I think you're wrong. Israel and the U.S. wouldn't need to do shit like this if Iran did not support Palestinian emancipation. No, Iran's support for Palestinian emancipation is also strategic. Please understand. Palestinians are the indigenous population there. It is the easiest way to strike devastating blows at the Zionist enterprise. There is already a built-in nationalist emancipatory movement there. All you need to do is somehow get them weapons and training, and then they will constantly be an ever-present threat to whatever kind of ambitions Israel might have in the region. That's it. I don't get it. It seems like Trump is lying. Iran is lying. First of all, every state lies. Every state lies. There is not a single state that is honest. What are you talking about? You have to look at what they're... I am not like a Mersheimer-style international relations analyst that looks at this from realpolitik terms, okay? But that is a better assessment than the way that... that is still a better assessment than the way Americans approach this, which is good-bad dynamics, weirdly enough. It's just completely made up. Oh, our guys are good, our enemies are bad, we have to do everything we can and do a fuck ton of evil, actually, and it's totally warranted and perfectly acceptable to do all this evil to our enemies because they are fucking bad. In any case, Iran's Khamenei says, we didn't aggress anyone and we will not accept any aggression from anyone under any circumstances. Not that it's all too meaningful. Let's continue.
Talking about for U.S. Central Command. So we know that the attacks on the Iranian nuclear facilities, the flights would have been coordinated out of this base. So it's a very, very critical base. And of course, you know, they don't speak to the security of other bases, but you can guess that this one is probably better protected than others. And that does raise concerns for other spots throughout the region. And we are just hearing, Diane, that there have not been any impacts with this attack in Qatar. We are hearing that they are not tracking casualties at this time. So certainly, I think many people are breathing a sigh of relief because the hope is that this will be contained and will not escalate further. But again, as everybody likes to say, the enemy does have a vote in that. And we don't, you know, we have to wait and see how the Iranians calculate all of this, Diane.
And Rachel, of course, there are lives at stake. There's national security at stake. There's also money at stake here, particularly when it comes to oil and gas prices. How concerned is the White House about that?
Well, it's something that the White House is obviously keeping in mind and folding into their calculus as they're evaluating this ongoing situation and also tensions in the Middle East. But of course, the primary focus from the president and the administration is keeping American lives safe. And so the fact that the target here was our troops, our air base, that could possibly prompt a very sharp response from the president if he decides to move forward. And after warning consistently and repeatedly against retaliation, it does put the ball now in the court of the United States to decide how forceful they want to respond, also possibly knowing that Iran could respond again. And this is the type of tit for tat that many Republican lawmakers and even some Democrats warned the president against. Yes, while the president has been adamant that he does not want to see Iran have any nuclear program or nuclear weapon, at the same time there was that campaign promise that he was going to be the mediator, that he was going to be the peacemaker as well. And of course, Diane, I will tell you, all of this comes amid ongoing questions about just how much damage the United States was actually able to do to Iran's nuclear facilities. We heard from the president saying that they were totally and completely obliterated.
Yeah, the other thing that I talked about earlier is that, like, there is very limited success to how much damage that they've actually been able to put on the facilities themselves, especially considering that Iran had already, prior to the strike, a week prior to the strike, had already talked about how they'd moved their enriched uranium, which is, you know, not that massive of a stockpile to begin with, that you could easily move around to a secret facility, or to numerous secret facilities, as a matter of fact. So this is by America's estimation, they can just use that as another reason to continue striking Iran, or to let Israel continue striking Iran. To be like, oh, well, I guess we didn't actually thwart their nuclear ambition, so we just have to go back to it. Because the ultimate goal, once again, is not the nukes. Iran does not have fucking nukes. The ultimate goal here is to destabilize Iran. It's regime change. That's precisely the reason why they went from, oh, we don't want to do regime change. Our war is not with the Iranians. It's just with the nuclear program to make Iran great again. Like, that's what Trump said yesterday. He's moving rapidly through the talking points, seemingly with no real interest of maintaining any kind of consistency whatsoever. They don't care. No one is going to check them, basically. There's no Democrat that will come out and be like, why are we doing this? There's no coherent voice. There's no coherent and consistent, clear anti-war voice in the country. The people are united on this. They don't want war with Iran. That much is clear, but that doesn't really matter, right? It doesn't really matter because there's no real democratic process on this, especially when it comes to foreign policy. That's it. You got Marjorie Taylor Greene, which is shocking, I will admit. You have Bernie Sanders. You have AOC. You have Thomas Massie. You have, like, what, 60 total politicians in the country that even want to abide by the constitutional powers given to Congress to at least, like, make this a process that is legal in the books, to demand congressional approval before Trump does stuff like this. But that's it. Democrats themselves are only talking about how this is illegal, right? They're talking about the legality of it and not necessarily talking about the anti-war framework either. For most of the Democrats, they're like, why didn't we get congressional approval? Why are you not letting us in on this? Why were, like, Chuck Schumer and Hakeem Jeffries basically talking about, like, how, you know, there is good cause. There is good cause to do this. But why won't they? Why won't they actually, there is good cause to bomb Iran, but why won't you do it the legal way? Not all Dems are only talking about the illegal aspect, but if you oppose the war itself, it's fine to also point out that it's illegal. Yeah, no, I agree. One of the things I wanted to talk about also was the Democrats, their response, the back and forth that's going on. It's very frustrating because I see a lot of stuff like this. I said last night, while I believe Kamala would also bomb Iran, this isn't about winning an argument. It's not about moral superiority. I don't know, because I see a lot of people posting on the timeline like, oh, y'all gonna learn today, you should have voted for Kamala Harris, like she would have never done this. And that's not even true, because Kamala Harris would have absolutely done this as well. Foreign policy is uniparty, but I don't care, because Kamala Harris isn't the fucking president right now, okay? Also, if you want to know what Kamala Harris would do in this process, she's alive. She didn't die. She has access to Twitter. She could just say that this is unacceptable if she thought that it was unacceptable. Why has she said nothing? Something to consider for all the Kamala, for all the people who want to dick ride Kamala and act like she would do something different. Okay? Like, what do you think? You think she's in a fucking cave, trapped in a facility, no internet access? Like, no, she's here. She's around. She has made very little statements. In any case, that doesn't matter because Trump is the president. So if you actually are anti-war, I said I welcome every liberal or Republican who joins anti-war protests with open arms. Every dollar spent on weapons to kill children overseas should be spent on our children's education, food, healthcare, and housing. Okay? And this person goes, yes, the candidate from the party that championed the JCPOA to end Iran's nuclear program and campaigned on bringing it back would have bombed Iran too. Leftists have actually become so dense as concrete they can't stand it anymore. Dog. I don't know if you know this, but the vice president at the time when the JCPOA was implemented became the president. Did you know that? Joe Biden. who was vice president when Barack Obama did the JCPOA, which I always give Barack Obama props for, by the way. One of the few things that he did in terms of foreign policy that was actually good, okay? He didn't bring it back. He didn't bring it back. And there's a reason why Brett McGurk, who was the chief architect of Barack Obama's Middle East policy and one of the most consequential decision makers in the Gaza genocide, has been glazing Trump up and down every day at CNN. It's because they set the stage for this to happen. The idea that this was going to, the idea that, like, if Democrats were in charge, they would have never actually fucking listened to Israel and struck Iran or allowed Israel to strike Iran is so stupid, when every Democrat that was working in the Biden administration is saying this was a good idea. And all of the establishment Democrats are basically only complaining that they were not informed on this, even though they keep saying that the cause, the reason for attacking Iran is actually just manufacturing consent for going to war with Iran. These guys are just trying to do propaganda for a party that is actively communicating the opposite thing that they believe should be the case. I don't understand it. I don't know where this comes from. Like, I think this is a silly way to approach the subject, because I think you're like a little embarrassed. You want the Democrats to be better, and I understand that, right? What we need to do is ensure that Iran never achieves its ability to be a nuclear power. Not only did she refuse to suggest the use of any military action, but she reiterated many times that she bring back the JCPOA as the primary strategy to stop Iran from getting nukes. It doesn't matter, because Biden didn't do that. And Biden, as a matter of fact, set the stage for Israel to be able to strike Iran. I don't understand why these guys are operating on this, like, operating on this assertion that is just designed not around what the Democrats are saying, not around what the Democrats have done, not around what the Democrats choose not to say in this moment, but instead on some kind of fantasy that the Democrats are actually anti-war. The problem that they don't understand is that the Democrats are not in power right now. I understand that. I get it. So if you're actually anti-war, if you're really anti-war, okay, demand that the Democrats put out better fucking statements. Instead of trying to actively run defense for the Democrats at a time when there is unprecedented unpopularity towards war, they're not doing that. They're acting as though there is already an election happening right now in this very moment, and they're literally doing the same thing that they did with Kamala Harris. Instead of demanding that Kamala Harris actually communicate her policies during the election cycle that took place just now, they would just defend Kamala Harris's policies that she wasn't even advocating for. I don't understand why you would do that. Just, don't you think it's a much more productive use of your time to tell your elected representatives that they should take a stronger anti-war position? Don't you feel like that would allow them to look good? Even from a purely cynical, cold, and calculated perspective. Here's what the Dem leader Hakeem Jeffries is doing right now. Asked if he supports the Ro Khanna War Powers Resolution. Haven't taken a look at it. And, you know, ContraPoints posted some stuff. If the Dems won, Libs will be at brunch right now, blah, 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 blah. I don't really care about the back and forth between, like, leftists being like Kamala Harris would be so much worse, or Kamala Harris would be just as bad, unless you're making a point about how we have to demand more from our elected representatives on the Democratic Party side, okay? Unless that is your goal. Anyway, I said, I don't think it's far-fetched to listen to what Kamala has said on Iran or Israel. And what she's chosen not to say post-election, as the Dems' current leadership refuses to use the 85-5 issue of going to war with Iran to their advantage, even in a calculated, cynical, and partisan way. ContraPoint's response: she supported the JCPOA. There's no way she would have ordered a preemptive strike like this without congressional approval. She's far from perfect, obviously, but the assertion that she's no different from Trump on this is self-soothing leftist cope. There's no way she would have ordered a preemptive strike like this without congressional approval. Is it the congressional approval that's the problem? Or is it the preemptive strike on Iran the problem? Homie can't math? No, it's 85-5 because it's literally 85-5 and the 10% is unsure. 85% says no war with Iran, 5% says yes to war with Iran, 10% is unsure about war with Iran. The idea that the Democrats would also not hold on, I saw baby F. Hold on, I'm gonna track it real quick. So we have I have a ping thing on the side. There was a little bit of an F, I know. There was a little bit of a drop frame on my end. The idea that the real issue here is that Kamala Harris would at least get congressional approval is silly. That's not the real problem. The real problem here is that we're striking Iran at all. What will the king of the idiots do next? I don't know. Are you talking about Donald Trump? I can't tell if this is like a hater coming in here to talk shit about me, or if it's like probably a hater coming here to talk shit about me instead of talking about Donald Trump. Israel and the U.S. have been practicing it for a year. Biden and Harris did nothing to constrain Israel. Why are you posting about a defeated and irrelevant candidate? Who cares? Kamala is not president. The discourse is stupid. The discourse is only productive if people who genuinely have this anti-war position recognize that they need to apply pressure to their elected representatives to also make a big fuss about this and communicate their anger and resentment in the correct way. Either to do so from a cynical, cold, and calculated partisan way, or because they truly think it's abhorrent to engage in war like this. Do you understand? Because just like I said during the campaign over and over again, that taking a anti-Israel position, as Israel was doing an ethnic cleansing campaign in Gaza, and separating yourself from Biden in this meaningful way would have actually yielded tremendous benefit. Even if you didn't care about the morality of the situation, you should have at the very least communicated that you were interested in peace, specifically to win the fucking election. The Democrats, Kamala Harris's campaign, couldn't even get themselves to do that. And it wasn't about the popularity or the unpopularity at all. It was very clearly a popular position. It would have been a beneficial position. I don't understand why. F'd again? Micro F again? Mini F again? Fuck. Okay. Do you think her going on Joe Rogan would have helped? I mean, there's so many things that she could have done that could have been helpful, but that's besides the point. The reason why I'm bringing this up, also, there was another thing that I wanted to talk about here as well. This is more proof that, like, this is more proof from the Israel is now running the show camp. This is from Middle East Eye. The truth is that by attacking Iran, Netanyahu's main objective is to overthrow the government, create instability in the country, and turn Iran into a failed state and then break it apart. This is from Sayed Hossein Mousavian. And this was the important part about this. The summarization is, Iran says that Witkoff agreed to a deal that would allow Iran to retain civilian uranium enrichment. But then a phone call between Trump and Netanyahu led to a 180-degree shift in the U.S. position, with Trump suddenly demanding the total shutdown of Iran's uranium enrichment. Lobbying from Mark Levin, Rupert Murdoch, and Ike Perlmutter also played a significant role in convincing Trump to sabotage Witkoff's negotiations and set impossible terms, as the pressure from Iran hawk CIA Director John Ratcliffe and Israel-aligned CENTCOM Commander General Kurilla. Okay? General Kurilla is the fucking psychopath that has been in Donald Trump's ear being like, we should do it. We should just keep fucking striking. Ironically, the attack came after Trump's special envoy Steve Witkoff and Iranian Foreign Minister Abbas Araghchi agreed that the first 3 rounds of nuclear talks in Oman and Italy could be a credible base for an agreement. An informed Iranian source told me the key elements of the deal between Witkoff and Araghchi were agreed upon over 3 rounds of negotiations in Muscat and Rome. The deal was as follows. Iran would accept maximum nuclear inspections and transparency, including implementation of the additional protocol and the subsidiary arrangements Code 3.1, the highest international mechanism for inspecting a country's nuclear program. The source added, second, Iran would convert or export its existing stockpile of 60% enriched uranium, which is sufficient to build 10 nuclear bombs. Third, Iran would halt its current high-level enrichment at 60% and 20% and reduce it to the level of civil purposes, which is 3.67%. Finally, Iran would fully cooperate with the International Atomic Energy Agency to resolve all technical ambiguities. In return, the United States would lift the nuclear-related sanctions, the ones that Donald Trump reimposed on Iran after throwing away the JCPOA. It was agreed that the technical teams of both sides would draft the final agreement based on these 4 points. But suddenly, after a call between Netanyahu and Trump, the American side stopped sending its technical team to Muscat and, in a 180-degree shift in its position, demanded the complete shutdown of Iran's peaceful enrichment program. The shift delayed the agreement until Trump's 2-month deadline expired. And while the 6th round was set for day 63, Israel launched an attack on Iran on day 61. This was Israel's trap, designed to drag the U.S. and Trump into a war with Iran. There's two different schools of thought here, okay? Is American foreign policy now entirely designed around Israel's ambition in the region, or is Israel simply the attack dog that America uses in the region to fulfill their grand design for this resource-rich area, okay? Iran being the final castle standing as a sovereign nation that actually has the capacity to, at times, thwart American ambition in the region. It's both. It's certainly both. One cannot exist without the other, okay? One cannot exist without the other. If Israel did not play a formative role in America's designs as an extension of U.S. empire in the region, then Israel would not have access to this level of influence. And under the Trump administration, it is clear, and under the Biden administration as well, under Trump 1 and then Biden and then Trump 2, Israel has taken up more and more of this role of being the tip of the spear that also is holding on to the steering wheel of American foreign policy in the region. That's what this is. And I think that American foreign policy being uniparty in this process, considering that every Democrat, like most of the Democrats, all of the high-level Democrats, most of the Democrats, and the entire Republican Party is always going to entertain going to war with Iran, as they have for decades at this point. With the only time where like negotiations and diplomacy was the most effective outcome, ironically, under the Barack Obama administration. It is clear to me that this is turned into a belligerent campaign that is either today or tomorrow, or maybe a couple years down the line, depending on how this situation escalates or de-escalates. The final goal is still clear: complete destabilization, regime change, and if not regime change, just creating a failed state. As a Trump supporter, I want to say that I'm shocked that he hit first. I'm currently trying to be more informed on other viewpoints. What do you think will be the outcome of these attacks on a non-biased viewpoint? I mean, if the goal is regime change, like I said, and I think it is, then this de-escalation, this like incredibly limited retaliation, where Iran has to save face as a sovereign nation, and it has to like do a symbolic strike against American assets. If Trump uses that as a reason to say, oh, we're going to war with Iran, they hit our boys, this is fucking unacceptable. If they use that as an opportunity, then yeah, we're going to a fucking extended, long, drawn-out conflict with a nation of 92 million people that is a natural fortress that makes it incredibly difficult to do boots on the ground warfare. It's either going to look like a Libya-style situation where they try to activate the sectarian forces within the country, whether it's like some of the Azadi forces, some of the royalists, and also the Kurdish forces, to the best of their ability, and try to like create destabilization. It's either going to look like Syria, or it's going to look like Libya, or it's going to look like Iraq. There are examples of American destabilization efforts in the region. I mean, we've experienced them. We've talked about them. We have watched them unfold. All of them are bad, of course. I mean, look at these countries that we're talking about. They're all fucking devastated. And what's even crazier here is that there isn't a lot of appetite for all of this from the American public broadly. They don't want this. They don't want another fucking Vietnam. They don't want another Iraq. Oh shit, that's a big, that's, hold on. I know it's buffering. Could a Maoist fifth column uprising form in the case of an invasion? No. Qatar is talking about a response.
And there were no
here on Al Jazeera.
Or casualties. If the escalation will continue in the region, will only result in threatening the peace and stability not only in this region but in the whole world. As a result, all parties have no choice, and all the countries of the region has no choice but to go back to the peaceful means, to go back to the negotiation table, and also to go back to looking for peace for all our nations. Qatar has warned several times from the escalation of the actions of Israel in the region and those irresponsible behaviors that are being adopted, and we are now seeing the results and the consequences in our region. As far as preparedness is concerned, since the ongoing and increasing threats of, given that we have U.S. bases in our region, Qatar has taken all the needed precautions. That's why this attack was intercepted and failed. We consider this attack as being surprising given the stances of Qatar that has always pledged for good neighboring and its mediation role for solving all the conflicts and crises. The state of Qatar was and will remain with the grace of God, a believer in the peace choice, and will continue to play a vital role in this mediation throughout the world, and will never stop, or no action will hinder this role, and we will continue to play this role in our region and the whole world. This reminds us to thank the stances and reactions of all the sisterly countries and regional countries that supported the state of Qatar within the framework of this attack, and we thank them for this reaction and for their stance, given what Qatar has been subjected to. We would like to reassure our citizens and residents that the situation in Qatar is back to normal, and life is going back to normal as we speak, without any threat to mention after that we were able to intercept this attack. A series of measures will be announced soon by the colleagues who are with me today, but I would like to affirm and confirm that the Ministry of Education and in the interest.
All right, here. Trump has responded. Iran has officially responded to our obliteration of their nuclear facility with a very weak response, which we expected and have very effectively countered. There have been 14 missiles fired, 13 were knocked down, and 1 was set free because it was headed in a non-threatening direction. I am pleased to report that no Americans were harmed and hardly any damage was done. Most importantly, they've gotten it all out of their system. And there will hopefully be no further hate. I want to thank Iran for giving us early notice, which made it possible for no lives to be lost and nobody to be injured. Perhaps Iran can now proceed to peace and harmony in the region, and I will enthusiastically encourage Israel to do the same. Thank you for your attention to this matter. Donald J. Trump, President of the United States of America. We got a 10-year-old doing foreign policy. Yes, I mean, he has the brain of a 10-year-old, and it seems like Donald Trump is also eating it. I don't think Israel will like this, though. I think what Israel will continue to do is probably escalate the intensity of his strikes in Iran that provokes more of a response. We shall see what happens. I think Iran striking Israel first after the nuclear facilities were bombed by America, instead of immediately fucking bombing America, was a smarter option. But yeah, it seems, at least judging by what Trump says, even though Trump is so unstable in the way that he communicates and obviously doesn't shy away from lying over and over again, it seems like Trump is taking the off-ramp. He's basically, making fun of Iran in the process, but it seems like maybe the American involvement won't go beyond this point. I don't know. But in any case, unless Trump tells Israel to stand down, this is obviously going to continue, because Israel's goal here is to turn Iran into a failed state. I don't think it's because Trump saw the poll numbers, chatters. Foreign policy is not dictated by the democratic process, the democratic forces in this country. And yes, right on time. Israel says it will increase the pace of bombing in Iran in order to persuade Iran to end a war that Israel started against Iran. According to Khan News, Israel's Channel 11, military correspondent Itai Blumenthal reports that the Israeli defense establishment has set a goal to end the war against Iran by the end of the week. A senior Israeli security source reportedly told him, in the coming days, Israeli attacks will be as intense as possible to set the tone and force of Iran to stop. There you go. I don't think think a lot of people are recognizing how much damage Iran is doing to the Israeli security, the notion of like permanent security in Israel. Hold on, what is happening with this fucking camera? Okay, there it is. Like, if Iran continues to lob ballistic missiles at Israel, disrupting trade in Israel, disrupting normal life in Israel, that is billions of dollars of commerce being disrupted on a daily fucking basis, or millions of dollars of commerce, and potentially billions of dollars in general. The Israeli economy cannot continue living under constant threat of ballistic missiles. Israel has to stand down at a certain point. This is the maximum amount of American response, and Israel continues to escalate the bombing campaigns and the intensity of the bombing campaigns in Iran, and Iran continues its ballistic missile launches directly towards Israel at a time when Israel's anti-air defense capabilities are seemingly diminished. And we don't know what their stockpiles look like. We don't know what their capacity looks like. We don't know what the runway looks like. What we can simply make assessments off of is strikes, impact sites, and how successful they have been. For the last, I would say, 76 hours, Iran had greatly limited its ballistic missile launches. Yesterday was different. They showed that they still do have the capacity to consistently send ballistic missiles, not just to the U.S. bases in the region, of course. That's not what I'm talking about, because those are medium range and short range ballistic missiles that they fired. I'm talking specifically about hypersonics that they're sending to Israel. So clearly, clearly the amount of devastation that has taken place in Tel Aviv, while still limited and nowhere near as devastating as what Israel has done to Tehran or Iran in general, is unique for Israeli society. And it would have never gotten to this place if Israel still had its excellent anti-ballistic defense capabilities, which are propped up by Western forces in the region, and also simultaneously directly beefed up by THAAD anti-air defense launchers that America sent after Operation True Promise 2 last year. Here is a decent analysis from Sina Tusi from Center for International Policy. It's one of the few good anti-war think tanks. And I'm going to read his assessment that he wrote for The Guardian, that he summarized on his Twitter page. The U.S.-Israeli war in Iran isn't a strategic masterstroke. It's a desperate gamble that risks catastrophic escalation. Okay? Sina writes, his latest for The Guardian on why coercion is failing, diplomacy is the only way out, and how Netanyahu is playing Trump. The U.S.-Israel strikes on Iran, targeting nuclear and military sites, infrastructures, and state symbols, aren't a strategic game changer. They're a bid to prop up a failing regional order built on Israeli dominance, but the plan risks greatly backfiring. Netanyahu steamrolled Trump into this escalation. The timing just before the next round of U.S.-Iran talks was intentional. This was a trap, another Middle East conflict serving Bibi's agenda, not America's. I do think that Israel took over the steering wheel before the negotiations happened, though, for the record. I think that when Benjamin Netanyahu came to the United States of America, this is the plan that they whipped up together. I don't think that Benjamin Netanyahu, fucked over Trump somehow, and Trump genuinely was interested in negotiating with Iran. I think he convinced Trump that he could maybe even have a upper hand in the negotiations process if they were to engage in a dual strike on Iran and all of their nuclear facilities, and was able to convince him that these nuclear facilities had to be struck, and they were able to convince Trump that they would be able to effectively dismantle the regime. Iran's response has been swift and costly. Missiles are piercing Israel's defenses, exposing major vulnerabilities, and landing hits on military and intel targets. This is true. Tehran also anticipated the Fordow site, removing key equipment and material beforehand. Even U.S. officials now admit neither site nor enriched uranium stockpiles are destroyed, as we covered as soon as the impacts happened. The truth, Iran's nuclear program is designed to survive such attacks. Fully and verifiably destroying it would require a ground invasion, another Iraq-style disaster. These attacks aren't eliminating the nuclear program, they're making it covert and compelling Iran to weaponize. Regime change, a fantasy, at least the kind that U.S. and Israel want. The surprise attack has unified most Iranians, not behind the Islamic Republic, but against foreign aggression. Netanyahu's bet on Reza Pahlavi only highlights how out of touch the regime change project is. The Trump administration is seemingly in a state decision-making paralysis. Some officials like J.D. Vance wants talks to address fissile material stockpiles, an implicit admission that the war has failed. But diplomacy can't work under bombs and assassinations. Iran's nuclear program isn't a march to the bomb. It is a calibrated hedge, a deterrent. And it has advanced because of pressure and threats, not despite them. The U.S. must stop outsourcing Iran policy to an Israeli government that wants endless war and for America to be bogged down in the Middle East on its behalf. That means ending blind deference to an Israeli government that is a strategic liability. Washington needs a strategy based on regional balance, not blind support for Israel's destabilizing and quixotic quest for supremacy. Bottom line, bombs will always fail to remake the Middle East. If the U.S. wants stability, it must choose realism over fantasy. The current path leads only to more war. My full analysis here on The Guardian. So will that happen? Congratulations, world. It's time for peace. I'd like to thank the highly respected Emir of Qatar for all that he has done in seeking peace for the region. Regarding the attack today at the American base in Qatar, I am pleased to report that in addition to no Americans being killed or wounded, very importantly, there have also been no Qataris killed or wounded. Thank you for your attention to this matter. U.S. doesn't want stability in the region, not the military-industrial complex or oil companies. No. U.S. wants stability in the region under their control. That is the only kind of stability that they want. They do not want stability in the region that allows there to be an Iranian sovereign state. And, or rather, if there is stability in the region with a sovereign Iranian state, that goes against Israel's ambitions in the region. The only way to get that is by either developing a puppet state for Iran or completely crippling the state enterprise, completely destroying any chance of an Iranian state to exist. A senior Iranian official told CNN, Iran views calls for a temporary ceasefire as a ploy to assess Iran's willingness to continue the war. Evet, siz kapatabilirsiniz, sizin klimayı. It's very obvious we just need Iran to change leadership to join the real world. Brother, this is an incredibly silly assessment. Because if Iran was led by woke people instead of the Islamic Republic, but they still actually wanted to be a sovereign state, and not play ball with Israel, do you think that that would be acceptable? Like, if Iran was not led by a puppet, but instead still a complete sovereign state, do you think America would be like, well, they're letting gay people live now without like forcibly transing them, you know? I guess that's fine. Do you think that's the reason why America's bombing Iranian nuclear facilities? What are you, crazy? If you don't know anything about Iranian history, then you can maybe make this assessment. Iran was a secular democracy when America said, we don't like that actually. A secular democracy with sovereignty. And American and British forces did not like that because they wanted to nationalize their oil reserves. They have every right to do so, and that went against their material interests in Iran. So they did a fucking coup, and they put a monarch. They installed and calcified the power of this monarch, and the monarch was so unpopular that there was a tremendous amount of resistance against it, and therefore the CIA trained the Savak forces of the monarch to basically do a torturous, despotic regime that got so frustrating and bred so much resentment that it led to the revolution. People talk about the Iranian Revolution, not realizing that 1953 is even more significant than this. The Iranian Revolution was an inevitability, okay? Was an inevitability due to the despotic regime of the Shah. It was an inevitability after the coup in 1953. Balkanizing Iran just means Israel bombs all factions that don't suck its cock. Yeah. Anyway, let's get back to this.
Iran's Revolutionary Guards Corps has released a statement following the attacks in Doha. It says it launched a powerful and devastating missile attack on the Al Udeid Air Base in Qatar. Now, this base serves as the command center of the U.S. Air Force and is the largest strategic asset of the American terrorist army in West Asia. Well, Qatar's Ministry of Defense has released a statement following the Iranian strike on that U.S. base. Qatar is saying that its air defenses intercepted a salvo of missiles targeting the Al Udeid Air Base. It continued saying the incident did not result in any deaths nor in any injuries. The ministry says Qatar's airspace and territory are safe. Well, joining us now from northern Doha is our correspondent, Dorsa Jabari. Dorsa, you are also out on the streets of Doha. Tell us what the situation is there some hour now after we heard those explosions.
Well, Laura, things are returning back to normal. It was quite a shock for the local population here when they heard those sounds of explosions over the Doha skies. Suddenly, just around 16:45 GMT, many people were initially shocked and scared and quite panicked, but then once they realized what had happened, things quieted down very rapidly, and now it appears, for now, the situation is very calm. Most people are going about their daily routine. This is, of course, very much a surprise to the local population, not something many people here were expecting. But there were signs from the hours leading up to this attack. First, the warnings issued by the U.S. Embassy here in Qatar, as well as the British Embassy, urging their nationals to stay indoors, basically, as well as then the Qatar International Airport, the Hamad International Airport, announcing the closure of its airspace temporarily. And then it was pretty much evident that there was an attack looming. What we have also heard from the Qatari Foreign Ministry spokesperson, Majid Al-Ansari, is that the Qataris have condemned this action, and they say this is an attack on their sovereignty, and it is within their right to respond accordingly. And they also call for an urgency diplomacy to de-escalate the situation. They urged the parties involved, specifically Israel, to refrain from continuing their attacks and escalating the tension that is going to clearly, most likely, drag the regional countries into this conflict if it doesn't get resolved very soon. The interesting thing we have to note is that this airbase has been here since 1996. It has a very long history in Qatar. It was at that time when the Qataris spent $1 billion building it, and it is home to around over 10,000 U.S. personnel at the last figure that we have. So it is the biggest, one of the biggest airspace fields and military bases belonging to the U.S., but it is not the only one. There are over 40,000 U.S. troops in the Middle East. There are 19 bases across this region. So really, most of them have been put on high alert since the United States carried out those attacks on the Iranian nuclear facilities Natanz, Fordo, and Esfahan early Sunday morning.
Now, Dorsa, I'm just going to inform our viewers that in the top corner of our screens now, we're seeing debris that has fallen from...
More minor Fs, I know. I see it.
From one of those interceptions. Now, we're not quite sure whereabouts in Qatar that is. We'll try and get a location for you, or for our viewers. But we have talked a lot, haven't we, about missiles being fired over Israel, people having to go to shelters, not necessarily only because of the impact they might have if they're not intercepted, but from falling shrapnel. And here we are seeing exactly that in Qatar.
There's about a 9-second chat delay now. Okay, let's test out the delay. Hit 4 if you see this. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Okay, 7-second delay. There's about a 7-second delay. I'm working on fixing the issues that are happening with my stream. A part of that is because of the CPU, and a part of that is the internet. I am going to now fix the ingest, so you will experience an F right now. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. There it is. Did I time it perfectly? By the time you heard it, did I time it perfectly? Okay, we're back. Now, we try again to test out the delay. Okay. Subscribe. You can do that for with a $6 month subscription or a free one in the form of a Twitch Prime. Twitch Prime is free as long as you connect your Amazon Prime account to your Twitch account. Subscription test. Subscription test. Go, go, go. Okay, yeah, it's immediate. All right, cool. We're back. We're good. Thank you. The Piker Broadcasting Service is sponsored by you, the viewers, for you, the viewers. Your contributions are what allow me to maintain my editorial independence. The Piker Broadcasting Service PBS is not sponsored by anyone else. Just you, the viewers, for you, the viewers, by you, the viewers. Thank you.
Yes, I think initially people did not know what to do, and then there were guidances provided. The first thing people were told was to take shelter in the metro stations here or underground parking facilities, which there is no shortage of. So people did get instructions, and that has been the guidance from the local government, is to ensure people receive the information that they need when they need it. But of course, these were very traumatic scenes for the majority of people. Qatar is home to about 2.5 million people, and in Doha, about 700,000 people call it home. So it is a significant number, and this seriously disrupted the quiet it that has been part of the daily life of most people in this country. But many here are now hoping that this was it, that there is no continuation of these missiles launched towards Al Udeid Air Base here in Qatar.
Doha, I just, I just wanted to get an idea from you as to what you felt when those explosions happened about an hour ago, because we certainly felt them here in the newsroom. There was a successive wave of explosions. You could feel the shaking on the ground here in the studio.
Hey, I'm a Jason viewer just wondering how long until I die. Okay, nothing is gonna, I mean, I can't guarantee it with an absolute certainty, but things do not happen to America, okay, and to Americans. They don't happen all that. They don't happen all that frequently. Just like Israel gets to be as violent as it wants to because it has America backing it with its endless air defenses, America gets to be as violent as it wants to all around the world because it has the most powerful military on the in the world. 800 military bases, can be anywhere around the world and strike with severity if it wants to, like it did with Iran, okay? But most importantly, America's proximity to the instability that it causes over there shelters the American public from experiencing repercussions, okay? That's why you got Pearl Harbor and you got fucking 9/11. Those are like the two instances of blowback where there was like immediate retaliation. Now, this doesn't mean that you won't experience it. You will experience your regular day-to-day living conditions getting worse because there is a opportunity cost to all of this. Every single dollar that's being spent waging war over there is a dollar that could be spent on U.S. soil to improve your life, to improve your living conditions, to make life a little bit more livable. So when Americans actually experience the impact of all this bloodshed, all this war, they see it over the course of multiple years. They see it over the course of decades, right? As far as like an immediate impact that you could have potentially experienced here, if Iran were to stop the Strait of Hormuz from doing any sort of oil traffic, 20% of the world's oil passes through this important choke point. Okay. If Iran were to actually mine the Strait of Hormuz and stop oil vessels from like passing through, then you would experience, then you would definitely experience some impact. Prices would go up. Gas would go up, even though a very tiny amount of gas oil that passes through the Strait of Hormuz is oil that we end up getting here in the United States of America. It would just like drive up the prices across the board because OPEC Plus is a monopoly, it's a cartel. They set the prices across the board, and American oil and gas companies do not actually increase its production or redirect some of its oil and gas back to the American market in an effort to stabilize American prices, because they take advantage of that oil. They take advantage of the higher prices in general. They have not done so during COVID. They did not play ball, regardless of how much Joe Biden tried to force them to do so, but they didn't do it because they also take advantage of the increased prices. It's beneficial for them. So that's one impact that you would see. When people say we can pump a lot more oil if gas prices go up, that's copium. That is operating under the assumption that the oil and gas giants will actually compete with OPEC Plus instead of take advantage of the increased prices. They have never done so, so I doubt that they would do it now.
Where were you and what was your experience?
Well, I was was at one of the local malls getting a coffee, and I was waiting for a taxi. And then I heard, so I was outside, and I heard the sounds first, and then I felt the ground shake under me, and I knew that the attack had happened, and it had started. And I heard at least 4 explosions in the skies. And then it was very difficult for people to understand what was happening. People around me were asking me, what's going on? What should we do? Given that we have had some experience in this kind of situation in the past, I was a bit more calm than most people, but I urged them to basically stay indoors, not to be outside in open spaces. But really, it didn't last very long, and then we started getting news and information from official sources here about what people should do and what had just happened. The main question now is whether or not this is the end, and most likely many analysts believe that this is what Iran intended to do, and it was more of a show of force, not only to the Americans that are based in the region and the officials in the White House and US President Donald Trump, but also to the regional countries that are now in the firing line. Of course, the Iranians, the last thing they want to do is to drag a country like Qatar into this conflict. But it is certainly a reminder that these US bases in the region are now legitimate targets for Iran. And what it says is its sovereign right to defend itself against the Israeli and American aggression on its own soil.
I mean, this may well be the end of the attack. We don't know that yet. We do know that Bahrain has closed its airspace, and Syria has its main airbase there in Syria is on high alert, as are air bases in Iraq. We don't know what the next step is going to be. What we do know, though, is that the sense of security that Qatar enjoyed, it's 2.5 million people, there's 700,000 people in Doha, many of them expats from around the world. The sense of security that they...
I was watching the missile interceptor from my window in Qatar. I support Iran, but it was scary as hell. I can only think about the Palestinian people and what they have been through for years. Yeah. It's, we'll see. This seems like it might be a big boon for the Trump is a peace through strength president. Okay, Iran's lack of escalation, like Iran's lack of presenting a significant deterrence, at least for this back and forth with America and Iran, feels as though maybe Trump will pack this up. I don't know. If he does this, he will get a tremendous boost from this. Okay? He'll say, you see, we showed our military strength. We got a big W here. We violated Iran's numerous red lines. We violated Iran's sovereignty, and they didn't want the fucking smoke, and they couldn't do anything to us. And now we have to stop Israel. Like, we're going to tell Israel to fucking back down, and Israel will actually back down. Well, if they will, we'll see. If there is a real ambition here, if this isn't just about destabilization, if this is not about destabilization, this is where it'll end. Okay? But Trump has so far used the negotiations process to basically do whatever the fuck they want. They've used the negotiations process to continue doing more war, working towards a destabilization effort. To be honest, I'm shocked the market didn't crash today. I don't think Wall Street thinks Iran is going to seriously retaliate. They're probably right, to be honest. I mean, Iran signaled that their retaliation was going to be very limited. A White House official told me that Trump's goal now is to end the war, and he's going to make it clear to Israeli Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu we want a deal and don't want any more war, the official said. says Mossad's very own Barak Ravid. Trump calls for ending the war after Iran's retaliatory missile attack. His story for Axios. Israeli agent Barak Ravid reporting for Axios. How can we be sure he actually wants to end the conflict? We have no assurances, man. Trump's word means nothing. America's word means nothing. Israel's word means something. It means the exact opposite. Okay? America's word usually means the exact opposite as well. So we shall see. We shall see. From this point on, if Israel has more destabilization in mind for Iran, they will continue escalating the conflict, which will, of course, provoke even more ballistic missiles being lobbed in the direction of Tel Aviv. And that is unsustainable for Israel without, I don't know, America entering the conflict and redirecting the Iranian military response at American targets instead. Because if they're too busy defending themselves against like American bombing campaigns that will be overwhelming, they won't be able to continue successfully lobbing ballistic missiles in the direction of Israel. So Israel is the most significant player in this once again. This isn't true. It's Israel that wants the ceasefire most of all. Iran would be foolish to accept while they have the upper hand. This isn't true. It's Israel that wants the ceasefire. They always do this. They pretend America is making them. No, I don't think so. I also don't think Iran has the upper hand here at all. I think Iran has shown once again that they literally do not have the power to defend themselves. They did the same thing to Hezbollah. What are you talking about? Where is Hezbollah right now? Israel destroyed southern Lebanon. They destroyed parts of Beirut in an effort to do a decapitation strike. Oh, you mean in 2006? Okay. Yeah, this is a little bit different than 2006 as it stands, because look at Hezbollah now. Israel basically did a decapitation strike on Hezbollah, killed so many fucking civilians in the process, reduced city blocks in Lebanon into rubble. Okay? And in the process, all they got was less deterrence and more of an ambition to finally strike Iran without incurring significant penalties. If Hezbollah had its pre-October 7 striking capabilities right now, Israel would be incurring significantly more damage. I understand that Israelis are talking about how they can't survive a war of attrition, and it's true. That's 100% true. You are absolutely correct on this. Yes, you are correct on this. That is why I'm saying, okay, do not misunderstand my statement here. Israel clearly cannot continue withstanding ballistic missile strikes from Iran unless America also joins the bombing campaigns and starts targeting ballistic missile launchers and takes advantage of the air superiority that Israel and America has created, at least in certain parts of Iran. Okay? That's the reason why Israel's goal in this equation is to bring America into the forefront, is to forcibly bring America and the American military into its war with Iran. Israel wants more involvement from America so that Iran's attention is shifted away from Israel towards the United States of America. Israel wants a costly and endless military campaign against Iran so that they can destabilize the Iranian government and turn it into a fucking failed state. Do you understand? It's a matter of whether or not Trump is also invested enough in Israel's goals here. If Israel continues escalating its bombing campaigns and Iran continues striking Israel and punishing Israel, okay, then either Israel will have to stand down, or it will try to do its very best to bring America into the conflict again. I said this last week when we saw the Iranian ballistic missiles and the amount that they were sending, the amount of ballistic missiles that Iran was sending got smaller, but the success rate got significantly higher. The moment that I saw a Shahed drone successfully strike an Israeli residential building was the moment where I was like, it's over. A Shahed drone with the Tamir interceptors and the Iron Dome that Israel has should never be able to penetrate and should never be able to hit Israel at all. That means even their most robust arsenal of smaller ballistics or smaller missile systems that are normally tasked with intercepting with a super high interception rate, missiles that are being lobbed over the Gaza boundary or missiles that are coming in from Lebanon, those missiles normally make short work of the slower moving drones that are coming in from Iran. They're intercepted in over Iraq airspace. They're intercepted over Jordanian airspace. They can be intercepted with helicopters. And if it passes through all of those, all of those defenses, then Iron Dome makes short work of it. The fact that Iron Dome was letting Shahed drones actually fucking hit Israel proper, actually hit Tel Aviv, implies that even their Tamir interceptors are getting depleted. This means that Israel either has to move America into the forefront of this military campaign so that Iran is too focused on defending itself against a much stronger military, or they have to stand down. Here's Chris Kunzler's video on this. I already saw this. Is a great video. It's a very smart video. I'm glad that Chris also shaved his mustache. I'm the last person to talk about other people's facial hair, but I think the mustache wasn't working that good.
Missiles. Has anyone else noticed that in spite of the fact that Iranian missiles are still hitting Tel Aviv and causing pretty major destruction, I mean, look at this photo from this morning, we are not hearing much information about this, and in many ways this is hardly surprising. The initial reaction to Iran's retaliation to Israel's assault on them was pretty damning for Israel. Most people were showing absolutely no sympathy for Israel and were openly celebrating Iran's attacks, and so the Israeli government went out to ensure that people were not posting videos of the destruction, failed missile interceptions, or impacts as a whole. But there is also a very important reason that this is not being shown, and this is because...
Please watch this. You really need to watch this. Iran is winning, and it isn't even close. Iran is doing asymmetrical warfare, not imperial warfare. Iran is winning. Physical damage is not only the damage being done. How are you so bad at understanding that Iran is winning? Okay, chatter. Yeah, you're right. You're right. Predictive History said this in April, and they're correct. It's this one Chinese professor that is now going viral that talks about how Iran is winning this. Iran is going to win this war, or is going to inevitably destroy Israel's air defense capabilities. To be fair, you've fallen for the Iran is running out of missiles this past week. No, I didn't say that Iran was running out of missiles. I said that given the limited amount of ballistic missiles that they were sending, Iran's missile, I said there is a suspicion, there's a reasonable statement to make here that Iran's ballistic missile launching capabilities might have actually diminished. Not to the fucking same degree that Israel was claiming, where they were like, oh, we destroyed all of their launchers. We destroyed all the launchers. I never said that their launchers are all destroyed, or a third of their launchers are destroyed. I'm saying that looking at the intensity of the strikes, looking at the amount of missiles that they're capable of launching initially versus the amount of missiles that they were capable of launching as of like yesterday, it's clear that their launching capabilities have diminished. That is true. That is not untrue. But why launch as many if they are hitting? What do you mean? What do you mean? If their defense systems have been eroded, if Israel's defense systems have been eroded, isn't it more opportune for them to launch 100 right now and do one major retaliatory strike that basically fucking brings the Iranian retaliation to the fucking severity of Israel's counterstrikes and Israel's preemptive strikes? What are you talking about? There is no reason for Iran not to launch 200 missiles that will successfully fucking hit Israel now and risk massive American intervention. America already did intervention. What are you talking about? Continue.
It's because the first few days showed Israel clearly hides military infrastructure within the vicinity of civilians. They have continually, baselessly claimed that in Gaza it is okay to violate international law over and over again because Hamas are evil and use Palestinians as human shields, and that's why people get killed.
Thank you, Open Presence, for the 100 gifted subs.
But when it comes to Israel, it was increasingly clear, as many people have known, that Israel hides military infrastructure near civilians. This was noted by a senior journalist, Ori Goldberg, just a few days ago. And Israel has a
Yeah, this, by the way, is also... This was the first couple of days of Operation True Promise 3. The first couple of days of Operation True Promise 3 showed us with 100% certainty that Israel's anti-air defense capabilities were directly slammed in residential neighborhoods. Ironically enough, once again proving the point that everything Israel says about its enemies is pure projection. Okay? Pure projection. When they say, oh, Hamas is launching missiles from hospitals, it's motherfucking Israel that is literally using human shields, okay? If that's the assessment, if this is like the human shields meta, Israel showed anyone with two eyes that can fucking see the initial strikes that were taking place and the bombings that successfully struck areas of Tel Aviv, that it was actually anti-air defense systems that were being targeted, and the anti-air defense systems were being deployed from inside of Israel, inside of Tel Aviv, in crowded residential fucking neighborhoods. Israel has its base of command, the Mossad headquarters in the heart of Tel Aviv. Israel has military installations in residential neighborhoods. Israel has intelligence installations in the middle of residential neighborhoods where other businesses are doing commerce. This much is true. So yes, of course, Israel was once again projecting.
History of this. In 2008, Jonathan Cook published this article about Hezbollah's attacks on Israel, and what he said is that the military censor prevents publication of a considerable amount of things, but what was clear is that Israel's practices were endangering civilians because they were planting military infrastructure near them, using them as human shields. And these are the reasons that you have stopped seeing images of these attacks, because Israel was losing control of the narrative. It was showing that all the things they had claimed about Palestinians were actually true of themselves.
Not only that, but also, Israel kept showing successful strikes to garner sympathy in the global stage, thinking that this would actually, once again, make Israel look like the victim. And that failed spectacularly. It didn't even move people's attention one bit. Partially because while they were in the process of getting bombed and then continuing to bomb Iran, one, they killed more people and more civilians in Iran than Iran killed in Israel, of course. And on top of that, they never stopped their ethnic cleansing campaign in Gaza. They never stopped their ethnic cleansing campaign in Gaza. They kept killing people at the humanitarian aid drops. The Gaza Humanitarian Foundation, if you remember, is yet another violation of international human rights and the Geneva Conventions, engaging in perfidy, using aid and aid delivery mechanisms as a military installation. So, of course, there was no sympathy for Israel. They never even got any sort of sympathy whatsoever. If anything, people were either very quiet about Israel finally being struck after months and months of doing ethnic cleansing in Gaza, or they were openly celebrating it. So they didn't even get their PR goals out of the successful strikes, no matter how hard they tried. Obviously, if you go to CNN, if you go to Fox News, if you go to all these other outlets, they were talking about how devastating this has been for the civilian population of Israel, how destroyed they are, how scared they are, all this stuff, but that fell on deaf ears. I don't think this changed the dynamic for even the Western world at all. And there we are. This is part of the reason why I've said, regardless of this back and forth with Iran and Israel, Israel's ambitions are over. The moment that the ethnic cleansing ends, either by force or because Israel finalized this ethnic cleansing project, and I hope that's not the case, but that is the assessment of the likes of Chris Hedges and many others, that the Israeli Zionist project is done. This is the last bastion, okay? The last attempt at winning as much territory as possible and forcing America's hand to join the battle to the best of their ability and try to redesign the region under Israeli control. Okay? Because once the world finally sees, so you're an anti-Zionist now? First-time chatters, Israel's a small country, Iran is huge, pretty sure it's different. There's never been a moment where I wasn't an anti-Zionist. What the fuck are you talking about? Now? Oh, you're joking, okay. Shameful. Israel is small. Iran is big.
Because there was a lot of it over the weekend. The surging tensions in the Middle East after those U.S. military strikes on Iranian sites on Saturday. And then overnight, Iran fired a new barrage of missiles against Israel, and Israeli warplanes launched fresh attacks inside Iran. Meanwhile, the Iranian government is vowing a, quote, decisive response to the American attacks on 3 of its nuclear sites. How'd those attacks do? Satellite images of those facilities show bomb craters and significant damage, but how about underground? The U.S. military is still assessing that question and the full effects. We've got complete coverage and a look at what is next, but we're going to begin with Deborah Pata. She is inside Tel Aviv, Israel for us. Deborah, good morning to you.
Good morning, Tony. Well, several countries across the Middle East have criticized the U.S. strikes on Iran's nuclear sites, calling for diplomacy amid fears the war could spiral out of control. Now, this as Israel and Iran continued to trade strikes. This morning, sirens warned of another wave of Iranian missiles, this one exploding in Ashdod. And just hours after the weekend's U.S. strikes, Iran unleashed a barrage of rockets, devastating a huge residential neighborhood in Tel Aviv. All that remained of this building were the hollowed-out shells of apartments where people once lived. There were no fatalities. Israel has also not let up its bombing campaign on Iran. And
yeah, the Ashdod attack was on a power station. They don't mention that, do they? No, because it's not beneficial. It's not beneficial for Israel to show how weak they are, especially how weak their infrastructure is. Just like they stopped talking about the Haifa oil refinery that was successfully struck and was shut down for an extended period of time. That only came after Israel blew up the oil depot in Tehran, by the way. Israel blew up the oil depot in Tehran, and then Iran in retaliation blew up the Haifa oil refinery and took it out of commission. Israel hid that fact, and the only reason why we found out about it is because other people had filmed it on their phones while it was happening, and the refinery was on fire. And then also the Haifa oil refinery had to release a statement they had to release a statement to their shareholders, basically, that they were getting decommissioned. Israel is also successfully striking around the ports as well, from what I understand. So, or not Israel, sorry. Iran is striking Israeli ports or around the Israeli ports as well. So they have kept up tremendous pressure. They've kept up tremendous pressure on Israeli society. They've kept up tremendous pressure on the Israeli economy.
Thousands of Iranians rallied in Tehran to protest Israeli and U.S. strikes. The U.S. has no right to tell us what to do, said Ali. We must slap America hard. Iran's foreign minister, Abbas Araghchi, is in Moscow today.
This is IRGC propaganda. Please, please, please don't give them the platform and show this, please. These people are being paid by the IRGC. CBS Mornings? Being paid by the IRGC. CBS Mornings. I guess is what the communist broadcasting service mornings in the pocket of the IRGC.
For talks with President Vladimir Putin.
President Trump, I thank you.
While Israel's Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu has thanked the U.S. for stepping in and offered prayers for President Trump, saying he had driven out evil from the world. Netanyahu has also flirted with regime change in Iran.
Israel's already engaged in one.
We asked the former ambassador to the UN, Gilad Erdan, if this was a fantasy.
It's not up to us to topple the regime. It's up to the Iranian people.
Senior Israeli officials have...
Do you think showing the American audience that Iranians are white would help reduce the bloodlust of some conservatives? Yes. I think unironically, as much as I get annoyed when people show like Tehran and go, look, this is just like a European capital, like that is not the only reason why people should be worthy of dignity and humanity and survive and not be bombed, okay? But yes, that does play a major fucking role in the way like a lot of Americans analyze the situation. I'm not even kidding. Like you'll see, I've seen so many posts like this where people just show Tehran, like normal Tehran. Some women are covered, some women are not. They go, what the fuck? How is this possible? Because that's how stupid the average American is. The average Westerner literally thinks Iranians are like living in huts and fucking riding camels to work, okay? That's also partially why the whole like this was Iran before the revolution post slaps so hard for the dumbest Americans, where they think like Iran was only like a Western adjacent nation under the Shah, as though Iran didn't exist before then. They don't even factor in what Iran used to look like in the 50s, for example. Iranians are more sophisticated and smarter than Oslo. You get shunned by your whole family if you're not a doctor, engineer, or lawyer. The Iranian public is also more educated. Iranian women have more educational attainment than even American women do. That's like the other side of the story that is like insane, where people that will turn around and be like, Iranian women are not allowed to leave their homes. They're not allowed to get an education. It's so stupid. It's just wrong. It's additionally dumb for an American to say that. Iran is a fucking STEM nation, okay? They are the most stem cell ass nation. You'll be shocked to find out Palestinians broadly are also incredibly educated as well, in spite of living under a ruthless blockade in Gaza and a ruthless and cruel and bloody apartheid for 77 fucking years. This does not mean that this is not the only metric of worthiness for humanity, for the record. People think every single Muslim country is a cross between ISIS throwing gay people off the roof and the Taliban. Don't let women do anything. Yeah. It's so goddamn annoying. It's so fucking frustrating. And it's always, the principle is always the same too. It works even harder because Islamophobia is like this ever-present normalizing force that makes people comfortable with this bigoted attitude. But ironically enough, it's always the same principle with America's adversaries, right? Like the example I always use is when the New York Times wrote an article about Beijing and how they had this like new museum that they had created in Beijing, and they were saying like this whitewashes China's bloody history, and I was like, that's a museum. That's every museum. Have you been to an American museum? Like that's literally what museums do. You're describing the function of a museum in a country, but because it's a Chinese museum, you're like, this is unacceptable. This is this is whitewashing Chinese history. It's like, yeah, no shit. That's what every museum does. That, and also they house a bunch of stolen artifacts for the most part. Okay. And I mean, I still love museums, by the way. I'm not saying museums are bad in general, but like we don't actually have like the same metrics for our foreign adversaries. And this is yet another example of this. Like, is the Islamic Republic of Iran a repressive force upon the secular population of Iranians? Abso-fucking-lutely. And at times, this has created real instability. At times, this has been a threat to its own power, right? This is correct. This is 100% correct. But the solution to this is not bombing campaigns and forced military intervention and a puppet state that is implemented in the process that will play along with Western ambitions in the region. And in an effort to also justify its control over the society, like the Shah did, create this ruthless force, a torturous force like the Savak, right? That's not the solution. That's not how you liberate Iran. As a matter of fact, bombing campaigns such as this one only create additional instability that forces the public to focus on that, focus on self-defense, and it sets back the stage for any sort of civil struggle that might happen organically in these countries. You understand? It's very, very stupid to think that we can like bomb Iran into being a more woke and gay country. It's idiotic. Just like you can't bomb Georgia into being more woke. Just like you can't bomb America into being more woke. You can't bomb Iran into being more woke either. That's not how this goes.
Told us the ball is now in Iran's court. It can choose to end the conflict by negotiating a deal, but if it retaliates against the US, that could spark a wider war. Gail?
Doesn't the fighter just
Deborah,
reported leaving Israeli airspace?
Now let's go to Weisha Zhang. She's at the White House.
That's so... Trump is like, come on, it's time for peace. I'm going to tell Israel it's time for peace as well. Meanwhile, Israeli fighter jets. Congratulations, world. It's time for peace. Israel's like, nah, actually, it's fine. We're not. Not time for us. Yeah, I guess Israel didn't get this memo. A White House official told me that that Trump's goal now is to end the war, and he's going to make it clear to Israeli Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu, we want a deal and we don't want a new war. Interesting. Seems strange to me that that's not happening. How odd. Anyway, as I've talked about, there is no appetite from the American public broadly for war with Iran, right? Not that it matters, because there is no democratic process. There is no democratic process when it comes to foreign policy. Foreign policy is uniparty. All that matters is our goals, our ambition, our interests, and the public's appetite for more war or less war is, I mean, it's good if the public is excited about more war like they were after 9/11. Having said that, it's very clear that disinterest in war and anger and resentment towards more war is not going to stop this administration from doing whatever the fuck it wants to do. Okay? Here's the winner of Nobel Peace Prize in Iran says Israel's attack on Evin prison in Tehran has created a horrific situation for the inmates. The jail's hospital/clinic has been destroyed. Injured prisoners are not being attended to, and the regime is blocking families from getting news. Most political prisoners are held in Evin. So what happened was yesterday Israel struck, or last night Israel struck the Evin prison, where a lot of the political prisoners of the Islamic Republic are being held. They did that because they thought they could force like a prison break, basically. But of course, you can't do that by bombing. You can't do that by bombing the fucking prison. So the Evin prison health facility has been destroyed. Prisoners remain in wards with heightened security conditions are being moved. Injured prisoners have no place to be transferred and treated, and due to war conditions, they are not being transferred to hospitals outside the prison. A number of prisoners have not yet spoken to their families, and there are rumors that prisoners are being transferred to prisons around Tehran, and families are in fear and worry. When prisoners are transferred in these conditions, we will not have accurate information about them. We do not know how many conscripts were killed, nor do we know how many of the families of prisoners who went to Evine's prosecutor's office to follow up on the status of their loved ones were killed. The government is not providing information, and we don't have accurate information either. I call on international organizations to work with the release of all prisoners in these war-torn conditions. So, ironically enough, given that Israel's goal here is to cause further instability in Iran by forcing a prison break, their only method to do so is by bombing from afar. And of course, bombing from afar instead of causing a prison break is only harming the political prisoners. Do you want the political prisoners to stay in prison? No, that's not what I'm saying at all. But it's once again a fucking own goal by Israel. Do you not understand the point? This is no different than Israel being like, don't you want the gays to be liberated in Iran? Free them. By what? Killing them with bombs? Because that's what happens. Don't you want the gays in Gaza to be liberated? By what? Being bombed and starved by the Israeli bombing campaign? That's not gonna liberate them. Israel's goals here is not the liberation of anti-regime dissidents and prisoners that are unjustly fucking being trapped in Evin. It is to cause chaos and instability. Do you not understand? Yeah, notable that while Trump is telling the media that he wants the end of the war, Israel's carrying out one of the most brutal attacks on Iran thus far. They're currently on their 6th or 7th wave of airstrikes of the day. Like, do you think America should have bombed Auschwitz to liberate Auschwitz? Do you think that would have worked better? What are we talking about? Hell yeah, brother. I got a hammer and everything's looking quite like a nail. I got a hammer in my hand and everything looks like a nail to me. I'm American. Auschwitz was a bad example because they invaded essentially. Yeah, they did. They didn't fucking bomb it. What are you talking about? Exactly. That is the USSR's liberation of Auschwitz came because they fucking successfully operated a military campaign on the ground, a ground invasion. Not to say that Israel would ever do a ground invasion in Iran. Obviously, they would never be able to do that. They would get fucking destroyed. Khamenei tweet from literally just now. Those who know the Iranian people and their history know that the Iranian nation isn't a nation that surrenders. Khamenei with another tweet, this time in English. Trump just took a victory lap. I know, we already covered it. Yeah. We covered it already. Trump basically took the off-ramp. Israel seemingly has not gotten the message, though. And the American media is, of course... let's listen to what the fucking Fox 5 has to say. Oh, they took Buttfeld out of the rotation for this one because they're like, this is a serious conversation. We can't have you fucking it up.
It was an amazing response. We all know that's not true. People inside don't. But what do you think?
Well, good to be back with everybody. What a weekend. I believe Joey is largely right, if not totally right.
Wait, what is this? Senior advisor to the IRGC Commander-in-Chief General Jabari. While we confront the Americans, we will simultaneously continue our own plans, operations to suppress, crush, and obliterate the vile, child-killing criminal Israel. We will not stop hitting Israel. We will respond independently to the U.S. And that response is due to their attacks on our nuclear facilities and their malicious behavior. But the ongoing plowing of Israel will continue. They are now in a very difficult situation. Oh my God, they're literally doing the Yemen method. I just realized they're doing Ansar Allah. They're Ansar Allah posting. This is what Yemen was trying to do, obviously to limited success because they don't have the same fucking striking capabilities as Iran does, clearly. But this is the Yemen method. They're like, listen, America, you fuck with us. Yes, you keep killing our children. You have significantly more military power to do so without incurring any penalties back home. Israel cannot do that, however. Israel cannot do that at all, which is why we will continue striking Israel. As long as you don't strike us, America, we won't strike your naval vessels. They are now in a very difficult situation. Yesterday, as you're aware, our heavy strikes were carried out in 2 phases. First, with our drones, which I am familiar with and can say maybe even more precise and powerful than our missiles. 40 of our drones were launched and hit the intended targets. And today, Israel's in a situation where even after we launched around 20 missiles, they were unable to do anything in response. Our 40 drones and 20 missiles struck exactly where we intended and caused severe consequences. I say to you and the viewers, but let me emphasize, America's main assets in the region are not as ships or bases. Those are highly vulnerable. Israel's, he misspoke, he meant U.S. U.S.'s most important military asset is Israel itself, which today is incapable and overwhelmed in the face of our attacks. Israel has realized it is losing, and it must lose. It must be destroyed. It must be crushed. The people of the region must be freed from this wicked criminal. This is part of a broader strategic package we have with America. As you mentioned earlier, that's precisely why the Americans have come, to try to save Israel. But they will not succeed and will suffer damage themselves. The outcome of this story remains to be seen. I mean, Iranian generals talk a fucking big game, okay? Ayatollah Khamenei also talks a big game. What matters is not what they say on television. What matters is what they do. But listen to my words, at least, or my assessment of this. What is happening? The camera's being extra wonky today. I don't like it. Okay, this might be a little bit better. So, Israel's more offensive campaigns with its Air Force right now is happening because they have more offensive capabilities than they do defensive capabilities. Israel is operating with the best defense is an immense offense attitude, because the more they run out of ammo on their anti-air defense capabilities, and those are much harder to re-up and rearm because of how costly that is, because these are sophisticated missile systems and they're expensive. And especially the big boys, the ballistic missile defenses are much more costly than the Tamir interceptors, even though the single Tamir interceptor, the price of a single Tamir interceptor is $200,000. Okay, and those can't stop the ballistic missiles. You can deploy 20 of them if you want. None of them actually intercept a single fucking ballistic missile, especially not a hypersonic one. So basically, because they don't have the capacity to play defense, they have to continue playing super hard offense. And the more Israel strikes Iran, the more Iran continues to strike Israel with increased intensity. Israel knows they cannot survive a war of attrition without the Americans playing a role, a significant role. And I don't mean just like a defensive role, because America has already been playing a defensive role in this, and it's obvious that, you know, ballistic missiles are still piercing through the Iron Dome, the Arrow systems, David Sling, and even the THAAD launchers that America sent. Okay? If they can't defend, why won't Iran hit their air bases? You think Iran is not hitting their air bases? Iran is hitting their bases. You don't see it because, like, their air bases are far away from from the public eye, and therefore their air bases are far away from the public eye, and also their military installations. So the Israeli government does not allow any sort of filming of impact sites on air bases. An F-35 down by... No, this is fake too, man. Stop. What? No. I don't think this is real either. And the reason why I don't think this is real is because Tal is correct. It's been 9 days, no new footage of this alleged F-35. Dude, this is correct. This assessment is correct. If this video, I don't know where it's from. I don't know where this video is from, and I don't think it's an F-35. The reason why I don't think it's an F-35, and I don't even know if it's from Iran, is because if Iran struck a fucking F-35 successfully and downed it, they would release photos. Okay? They would release photos of it. They would put it on every fucking poster. This would showcase that America's latest gen fighter that is multi-role is a dud, is a complete fucking dud. And I know this because they have successfully struck drones. They've successfully struck and shot down Israeli drones. Why do I know that they've successfully shot down Israeli drones? Because the moment that those Israeli drones are struck and successfully intercepted, the Iranian outlets will make a big show of it, understandably. And also Israel will release a statement. The Israeli military command will release a statement saying, oh, our drone was struck, it's fine, it's negligible, they have no information that they can derive out of this drone. It's not a big deal. Bro, Serbia shot down one B-2 bomber in the 1990s and they made a whole ass song about it? Yeah. Israeli jets are mostly using standoff air-launched missiles to avoid air defenses. It wasn't a B-2, it was a F-117. Yes. That's the one that that's the one that Chris Hedges was talking about, right? F-117 Nighthawk. It wasn't a B-2 bomber. No B-2 has ever been shot down. It was an F-1. Oh my God, I have so many plane autists and so many missile autists in the chat. Respect. Respect to all the chatters that instantly fucking F-117, my beloved. The F-35 wreckage is also a tremendously important, a potential F-35 wreckage is a tremendously important wreckage, dude. The amount of intelligence that you can give to Russia and China off of that is so insane. It's worth numerous Dongfeng missiles, okay? I don't know how many Dongfeng missiles you can get in response to the wreckage of a F-35. Are you kidding me? Unlimited Dongfeng missiles to Iran for a crumb of intelligence to offer the Chinese government or the Russian government. Russia would send every S-400 they have to Iran. Lifetime supply of Dongfeng missiles, all of the Dongfeng missiles for you, sir. It's such a massive deal when we dropped one off the Vincent in the South China Sea in 2023. Yeah. The only thing that I've seen so far is just like AI shit about the F-35s. Barr's new Minister of Comms is saying that after they shot down a drone, they discovered it was using the American Iridium satellite network. Iridium was initially funded by Saudi bin Laden Group. Yeah, I saw that too. And also saved from bankruptcy by the DoD in 2000. Yeah, I saw that as well. There's also some interesting, Washington Post releases, which I suspect is a release from Mossad. So I assume this is like more propaganda, like Israel allowed this to be released. The Washington Post has published an audio file in which Mossad agents contact 20 IRGC commanders and give them 12 hours to flee Iran, or they and their families will be killed, which of course is also a fucking war crime, by the way. Like openly admitting that you're going to kill people's children and their families, like you're going to kill civilians, is insane. This is a recording of a call that took place between an Israeli intelligence operative and a senior Iranian general on June 13th. The voice of the Israeli intelligence operative had been digitally altered in audio recording obtained by the Post. The Post prepared its own translation of the conversation and removed the audio, removed the voice of the Iranian general to avoid identifying him.
Hello, Saldat.
Hello, Commander. He says hello. Salam alaikum. He says hello.
Saldat. Salam alaikum.
Can you hear me? And you are. I'm calling from a country which 2 hours ago sent Salami, Bagheri, and Shamkhani to hell. And now for you, and I'm suggesting for you, Mr. Redacted, indistinct voices. Did Redacted come on the line? Bring him on the line. Can you hear me now? And you are. Listen carefully. I'm calling from a country that I'll explain to you. Listen carefully. I'm calling from a country that 2 hours ago sent Bagheri, Salami, and Shamkhani one by one to hell. By the way, Shamkhani didn't die. Shamkhani was part of the nuclear denuclearization negotiations team, and they thought that they had killed him in the strikes, but he actually didn't die. He is alive. He tweeted that he was alive, but injured. I think a couple days ago. The only advice I'm giving you right now, I can advise you right now, you have 12 hours to escape with your wife and child. Otherwise, you're on our list now. You, bleep, all of you, one by one, are on the list that I'm looking at, and you're our next targets. We will hit you, your family, your children, everyone, with the dirt. I only called to tell you, look, as long as there's time. I'll give you a reprieve. Like I said, 12 hours from this very minute that I spoke to you, you have time to escape. If not, you have no one to blame but yourself. We're closer to you than your own neck vein. Put this in your head. May God protect you. Well, you didn't say. I told you, brother. Hello? I explained to you clearly just now. You said what? I told you, didn't I? I gave you a reprieve. Which places did you take? What place did you take? Where did I take? All those savages, all those people like Salami. We sent them to that same place they should have gone to much earlier. What is this back and forth, bro? Is he trying to kill him with this annoying conversation? Is that what's going on? All jokes aside, this is yet another fucking hashtag ad for the Mossad capabilities, okay? The reason why they're showing this is to say, like, look at how cool and badass we are, that we have the capabilities of, like, reaching Iranian generals directly and warning them ahead of time, and that they are fearful and that they're scared. They're terrified of our espionage capabilities, our military might. By the way, we are closer to you than your jugular is a line. God says in the Quran, it is psychological warfare he's trying to do. Yeah, I suspect that I suspect that the reason why this conversation is taking place, the reason why this conversation was released is because Mossad wanted it to be released, for sure. Okay, there's no fucking way that they would leak this audio to the Washington Post. But the other reason why the conversation even took place is most likely to, again, engage in some kind of destabilization initiative, cause instability, and assume that like the IRGC generals would panic and flee, or it's probably to engage in more information gathering so that they can monitor with the embedded Mossad assets that they have in Iran at the time, that that they could monitor where they go so they can more successfully strike whichever area that they go to. How is this good optics? Your pause on a threat to his wife and child, literally proving what they deny daily. Brother, what do you mean good optics? They don't give a shit. What are you talking about? They have literally been conducting an ethnic cleansing campaign on a starving population, primarily killing women and children for the past 20 months. It is clear that the Western, the Western countries and their leadership does not give a fuck. It's so, they so don't give a fuck that I'll prove it to you. Bezalel Smotrich, the finance minister, a couple months ago at this point, openly said, we are killing everyone in Gaza, and the Western world doesn't say a peep about it. Of course we have to let them have a crumb of food. Because he was defending why there was any food being let into Gaza at all. He said, we're killing everyone there. We're doing the ethnic cleansing campaign. We're doing the final solution. And the Western world is not stopping us. But this is the one thing that they actually get up in their feelings about. So we have to let like a little bit of food in while we implement our final solution. He said that openly. He said that openly. Did anything happen? No, nothing happened. You might not have even heard about it until this very moment. I covered it extensively at the time, obviously, but, you know, it is obvious that it doesn't fucking matter what Israel does in terms of like numerous violations, in terms of all of these war crimes that they engage in on a daily basis. Do you want to be one of them? Do you want to be the next one on the list? Do you also want to destroy your wife and child? No, right? I'm telling you right now, I gave you a proposal. Say it. You have 12 hours to make a video saying we have walked away from this government and we're unwilling to sacrifice our lives. For people who destroyed our country for 46 years, they only killed, stole, took, they cut the children off this country into pieces. Well, how should I send it to you? How should I send it to you, says the Iranian general. I will send you a Telegram ID. Send it. Say it. Say it. I'll send it to you. I'll SMS it now. Where will you SMS it? I have your number. Look, we have everything on you. It seems you haven't understood. It's clear you don't even understand where you are right now. I'm telling you, we hit all your leaders. They went into the air. We turned them into powder. Now you are sitting here and you think you're talking to me. You thought that you thought what you're sitting there. I'm calling to give you a proposal to save your wife and child. You wretch. Are you confused? Well, I'm saying, how should I send it to you? I'm saying I'll send it to you. Hello? And I'm with you. I hear you. This is what happens when millennials are in intelligence. They don't know how to speak on the phone. Yeah. Okay, I'm starting to see why diplomatic negotiations have broken down. Yeah. The average Israeli is incapable of conducting a normal conversation without instantly trying to bully ball his way. Anyway, I don't know if this is real, but the purpose of this serves is that is propaganda to showcase Mossad's capabilities and to say, oh, even the IRGC generals are very scared. See, they're playing ball with our threats. There's a really, really devastating Harvard analysis that came out that I'm going to also cover as well, obviously, that showcases that there are 377 Palestinians unaccounted for on top of like the actual, or almost 400,000, but 377 unaccounted for in the death counts and in the estimations. And I will talk about that in a little bit. But before I do, in this back and forth, I want to know what the Democrats are doing. Oh, here's Greg Sargent from the New Republic. Amazing. New York Times has more confirmation that Trump's decision to bomb Iran was motivated in large part by the way the Israeli strikes were playing out on Fox News, which drove him to want some credit for it. He marveled to advise about what he says was brilliant Israeli military operation, which involved a series of precision strikes that killed key figures in Iran's military leadership and blasted away strategic weapon sites. Mr. Trump took calls on his cell phone from reporters and began hailing the operations as excellent and was very successful, hinting that he had much more to do with it than people realized. Later that day, Mr. Trump asked an ally how the Israeli strikes were playing. He said that everyone was telling him he needed to get more involved, including potentially dropping 30,000-pound GBU-57 bombs on Fordo, the Iranian uranium enrichment facility that buried underneath the mountain south of Tehran. Political advisors to Mr. Trump had been swapping notes on various public and private polls examining the popularity of military action against Iran, noting that American support for an operation depended in part on how pollsters asked the question. While polls showed that an overwhelming majority of Americans did not want the United States to go to war with Iran, most Americans also did not want Iran to obtain a nuclear weapon. The president was closely monitoring Fox News, which was airing wall-to-wall praise of Israel's military operation and featuring guests urging Mr. Trump to get more involved. Several Trump advisors lamented the fact that Mr. Carlson was no longer on Fox, which meant that Trump was not hearing much of the other side of the debate. You're telling me we got into a war, another war because Trump had FOMO? It's a combination of numerous different factors, okay? This is not the end-all be-all. This is what drove it over the finish line. The fucking rabid Zionist freak General Kurilla that is in his ear, who is such a bloodthirsty monster hell-bent on solidifying his legacy. Okay? You have numerous Israeli operatives and Israeli envoys that are directly in the room with Donald Trump or can make one fucking phone call to Donald Trump, all telling him that America has to join in. And I also suspect that the initial conversation that took place before the negotiations were slated to come to an end was absolutely conducted ahead of time. Like, he knew that Israel was going to strike. I believe that. He knew that Israel would use the protected cover of a negotiation process to implement a first strike, because it wasn't Israel's first strike happening under the banner of diplomacy between America and Iran had to have been coordinated ahead of time. That part I do believe. Because Israel has sophisticated espionage capabilities that they can use. Israel has sophisticated espionage capabilities that they can fucking use whenever the opponents are not expecting it, right? And the best possible time to use the sophisticated espionage capabilities, like the Mossad operations that took place inside of Iran, where they basically were able to take a 3-story building and turn it into a fucking drone manufacturing site. And those drones were quickly and swiftly sent to all of the air defenses, right? All of the fucking air defenses that Iran had, in an effort to make sure that their first decapitation strike was successful, which it was. That could only be conducted under the protective banner of negotiations, diplomacy. At the risk of being lasered into the moon, what's the ETA on the Zoran segment? I'm abstaining from Iran news for mental health reasons. Eventually I'll talk about it. Do you think Iran has also sleeper cells within Israel? Yes, I do. They have used them before. They used them on, I think it was Operation True Promise 2. I don't know how many more they have currently, but they certainly, it's not, Israel has, Mossad has been able to penetrate Iranian society far more successfully than Iran has been able to with Israel. Having said that, however, I'm sure that there are still sleeper cells within Israel, within Israeli society, but they clearly have not activated them like they did last time for Operation True Promise 2. Because if you remember, when Operation True Promise 2 was happening, there was a bus stop attack that took place simultaneously. That was an Iranian operation, for sure. I'm shocked that Iran has those. Seems like hell to get sleeper cells in there. No, it doesn't. That's not how it works. You find sympathetic figures. Like Mossad's operations doesn't mean like literal Israeli nationals, Israeli Jews living in fucking Iran. They're not. They're not like going to Iran and they're like, hey, I'm actually Iranian. But secretly they're Israeli nationals. No, they fucking activate. They take advantage of instability inside of the country, just like Iran would take advantage of instability inside of Israel, and sympathetic figures that they could find that are sympathetic to taking down Israel. And there's plenty of fucking people in Israeli society that would be invested in that. Palestinian citizens of Israel, or or other like-minded figures they can find, in the same way that Israel can use the existing groups that are already very much unsympathetic to the Islamic Republic. Eric Kurilla, top U.S. military commander in the Middle East, began planning joint U.S.-Israeli attacks on Iran during the Biden admin, per a former U.S. official. While Biden didn't okay the strikes, his team knew of and permitted the prep that enabled Trump and Netanyahu. Yeah. H3 Atanomi, Heather Nomi, thank you for the 10 gifted. We get meta ads in Lebanon paid for from Israel, urging us to cooperate with them. That's crazy. Heathenami. What? Damn, it's who has the power to steer the U.S. away other than the people uprising full chaotic cycle? Can you go around the U.S. and conduct proper diplomacy and fix all this? Fuck no. The EU is the most servile. The EU is literally more servile than like the Gulf states are to American interests. Iranian scholar Helia Doutagi spoke to Drop Site's Jeremy Scale about Israel's three-phase campaign against Iran. She describes it as Phase 1, sudden military onslaught to paralyze Iran's command structure and terrorize civilians. Phase 2, a failed effort to provoke regime collapse through unrest and infiltration. Phase 3, U.S. direct entry into the war, reflecting a declining empire's desperation. In this clip, she walks through the first phase, a surprise assault designed to inflict widespread terror on civilians by exploiting the element of surprise. She says the strikes hit over 100 sites in the first 12 hours, including significant senior military officials, civilian scientists, several university professors, including the president of Azad University in Tehran, and women and children. Many were killed in their homes, asleep in the middle of the night. She calls it a psychological as well as a tactical campaign aimed at inducing fragmentation or loss of control. And yet within hours, Iran began to reconstitute its defenses. A miscalculation, she argues, shattered Israel's assumptions. Let's take a look.
Talk to you, but give us your analysis of what we're seeing unfold with this U.S.-Israeli war against Iran, the timing of it, and what you see as the agenda at play.
I mean, you start with a pretty accurate and comprehensive analysis of what has happened, and I just want to, I guess, add to that. And let me start by this point that it is very important to recognize that we are at a historic inflection point in history, one that is very much rooted in October 7th, anti-colonial operation of Al-Aqsa, which has essentially set the motions of the forces that are going to shape and are shaping the very formation of the New World Order, both specifically globally, but also specifically in West Asia. So the Israeli regime appears to be executing a three-phase operation or plan against Iran. And unlike its prior aggressions, in Yemen, in Syria, in Lebanon, and of course the ongoing genocide in Palestine, this aggression is encountering a radically different material conditions, hence the different forces that we're seeing at play. And I'm going to go through the three phases that I think have unfolded or are unfolding, and maybe we can discuss that together. And the very first phase, obviously, was what you explained. The operation was very much designed to target the command structure and inflict widespread terror on civilians by exploiting the element of surprise. And this phase was successful for the most part, in my opinion, because while Iran was at the negotiating table, as you mentioned, there was a coordinated wave of strikes targeting Iranian civilians, residentials, and military sites, as well as nuclear facilities in Natanz in the first round of strikes that are under and were under IAEA safeguard, right? So the victims of the first day's attack, including significant senior military officials, civilian scientists, we had several university professors, including the president of Azad University in Tehran, one of the prominent universities in Iran, and women and children. And they were overwhelmingly located in residential neighborhoods. Many were killed in their homes. The attack took place in the middle of the night, and many were killed with their families sleeping in the middle of the night. And while several high-profile assassinations, as I said, were assassinated, 5 out of 12 that they aimed to assassinate were killed in the first night. And the intent was really clear. It was to paralyze Iran's command structure and instill a mass fear through the targeting of civilians. And in the first few hours, Iran's air defense was also compromised significantly.
That for sure was the most sophisticated aspect of the Mossad operations. Like that, I would say that in and of itself is like, that wasn't even like the fucking the act of terrorism that the also sophisticated, but an act of terrorism that was the bombing campaigns from the beepers. The fact that they were able to deeply penetrate the IRGC and deeply penetrate Iranian society, so they could actually have a drone building facility in the fucking heart of Tehran is insane. And once they were able to dismantle some of the air forces, then they fucking turned around and bombed all these people. Then they came in with the violence.
And which limited the capacity of the state to defend their airspace. And as a result of that, over 100 strategic sites and civilian objects were hit within the first 6 to 12 hours, I believe, and significant damage was done. So the objective of the attack was not only tactical militarily, but it was also psychological, right? So it was very much to induce this fragmentation of loss of control. And what was significant, and I think arguably unprecedented, was the fact that Iran was able to observe the attack and so incredibly quickly retain its structure and come back to an offense mode. And this was partly a miscalculation of Israel. It was the depth of Iran's revolutionary structure. And within hours, within 6 hours, I believe 6-7 hours, the command was restructured, air defense was restored, and offensive capacity was activated. And it was less than 24 hours, if not, it was like 12 hours, that the first round of attacks of Iran in self-defense was launched, right? And the first round were firm, they were calibrated, and they were targeted at important military objectives. And they also passed through, it's very significant to note that the fact that the hits were and are continuously successful in occupied territories is due to the fact that it goes through the missiles, go through multi-layered interceptions with the most advanced military equipment of the collective base, right? The first layer is probably starts in one of the Arab reactionary regimes, Jordan probably, in terms of intelligence, and it goes through until it hits the target. So there are multi-layered levels of interceptions that these missiles pass. And, Iran developed this. Doing so, it completely disturbed the Israeli strategic assumptions and revealed that the readiness of the state that has spent decades, especially preparing for this moment, especially after the Western-backed Iraqi invasion of Iran between 18...
Just like with Yemen, a strike in the heart of Sana'a is going to be costly, of course, in terms of the civilian casualties, but the society's attitude towards that sort of thing is, I think, very different than a direct strike in the heart of Tel Aviv. The response is the response that Israeli society will have towards a direct strike on Tel Aviv, especially if it's continued, the appetite that they have for instability, the appetite that they have for the amount of damage they can withstand and not be able to like live their normal day-to-day existences is very, very different than what the Iranian society or what people in Yemen can withstand. Not to say that like Iran and Yemen are the same, they're not, because Iran is also going to be less tolerant of endless bombing campaigns than even the people in Yemen are, because all the people in Yemen have known is death and destruction from Western forces and Western-backed militias, whereas Iranian society broadly has also experienced stability and normalcy. But given the position of Iran on the global stage, like there is more of an understanding that this is a strike that's happening that didn't have to happen. If Iran, for example, was engaging in a dangerous gambit by constantly fucking shit up instead of routinely showcasing restraint in the tit for tat between Israel and Iran, because remember, the way that Iran conducted itself, I have criticized to a certain degree, because like Iran has allowed all of its foreign policy apparatus to be eroded, the entire resistance to be eroded, to a detriment to Iranian safety and security. But I think all of that was showing, like what that was showing to the public was that Iran was not willing to bargain with its citizens' lives, recognizing the unstable position that the Islamic Republic has in the eyes of its public. They basically didn't poke the beast, if you will. They didn't poke the beast at all, and then the beast still came for them. Which is precisely why I think Israel was not able to take advantage of the initial destabilization that they thought they would get. They didn't poke the bear, and the bear still came for Iran, and then all of a sudden people recognized, like, you know, this is outside of the Islamic Republic's control. This is not something that they brought to. This is not something that they brought to us. That's what I think. That's why I think it's like, in spite of the negative feelings that a lot of Iranian society, especially secular forces within Iranian society, felt towards the government, there isn't like a tremendous amount of instability. Anyway, let's see what Jeffries is saying.
Donald Trump and his actions, which do not appear to be consistent with the United States Constitution, takes unilateral offensive military action without seeking the approval of the United States Congress. The use of military force, which is offensive in nature, must be approved by the House and the Senate. That's according to the Constitution. It's not optional, Donald. It's not. The framers of the Constitution actually gave Congress the power to declare war for a reason.
I'm losing my fucking mind, because if you don't talk about the real issue here, this is just seasoning. This is a problem, not the problem. The problem is fucking allowing Israel to run its dick all over every orifice of American foreign policy. The problem is going to war with Iran at the behest of Israel. A problem in the process is doing it unconstitutionally. It's so strange that these guys think that there is an unlimited amount of resentment that they could tap into right now. An impossible to defend decision made by the Trump administration. And these fucking dipshits are basically taking the dumbest, most like rule-abiding aspect of this process. They're mad about the process in which these strikes were conducted, while simultaneously giving credit to why those strikes should have been conducted to begin with by saying Iran must never have a nuclear weapon. If you say that, then you don't understand why people fucking voted for Trump to begin with. Nobody gives a fuck about the process. Open Presence, thank you for the 100 get the subs. People care about going to war with Iran and potential retaliation from Iran. They don't care that it was done unilaterally. I mean, I'm sure people care about that it was done unilaterally as well, but like that's not the main concern here. Trump does everything unilaterally. He doesn't give a shit. Even things that he could get across through congressional approval, he still does on his own to prove a fucking point. I'm not saying you shouldn't bring up the unconstitutionality of this, okay? That is definitely an important point to bring up. But you shouldn't only focus on that, while simultaneously offering credit to why these campaigns must happen by taking Trump's framing and running with it. The framing that even our intelligence communities did not agree with in their initial assessments. But of course, Hakeem Jeffries is saying this because he is also bought and paid for by AIPAC. Democrats have a unique opportunity to present themselves as anti-war for ones. They have a unique opportunity to also take away some of the people in Trump's base that are maybe in the margins that thought that they were voting for an anti-war candidate that clearly is not invested in anti-war at all. But instead of taking advantage of this opportunity, even with a cold, calculated, cynical approach, they can't let go of their other ambition, which is to, one, defend Israel's interests at all costs, and two, at the behest of defending Israel's interests at all costs, bomb Iran.
So the American people, through their elected representatives, would have the opportunity to debate the issue and make some decisions as it relates to what's in the best interest and the national security of the American people. Donald Trump and the administration chose to ignore the Constitution. And so they're going to have to come before Congress and explain their justification for an offensive military strike against Iran.
It is mind-boggling how bad this response is. Because it's such a gimme. This is as big as a gimme as being like, I want a ceasefire in Gaza. Just saying those fucking words. And I'm willing to stop Israel from getting weapons to get this ceasefire in Gaza. And the Democrats couldn't be bothered to make that fucking simple statement. And they lost the election. Babanımın kine benziyor. Evet. Yok, hayır, tercih etmiyorum. I cannot understand
the U.S.
how insane they are, and I also especially do not understand why so many Democrats, like visible Democrats on Twitter, Democratic Party supporters rather, are going along with this like false narrative. They're fantasizing about like Kamala Harris being a great peacekeeper somehow. It is obvious to me that the Democrats do not want to be anti-war at a time when there is tremendous resentment against war, even by fucking Trump's own base.
A good article about this because they're talking about making a comparison to Reagan's invasion of Grenada well before you were born. Reagan's invasion of Grenada, and it was not sanctioned. It was quick, very few casualties, if any, and didn't cost much. This will cost a tremendous amount of money. And are we thinking that Congress is actually going to engage in an appropriation to make this happen?
I think you bring up such an important point that I just want to add to real quickly, which is Democrats right now can literally put aside what they feel about Iran and whether Iran, and no one is here justifying or defending Iran's actions, but they can at least stand up for the rule of law in this country and say the president cannot start a war without the approval of Congress, and laser focus the conversation on saying do not start a war without the approval of Congress. And yet they seem to have completely abandoned that principle and say, well, he should.
All of Congress has abandoned that principle for decades.
Right, but we're talking about the politics of what the Democratic leadership should be doing instead of Americans looking at Tucker Carlson skewering Ted Cruz or Steve Bannon and saying, wow, I can't believe these are the people who are saying, hey, let's have a minute, let's have this conversation. That should be coming out of the senior leadership of the Democratic Party, front and center, say,
hey, I can't say this about Steve Bannon, but Tucker Carlson isn't just talking about congressional approval for war. If you think that the reason why he's gaining tremendous popularity off of this is simply because he just wants the normal process to take place, you've missed it. You've missed the actual point that he's making, which is, why are we going to war with Iran at all? What are you saying? Why are we getting dog-walked by our special client state? That's the reason why people love the Tucker Carlson interview, because these are the kinds of conversations that never take place even in the media, and certainly don't take place, at least in public, with political figures. This is why Hakeem Jeffries calls Iran a sworn enemy, and he says Israel has a right to defend itself from Iranian aggression, even though Israel attacked them first. He's a bought and paid for hack. It's true. What's wrong with Iran's actions? They're defending themselves against a genocidal state? No, 100%. I think it's cowardly for American politicians to not be like, dude, what are we talking about? Israel is a fucking foreign state that struck another foreign state, a massive foreign nation state. What do you mean? Like, they just have to eat it? Like, what are you talking about? That's not how that works. Israel did a genocide after its own captive population that it is a belligerent occupier of had a prison rebellion. After 75 years at the time of ruthless oppression, why would you expect any country to not respond or retaliate when met with so much military force? What good are fucking nation states if it's not to protect its own citizens, protect its own way of existence? That's the whole purpose.
We can talk about Iran, but this president cannot drop a 30,000-pound bomb on a country, lead us into a war, drag the entire region into it without the approval of the American Congress.
And it's message discipline. No kings, right? Yeah. No kings. Can't do this without us. You need Congress.
I like no oligarchs more than I like no kings. I think the Democratic Party keeps getting served issues we can win on a silver platter and just kind of turning them away. If we were staunchly anti-war, boom, skyrocketing popularity. If we really, really took it to the oligarchy, skyrocketing popularity.
But the problem is they're not anti-war and they're not anti-oligarchy, and that's the problem that we have with the Democratic Party.
And then they're like, why won't your generation vote for us? Well,
Bernie had thousands of people in deep red South Texas at a rally last night, though.
All right, guys, we're going to have to...
Okay, Cam. Okay, Cam. Friend of the show, Cameron Kasky, who also has a show now with Tim Miller, who I don't really like too much, but it is what it is. At the Bulwark. Cameron on this panel is like the inverse of this meme. Okay, so there's a 56-year-old woman here. Oh, yeah, it's the opposite. Yeah.
Attack on 3 Iranian nuclear sites. This morning, we're getting a look at some of the damage done over the weekend. Aerial images you see there showing impact on the surface. U.S. forces around the region and authorities at home are on alert for potential retaliation from Iran, warning its military will decide the timing, nature, and scale of its response. The U.S. has about 40,000 forces in the region, spread out among about 20 sites. We have complete team coverage, beginning with new details about the 36-hour mission of the U.S. B-2 stealth bombers that attacked Iran on Saturday. Chief Global Affairs anchor Martha Raddatz starts us off. Good morning, Martha.
Good morning, Robin. President Trump called the mission a tremendous success, a mission carried out with maximum stealth. This morning, we're getting our first look at that extraordinary attack on 3
adversarial media, by the way, supposedly adversarial media to Donald Trump, for the record. When it comes down to doing defense for the military, doing hashtag ads for the military and our military might, is so crazy how much they fucking glaze Trump and glaze the fucking military's war crimes. Like, what they were talking about with this strike was a direct violation of numerous rules, okay? You cannot strike nuclear facilities. You cannot, like, America is not allowed to strike nuclear facilities at all, let alone do it to a fucking foreign nation that is not in war with, out of nowhere at the behest of another foreign nation that is doing an ethnic cleansing campaign that we're giving all of our fucking weapons to.
Iranian nuclear sites over the weekend. This fireball in the night sky. Explosions heard in the distance at Iran's Isfahan nuclear facility. Part of the barrage known as Operation Midnight Hammer that included the largest strike by B-2 stealth bombers in history.
This is a plan that took months and weeks of positioning and preparation so that we could be ready when the President of the United States called.
The operation carried out in complete secrecy, beginning at 12:01 a.m. Saturday morning. About a dozen B-2 bombers taking flight from Whiteman Air Force Base in Missouri. Around half of them heading west towards Guam, those with trackable movements. This was a decoy. Another 7, those with transponders turned off and minimal radio communications, launching a short time later, heading towards Iran. The 18-hour flight to Iran, including mid-air refueling and in-air support.
The B-2s linked up with escort and support aircraft in a complex, tightly timed maneuver requiring exact synchronization across multiple platforms in a narrow piece of airspace, all done with minimal communications.
Approximately 5 p.m. Eastern Time Saturday, a U.S. submarine launching 24 Tomahawk land cruise missiles at key service infrastructure targets for nuclear facility Isfahan. By 6:40 p.m. Eastern Time, the 25-minute mission inside Iran's airspace activating. U.S. fighter jets sweeping in to protect the B-2s from possible enemy missiles and warplanes. The B-2s dropping 30,000-pound massive ordnance penetrator weapons.
I think it's fucking insane that this anchor is salivating while talking about a direct war crime. Like, this is, I can't stress this enough, this is just a straightforward crime of war. Okay? It is wild that Americans are like, hell yeah, brother. You are not allowed to do, no one is supposed to be doing this. For obvious reasons, there are severe consequences for this. For the civilian population, if you were to strike a nuclear facility, there's potential radiation contamination. There's radiation poisoning that could take place immediately for the civilian population near the fucking nuclear facilities. Nuclear facilities are also powering the energy grid. These ones weren't. But then, it is quite loud. It is illegal. This is not... Trump says Israel and Iran agreed to a ceasefire that will start in 6 hours. Okay, well, that makes sense as to why Israel was striking super hard. Congratulations to everyone. It has been fully agreed by between Israel and Iran that there will be a complete and total ceasefire in approximately 6 hours from now, when Israel and Iran have wound down and completed their final missions for 12 hours, at which point the war will be considered ended. Officially, Iran will start the ceasefire, and upon the 12th hour, Israel will start the ceasefire upon the 24th hour. Wait, what? An official end to the 12-day war will be saluted by the world. During each ceasefire, the other side will remain peaceful and respectful. On the assumption that everything works as it should, which it will, I would like to congratulate both countries, Israel and Iran, on having the stamina, courage, and intelligence to end what should be called the 12-day war. This is a war that could have gone on for years and destroyed the entire Middle East, but it didn't and never will. God bless Israel, God bless Iran, God bless the Middle East, God bless the United States of America, God bless the world. Donald J. Trump, President of the United States of America. He said, good game, guys. Well played. He said, GGWP. Fox News is live with JD Vance explaining the ceasefire.
destruction of the Iranian nuclear program that has already happened is not something they try to rebuild.
I want to get to the obliterated part in just a minute, but I just want to read this fully so I get the context here. Congratulations to everyone. It has been fully agreed by and between Israel and Iran that there will be a complete and total ceasefire in approximately 6 hours from now, when Israel and Iran have wound down and completed their in-progress final missions for 12 hours, at which point, the ceasefire for 12 hours, at which point the war will be considered ended. Officially, Iran will start the ceasefire, and upon the 12th hour, Israel will start the ceasefire, and upon the 24th hour, an official end to the 12-day war will be saluted by the world. During each ceasefire, the other side will remain peaceful and respectful on the assumption that everything works as it should, which it will. I would like to congratulate both countries, Israel and Iran, on having the stamina, courage, and intelligence to end what should be called the 12-day war. This is a war that could have gone on for years and destroyed the entire Middle East, but it didn't and never will. God bless Israel, God bless Iran, God bless Iran, God bless the Middle East, God bless the United States of America, and God bless the world. He seems confident that this is all coming together.
That's right.
And when you left the White House, were you thinking this was all gelling here?
When I left the White House, I thought that we might be able to get it across the finish line before this broadcast, and it looks like the president has been able to do that. I mean, look, he's been working the phones constantly. Frankly, before the 12-day war started, but certainly over the past 12 days, the president's been extremely clear about America's national objective here. It is to create a world where Iran cannot build a nuclear weapon. We, of course, destroyed the nuclear program that they had, and the president told the entire team, we're going to work to make sure that they don't try to rebuild that nuclear capability in the future. And it's, look, this is a great thing. For Israel, think about this. They've accomplished an important military objective. They've helped us destroy the Iranian nuclear program. They've also destroyed the conventional missile capability of Iran that threatened the country of Israel. For the Iranians, I think this is a new opportunity to actually pursue the path of peace. As I said yesterday, what the Iranians have showed through their support of terror networks,
I think they kicked the can down the road.
Failed effort to build a nuclear weapon is that they're just not very good.
I do not think Israel, by the way, ironically enough, America didn't have to fucking respond at all to this. They could have just done this without trying to blow up the Iranian nuclear facility. Make no mistake. They could have also stopped Israel from even fighting in Iran at all. They accomplished nothing except for more death for no fucking reason, created panic, and basically Israel ate a bunch of missiles for the first time ever in its fucking 77-year history that was actually consequential. Having said that, however, I do think that Israel's ambitions for destabilizing Iran have not gone away. That is still their ultimate goal. So we shall see how they behave going forward.
And the Israelis and the Iranians have been shooting at each other. I think there's some recognition that that might continue for another few hours. And tomorrow really is a new day. The end of the 12-day war, the end of the Iranian nuclear program, and I really do believe the beginning of something very big for peace in the Middle East.
So you said totally obliterated. The president has said totally obliterated the Iran nuclear program.
Yeah.
Do you know for sure where all the highly enriched uranium is?
Well, Brett, I think that's actually not the question before us. The question before us is, can Iran enrich the uranium to a weapons-grade level, and can they convert that fuel to a nuclear weapon? And we know, based on the success of our mission, of course, the leadership of the president, but the incredible skill of our military, that the two mission objectives are completely successful. We know that they cannot build a nuclear weapon. Now, you asked about the highly enriched uranium.
Yeah, like 900 pounds of it.
But what we know, Brett, is that uranium is something that exists in very large supply. Our goal was to bury the uranium, and I do think the uranium is buried, but our goal was to eliminate the enrichment and eliminate their ability to convert that enriched fuel into a nuclear weapon. I think this is an important point, Brett, because so many of the folks who have focused on the highly enriched uranium,
60%.
The main focus, Brett, has been to destroy their enrichment capacity, because we don't want that 60% uranium to become 90% uranium. That's the real concern, and that's what was so successful about our mission.
So after all this, if the Iranian government survives as is, what's to stop it from rebuilding over time if they, in fact, moved the 60% highly enriched uranium? You know, that's the concern.
No, the big concern, Brett, and this is again what we destroyed, is their ability to enrich uranium. If they have 60% enriched uranium, but they don't have the ability to enrich it to 90%, and further, they don't have the ability to convert that to a nuclear weapon, that is mission success. That is the obliteration of their nuclear program, which is why the president, I think, rightly is using that term. But here's the question. If Iran is desperate to build a nuclear weapon in the future, then they're going to have to deal with a very, very powerful American military again. Our hope is that the lesson that the Iranians have learned here is, look, we can fly a bunker buster bomb from Missouri to Iran completely undetected without landing once on the ground, and we can destroy whatever nuclear capacity
Everyone
you build
knows
up.
this.
I think
What do
that
you
lesson
mean?
is what's going to teach them not to rebuild their nuclear capacity.
Yesterday, were you speaking on the president's behalf when you said he was not interested in regime change?
Well, Brett, what I've said is the American military, that is not our mission as regime.
They did this in 2002. They did this in Afghanistan. It was like, what? When was it? The longest running bombing mission was conducted by the same fucking plane 20 years ago.
Again, why wouldn't there be a regime change? Miga.
Well, I think what the president is saying very clearly, Brett, is if the Iranian people want to do something about their own leadership, that's up to the Iranian people. What the American national security
Of course,
interest here
Iran
is very
agreed to a
simple.
ceasefire. They can carry on their nuke program in peace now. Dude, if they don't fucking make nukes, they're so dumb. And I do suspect that they don't, so we'll see. But I could totally see. I could totally see them not doing nukes.
Artificial intelligence, hardware, they want to sort of come into the new economy, and that was impossible when you had Iran that was, as the president said, acting like a bully across the Middle East. We really think that if the Iranians are smart about the path forward,
Iran was
this could be
acting
a new
like a bully.
dawn of an economic age of prosperity. Of course, for our Gulf Arab allies, for us, for the Israelis, for everybody, but it's going to require the Iranians play it smart from here.
The president called it very weak, the Iran missile firing on the U.S. base in Qatar, Al Udeid. Was it a face-saving move? How do you get from that, firing missiles at a U.S. base, to a ceasefire, as he details in this Truth Social?
Well, as the president said, they actually gave us some warning here. And we think they gave us some warning because they didn't want to kill Americans and they didn't want to escalate. There's definitely some symbolism to this, Brett. If you look at the Iranian attack, it was 14 missiles that they telegraphed ahead of time. We dropped 14 bunker buster bombs. As the president told me earlier, our missiles, our bombs were a little bit bigger than their bombs. Our bombs actually accomplished the...
I can't believe it. He did it again. Donald Trump did it again. He fucking broke something for no reason and then let chaos unfold for an extended period of time, only to turn around and be like, look at how big of a savior I am. Does this man ever do anything that is not within the Trump playbook, where he just goes in, breaks something, and then it says he's going to continue breaking it, and then stops the further breaking process? Half of the shit's broken already, and goes, look how fucking amazing I am. I just stopped. I could have broken way more. This is insane. He did it. He did the exact same thing on everything, from tariffs to any number of different things that he says he's going to do. It's always a spectacular failure, and the people are basically begging him not to do it from the start, only to turn around and be like, well, deportations. That's another one. People are like, dude, if you do these deportations, like, you're gonna fucking disrupt key sectors of business. Like, there is a lot of migrant workers in a lot of these places. Like, this is a tremendous instability. He's like, nope, we're doing it. And then he goes, actually, you know what? No more are we doing deportation for the good immigrants. They're working in the farms. Then why did you do it to begin with? It's everything from the wall to immigration to war.
Regime, because it's evil and horrible and has done.
Firing government employees only to rehire them instantly. It's only been 5 months, man. It's only been 5 fucking months since this asshole came into power. And he's basically done this. He's done this like 100 different times. It's so
classified documents. They trust the president to do a good job. But importantly, Brett, I think he's threaded the needle quite well here. We had a very particular objective. It was profound and difficult to accomplish.
Do you think
the elimination of the Iranian nuclear program. And I think the president successfully did that. You're asking, were the Iranians close to a nuclear weapon? Brett, they were very close to a nuclear weapon. And what I encourage my fellow Americans to think about here is that a week ago, the Iranians were quite close to achieving a nuclear weapon. Now they cannot build a nuclear weapon. That is the biggest testament to the president's leadership and to the success of our mission. In 1 week, without, thank God so far, not losing a single American casualty, we have taken what was a threatening nuclear program that could have destabilized the entire world.
I'm thinking about it. Has there been a single real problem that this man has solved?
And also some very, very competent work from our troops.
Has there been a single real problem?
You're going to do an interview, and you get a true social seconds.
Republicans just invent shit hysterically and then take initiative to quote-unquote fix the problem that doesn't even exist, that they hallucinated, and in the process of quote-unquote fixing this problem that didn't even exist, they create a fuck ton more chaos and a fuck ton more problems, only to then have the population begging to stop, and then they do actually end up stopping, and then they're like, come on, we're the savior, we are your salvation, we did it.
Do an interview, so I'm going to stop doing anything. He says, you know, we're going to do the American people's business. The vice president knows what I'm trying to accomplish, and if I get it done, great, because we're going to talk about it and celebrate it, because it is a thing to celebrate. I can't emphasize this enough, Brett.
COVID-19 vaccines were created on Trump's watch. Yeah, that's it. That's a signature accomplishment. That and the stimmy checks. Amazing.
Here's some other headlines tonight. Falling oil prices sent stocks up. The Dow surged 375. The S&P 500 finished ahead 57. The Nasdaq jumped 184. First major heat wave of the summer is hitting much of the nation. Temperatures soaring 10 to 20 degrees above average for more than 200 million Americans. Highs in the 90s, even creeping into the low 100s. The prosecution in the Sean Diddy Combs sex trafficking trial expected to conclude its case tomorrow. Today, the jury viewed additional video recordings of the sex marathons that have played a prominent role in the case. Prosecutors have cited the drug-fueled multi-day events as evidence of sex trafficking and racketeering conspiracy charges. The U.S. Supreme Court.
I need everyone to understand something. If this ceasefire holds, and I need you to understand this. This did not have to happen at all. I cannot think of a dumber fucking way that this could have gone. Like, no, Tehran is being hit right now because Israel oftentimes does one major barrage before they have to implement. Israel always goes all out on the last day of the ceasefire. They do that with Lebanon. They did that on the numerous short-term ceasefires in Gaza. I don't know if there's Iranian confirmation on the ceasefires yet, so I don't even know what that fucking means. But Israel usually will go all out in their last barrage of missiles
that took part in Saturday's U.S. strikes on Iran. Congressman, really appreciate your time. Just to start with the breaking news, what is your understanding of what the president just announced? Has the House conference been briefed on this ceasefire?
Well, no, we haven't. I just arrived back from our district and Whiteman Air Force Base, and we'll get to that in just a little bit. But look, Phil, this is what success.
CNN said Iran did not accept it. We don't know yet. Dude, first of all, I told you, Iran is the fucking chillest. Ironically enough, Iran is restrained to a fault. So it would not shock me at all if they said yes to this ceasefire. I told you this before. I told you this before. Iran is a glutton for fucking punishment, dude. Are you kidding me? They love it. They love getting fucking whipped around and then going, oh yeah, we don't want any more, please. Iran has not received a ceasefire proposal. Trump announces a ceasefire between Israel and Iran. Oh my God. I wonder if he just told Israel this and then tweeted it out with the hopes that Iran will say yes, because he knows Iran will most likely say yes. Why is Iran being so chill? Because they are a fucking... That's a weird way to say that. No, it's not a weird way to say that. They literally will get dominated over and over again by Israel and America, as they have so far. With the hopes that, like, America will stop punishing them super hard. God, we are living in the dumbest fucking... This is the dumbest order of events, only to be even dumber tomorrow. That is a fucking guarantee. But yeah, Iran said yes. Update. Iranian sources confirmed that the ceasefire with Israel has been agreed. According to one source, the truce will go into effect at 3:30 a.m. Jerusalem time. Is this not a big Iran W? They held out against nonstop strikes and did a significant amount of damage to Israel. I think it's not as bad for Iran as what could have happened. So yes, it is definitely a I think they're decently positioned on this. People that say no are not factoring in Israel's ambition here. I don't think this is over. I don't think this is over at all. And if it's actually over, it's only because Iran actually depleted the fucking Israeli air defenses. Which would be a pretty solid W. Chatters are saying, this doesn't seem like it's real. It seems so sloppy. Yeah, that's the Trump administration. What do you mean? It's the motherfucking Trump administration, dude. What is your expectation from these guys? This is how they operate. This is who they are.
It was an incredibly impressive operation. We'll see if it leads to what the president and you hope for in the days and weeks ahead. Congressman Mark Alford, really appreciate your time, sir.
Thank you, Phil. Take care.
And up next, we'll continue to follow the breaking news. President Trump just announced a ceasefire between Iran and Israel. Says it will begin in the next 6 hours. I'll get reaction from a former Army Lieutenant General who has extensive...
Live Aid, when rock and roll took on the world. Premieres July 13th on CNN.
It can be...
Big for peace in the Middle East.
Vice President, moments ago, talking about this breaking news, the response from Iran to the weekend attacks and President Trump's announcement of a ceasefire and how that all goes. We're going to talk about that in the future. Joining us, two experts on Iran. Kareem Sajipour is of the Carnegie Endowment for International Peace, and Norm Rule, a former CIA and Office of the Director of National Intelligence Manager for Iran. Norm, let me start with you.
Both are assets.
Ceasefire and the Truth Social, and I asked the Vice President about it. There's a healthy dose of skepticism because the Iranians don't have a great track record of meeting whatever they talk about, either publicly or privately. Is that fair?
That's more than fair.
I'm going to keep it $150. This is not as much as an Iranian victory as it is kind of a fucking major L for Israel. This is not as much of an Iranian victory, but it is a fucking ginormous L for Israel. Israel came in, wanted to actually fuck up any kind of like standing that Iran might have, pushed America into it, got their shit pushed in the process, at least their air defenses, and now can't even, unless things change, and chatters, things might change. Things might change. Remember, Israel's a very dangerous, very unstable government, but this was a spectacular L for Israel. Because their goal, and this is not a secret, their goal is Iran becoming a failed state. Their goal is to basically fucking erode the Iranian state capabilities and to have them never be able to send missiles that penetrate the Israeli defenses ever again. And all they got in the process was like America forcibly coming into the equation. No actual military priorities were accomplished in this process, and they didn't even get to do the full prize, which is regime destabilization, like complete dismantling of the regime, and turning Iran into a fucking fail state. It's crazy. Several airstrikes within the last minutes at northeastern Tehran. Is a major L for Iran, man. Iran basically declared they have zero deterrence and Israel can go again. Why wouldn't they go for assassinations on Iranian leaders next? As long as there are no troops deployed, the American public will eat it up. No, that's why I said I don't think it's a W for Iran, but it is a major L for Israel. Iran being fooled a third time? Oh no, for sure. They got nothing, and Israelis felt actual weapons on home soil. Benny's finished as it stands? I don't think so. I don't think he is. I don't think Benjamin Netanyahu is finished after this. No real announcement from Khamenei, by the way. Why would Iran agree with the ceasefire while Israel's still bombing? Every country in the region knows that when Israel is at the precipice of a ceasefire, they bomb extra hard.
I've already placed the request with the University Placement Bureau, and man or woman, whoever qualifies.
Weird. Axios says Israel and Iran have agreed to a ceasefire that will begin in 6 hours. This makes no sense. No Iranian sources said anything. I'm not even kidding when I said. I'm not even kidding. Like, I can fucking see. I don't know what Unwatched Media's. This is breaking news that will be continuously updated. Iran and Israel have agreed to a ceasefire.
All the while consoling myself that I was. So you're really going to work for Owen Walker?
Well, I was offered the job as personnel manager.
I've heard a lot of weird stories about Owen Walker.
You hear weird stories about.
Morandi said it's fake.
Last night his talk was actually inspiring.
No ceasefire, fake news. Zionists are in trouble.
Isn't that a little too long for anyone with my ambition?
I don't know. I think Iran will eat the fucking ceasefire at any off ramp that Iran will get, they'll take. I think as much as I respect Syed Mohammed Morandi, I think I could see America being like, oh, it's a ceasefire, we did it, without telling Iran, knowing full well that Iran will most likely take on the ceasefire or something. I'm actually surprised this is successful deterrence. I mean, 12 hours for Israel to begin ceasefire, but 6 hours for Iran. This seems very strange to give Israel 6 hours of unrestrained and unopposed attacks on Iran. Yes. It could be another trick from the Trump administration. Don't know why the Iranian government would agree to such a fucking idiotic proposal. Trump's claim for a ceasefire agreement between the Zionist regime and Iran. Donald Trump claimed a ceasefire agreement to end the war between the Zionist regime and Iran. Meanwhile, CNN reported citing a senior Iranian official that Tehran had not received any ceasefire proposals. A senior Iranian official told CNN that Iran will continue to fight until a lasting peace is achieved. and considers Israeli and American statements to be a deception to justify attacks on Iranian interests. The official said at this very moment the enemy is attacking Iran, and Iran is on the verge of escalating its retaliatory attacks and is not listening to the lies of its enemies. The funny thing about misdirection as a war tactic is that you can only credibly use it once before it's nullified. Trump did that with the initial Israel attacks on Iran, but now they've painted themselves as untrustworthy in perpetuity over it. No, but it doesn't matter when you're the most powerful fucking state. When you're the most powerful state, it doesn't matter. People are desperate to believe you. You know what I mean? Let's see what Al Jazeera is saying.
I don't want to be too hopeful is that we see the continuation of Israeli strikes, whether or not this social media post is going to be translated into real, let's say, peace or real suspension of the strikings between the two sides remains to be really seen. We have to keep in mind that there are several points in this regard. First, we have to wait to see whether Iran is going to accept that proposal. Second, we are not sure if Israelis are going to accept that proposal because of the very fact that we see the continuation. Also, by nature, this is not a fair proposal. You just give some time for one of these sides to continue their strikes, ask the other to keep silent, and go on with just being silent and then receiving more and more attacks targeting your territories. That doesn't seem fair, and of course this is going to be something that should be taken into consideration when it comes to Iran's calculations. And at the time being, Iran is trying to use the most possible amount of strategic precision when it comes to the next steps down the road. And also there is one important point that also, Cyril, we have to keep in mind. The Iranians are saying that they're going to continue to strike back as long as the Israeli strikes continue. The reality on the ground is far from that point that we can see a ceasefire at the time being, since they are continuing. And also it was the Iranian Supreme Leader Ayatollah Ali Khamenei a couple of days ago coming out to say that Iran is not going to accept any imposed peace. If this recent statement by US President is going to be considered as an imposed peace, obviously based upon the previous statements, we can say that Iran may not accept it. But still, we don't have any official statement. We don't have any official...
What if this is a way to be like, oh, Iran, like just lie and say Iran told us that we accepted a ceasefire only to continue bombing Israel, so we have to actually be the fucking peacekeepers in the region and attack Iran, maybe. I don't know. I don't know anymore. This is not a normal state. America, I'm saying this with 100% sincerity. I know this is probably shocking for some people to hear, because your expectation is that like the United States of America is supposed to be this like honest actor here, but I can't trust America's statements. I definitely can't trust Israel, and I 100% in this process at least trust the Iranian side and their assessment of the situation, or what they are saying, a lot more than I do America. They're not the ones who are like, oh, let's do a negotiation and then fucking attack. I mean, we're doing a war, but it wasn't a war before Israel made it a war. What do you mean? You can't say we're doing a war.
Donald Trump says
it literally wasn't a war before Israel decided it is supposed to be a war. Breaking: CNN citing an Iranian official, Tehran has not received any proposal for a ceasefire. The statements of Israel and the United States are a trick to justify attacks on Iranian interests, and at this moment the enemy is attacking Iran. I will say, Israel does actually increase the intensity of the strikes right before, and they have increased the intensity of the strikes today. So right before a ceasefire happens, Israel notoriously will blow up way more than they normally do. Yet another reason why you should not fucking trust them ever.
I was secretary to Charles Harris, who's dealing with the Harris bookstores all over the country.
And how is Mr. Waterbury's latest novel doing?
Second only to the Bible.
Oh, he won't like that.
I don't know anymore.
Please, Ronnie, I'm not interested whether
I don't fucking know anymore. I don't know. An incredibly stupid spectacle. Iran's semi-official mayor's new agency casting doubt on Trump, alleging of a ceasefire between Iran and Israel, preceding the publishing of the text of his announcement with the headline, "Liar Trump's imaginary plan to establish a ceasefire." Iran says, Iran issues evacuation warning for Tel Aviv residents. Okay. That means that they're still striking Israel. Iran has issued an evacuation warning for the residents of Israel's Ramat Gan district near Tel Aviv. The move comes shortly after an Israeli military spokesman issued a similar warning to the residents of an area in Iranian capital Tehran, saying the army would be launching an attack. Bro, what the fuck is happening? I don't know anymore. I don't. What? I'm sorry. This is the fucking stupidest. What?
There you are. I'll have to owe you mine till next week. Going away the other day? Well, I haven't looked them over yet, but I'll give you a call.
Scroll down. Keep reading. Why are you saying scroll down? Why? Why? There's nothing else. It's like older shit. There are no W's for Iran as long as the U.S. is allowed to do shock and awe. Air superiority warfare. U.S. will have favorable trades when it comes to exchanging bombs. It will only escalate. They normalize killing Iranian generals and calling it a special operation as if it's not escalating a war. Why wouldn't U.S./Israel push it further in a month? They will. I think they will. That's why I'm saying it's not a W for Iran at all. People who say this is a major W for Iran are coping. Iran is weak. Like in 2020, when Donald Trump executed Qasem Soleimani, Iran was still weak. And it didn't show any fucking significant retaliatory measures to make any of the surrounding nations that played a role in this actually suffer repercussions for doing such a severe escalation of violence, for withstanding such a severe escalation of violence from America. Israel flew into Iran amidst negotiations and assassinated multiple IRGC commanders, basically fucking brought fresh faces into the IRGC. Iran's foreign minister Abbas Araghchi said Tehran's attack on Al Udeid Air Base in Qatar came in response to the U.S. aggression. He said Iran will be ready to respond again in case of further action by the U.S., according to a statement posted by the Foreign Ministry's account on Telegram, that this is meaningless. Okay, yeah, they'll do another symbolic fucking
Trump's
retaliation.
word with a grain of salt when he's like, total victory. We don't know if it's total victory yet.
Yeah, and to be clear, I don't want to speak for you guys, but like the reason why I'm saying I'm still trying to think through how to think about like there's just a lot of detail, plus decades of failed negotiations or pulling out or stringing along of these particular players and actors in this particular region.
Here's my insane conspiracy hour. Are you ready for this? Wee woo, insane conspiracy alert. Let's say Mossad has actually deeply penetrated the IRGC and they assassinated the top level leadership, the highest level of loyalty, and actually all these other fucking people that are in the IRGC that are now taking their places are all also pro-Israel people, and then they facilitate a military coup. Obviously this is unlikely, but I'm saying maybe that's what they're gonna do. Who knows? That's why they killed all the high-level IRGC people.
Hours, I think, after she posted on
that's my conspiracy.
X, it feels like a complete bait and switch.
I don't believe this, by the way.
The neocons, warmongers,
I don't know. I'm just shooting the shit. Everything is so fucking insane. So. Brother, look at what Mossad did with Eli Cohen in Syria. I wouldn't be surprised. It just feels like after Iran stops Israel will assassinate Ayatollah. I just feel like could that happen? I mean, they would have. I feel like they would have assassinated Ayatollah right now. Like this was their opportunity. I genuinely believe that when Israel started this, they thought they could bring America fully, and I think they thought they could withstand. I think they thought they could withstand Iranian counters better than they actually did. So they failed on that front, which actually limited the amount of time that they had to conduct military campaigns. They successfully brought the United States into the conversation, but not beyond the initial point of escalation, especially because Iran did not eat the bait and then severely escalate and punish America or even close the Strait of Hormuz. So now there's this supposedly quote-unquote fake ceasefire. Israel did take an L on two fronts. It took an L because it wanted to do the final final solution to Iran, destabilize the Iranian government, destroy it as a state, and it failed to do so. It failed to bring America in to be able to do this final ambition. How is it fake? Well, the Iranian side fucking says that it's not real. Israel is bombing Tehran. Iran is saying that they're going to bomb Tel Aviv any moment now. Doesn't seem like a very good ceasefire proposal. I still think it's probably real, but I don't know. I think you're wrong. Israel predicted they would lose about 4,000 to 5,000 people in a war with Iran, and they only lost about 6. Are you fucking insane? You think the Israeli government was willing to kill 5,000 Jews in Israel so they could bomb fucking Iranian military positions? Do you know how much of a destabilizing force that would be for Israeli society? Israel would be over. They might as well end the government right then and there. Yeah, what they say and what they actually believe is crazy. Brother, who would you ever be able to prove to? Who would you ever be able to prove to that like Tel Aviv is the safest place on the planet for Jews ever again? If Israel's actions amounted to 5,000 Jews dying in the process, because they literally decided that they wanted to go to war with Iran, and then Iran just pummeled their fucking pummeled the residential buildings and pummeled the fucking neighborhoods and even the bunkers and shit like that. It would be over. That the Israeli project is done. America would also join the. I think America would probably join the fight the moment that like more than 25 elderly Jewish people died. They also failed at keeping the war going on for longer, so attention come back to Gaza to some extent. If this report is true, 50 civilians seeking aid were massacred earlier today, as in many other days, but it got negligible media coverage. Usually this would be on the front page of Haaretz, but everything is full of Iran now, and I'm sure this is true to an extent internationally. It absolutely is. No one is even remotely talking about Gaza. I have here, but I have yet to see any fucking serious coverage being talked about in Gaza. The one senator, much props is given here, is Chris Van Hollen. Chris Van Hollen tweeted yesterday, released a statement saying 400 plus Palestinians were slaughtered on their way to receive aid, to get aid, while since the beginning of Israel strikes on Iran. Very little attention has been given to Israel's conduct in Gaza. What is this? No, this is the same article that we saw. This is the only article that we've seen that confirms. Yeah, did Iran actually agree to silently absorb Israeli fire for 12 hours straight? What a strange agreement. I don't think it's fucking real. Kyle calls it a fake ceasefire. Okay, well, Kyle Kulinski is even less of a direct party. I would rather listen to Yashar than Kyle Kulinski on this. I'm not even kidding when I say this. Like, I love Kyle, but what the fuck does he know about what's going on internally in Iran? At least Yashar has like relatives and shit and can sometimes break news Iran related. Taking shots at Kyle because he cooked his dumbass uncle? No. No, I love Kyle. And the only reason why I couldn't watch Kyle destroy Uncle Chunk Weigert is because I couldn't stand to watch him get eviscerated. Kyle's just speculating like you, bro. Relax. Yo, that's what I'm saying. Guys, you're misunderstanding what I'm saying. I love Kyle. And I respect Kyle's analysis. But what the fuck does he know? He knows just as little as I do about whether or not this ceasefire is real. I'm looking for a fucking primary source here, okay? I'm looking for, like, even the Iranian news agencies are not a primary source in this situation. I need the foreign minister to say something, or I need the fucking Ayatollah's account to tweet something. Like, like this right here. Trump announced that Iran will start the ceasefire first upon the 12th hour, and Israel will start the ceasefire, and upon the 24th hour there will be an official end of the war. This is primarily what is making me very skeptical of this news. Who has ever heard of a ceasefire agreement where one side agrees to stop firing, but the other side is explicitly allowed to keep attacking for another 6 hours? And as well, what does it mean that there's an official end to the war 12 hours after the ceasefire? There was no official war declaration. This is an invention of Trump's brain where countries officially declare war on each other. Like, none of this makes sense. What is going on? God damn it, this government is so fucking stupid. I'm sorry. We have shred every single, like, I don't want to, at the risk of sounding like a liberal, I do want to say there are some rules and some norms that are important to abide by so that we can make sense of events that are unfolding, so that we can have a sense of stability. Okay? This is one of those things where, like, the president shouldn't be irresponsibly tweeting out the end to a fucking a 12-day conflict without every party agreeing to it. Like, this should be an official communique. And it makes it really hard to read Trump's Truth Social post, not even Twitter posts, but his Truth Social post as official communiques of the government. Like, he's the last person. Al-Arabiya says, an Iranian official confirms an agreement has been reached to stop the war between Iran and Israel. Like, what is, this is the only account. I mean, this seems more official, but, like, does it mean that it's the 12-hour, 6-hour deal? You giving Trump props or still hating? Why would I give him props for anything? Are you fucking stupid? What is their prop? If Trump's quote-unquote ceasefire is real, okay, what was accomplished? What the fuck was accomplished here? They were in the midst of a negotiation. Israel struck amidst the negotiation and then got fucking a bunch of city blocks reduced to rubble in retaliation in Israel as well. 12 days of complete halt to any economic activity for Tel Aviv and for Israel in general. They had their fucking their energy grid attacked. Iran didn't have nukes anyway. We don't even know if they like actually successfully hit Fordow, which is deep underground, but it doesn't even matter because the enriched uranium wasn't in Fordow. Iran had revealed that far before America came in and struck Fordow. So what happened?
I came here to do nothing, and now I'm working. Look, if you get paid for idle...
Donate the denims, everyone. Okay.
There goes another one.
Also, of course, note with the Nobel Peace Prize talk, starting a war right now was a choice by Netanyahu that Trump enabled. He then set a risky new precedent of direct U.S. attacks on Iran, which will be called upon in the future, and dramatically hardened sentiments in Tehran. We're about to see an avalanche of this spin. Note that U.S. and Iranian officials and experts are clear. Iran's nuclear program faced limited damage, which means the root of the current crisis is yet to be tackled. Doing so peacefully was always hard. This war likely made it harder.
What do you think he's doing right now? Incubating. Exactly. And whenever he goes through a move like this, a great book comes out of it.
I don't understand this at all, man.
Why, honey, you're jealous.
Iranian state-affiliated media, yeah, that's Mer News, which is... What is happening? And now the Israel Defense Forces have released 2 more evacuation orders for both Mehran and District 6 in northern Tehran. And Iran said they're going to retaliate and hit Tel Aviv. You're the news guy? Brother, I'm the news guy, but the news is insane. For the record, this does not mean that there is no ceasefire, for the record. I just need you to understand. Breaking, New York Times, Israeli military spokesman declines to comment on Trump's ceasefire statement. What?
I want you to be here tomorrow morning at 9 o'clock. I finally got the idea. Thank you. You know what? I like that idea. Yeah? I don't think there's a horse in
We trust Iran media now? Wait, what? Yes. Yes. There are different, like FARS, I think is like what the highest level. Like the Iranian state media is the most reliable as far as like official communiques, which resembles official communiques. Mer is semi reliable. It's a state affiliated outlet. Okay. And the highest degree of reliability is directly coming from the Ayatollah account or another official like the foreign minister or something like that. This does make me think that there may be something happening, but that Trump jumped the gun or they're refusing to comment because they have no idea what's going on. Iran's New York mission declined to comment to France 24 when asked if they have received the ceasefire proposal from the U.S., whether or not Tehran has accepted it. This was all just war propaganda for Israel. J.D. Vance is already calling it a 12-day war now, and they're going to say this was the war that Israel obliterated Iran's nukes. It was never about nukes. That doesn't mean anything. What the American government says about how fucking successful this was means nothing. It's fucking lower than dirt. Nobody trusts America. They can try and pump this to the dumbest fucking morons, but there's already enough partisan enmity inside of the United States of America, especially because Trump mishandles shit like this all the fucking time, that this means that the dumbest NPCs that you know will go, dude, Trump did a 12-day nuclear agreement with fucking Israel. He's your president. He's the GOAT. That's it. No one other than the dumbest people in America will respond to this positively, unless it's a real ceasefire, in which case there might be some people that will eat that propaganda. But I don't know. I don't know what is going on. According to Reuters, Qatar's Prime Minister and Foreign Minister Mohammed bin Al Thani secured Iran's agreement to a U.S. ceasefire proposal during a phone call recently with Tehran. I mean, that's Osen defender. I don't know. Trump may be claiming a ceasefire, but he supported an Israeli assault on Iran in the middle of diplomacy. If this truce is real, will Israel now halt its assassinations and sabotage? None of his strategic goals were achieved. The ceasefire would now mark Israeli failure. I don't know what is going on. I don't know what's happening. I'm telling you, I don't know what's happening. There is no way to know what's happening because this is the most... Trump is so insane that it is impossible to know what is happening. Okay? But if you think Israel striking Iran means that a ceasefire is not happening, that's not the case. Israel always strikes way harder before, if anything, it's further proof that a ceasefire might be happening, because Israel strikes way harder when a ceasefire is imminent. I don't know the details of the ceasefire, however, because the idea that like there's going to be a 6-hour period where Israel can strike without ever getting struck back is insane to me. I don't know why Iran would ever agree to such a decision. But yeah, Israel always does this. They did it in Lebanon. This is their modus operandi. This is the way they operate. Check Al Jazeera, it's breaking news.
The equation for Israel, but I agree with a lot of observers and analysts that believe that Israel's intentions were much greater than simply knocking out Iran's nuclear program. It was about...
If this ceasefire holds, if this is like a real ceasefire, it's a major fucking L to Israel, but it's also still a significant L to Iran, and I don't think Israel will stop in its ambitions of destabilizing Iran. But they didn't achieve it in this 12-day war. That was their goal. That's the reason why they started it. It had nothing to do with the fucking nukes or anything like that.
Hegemony in the region, and it sees the last kind of remaining obstacle to that as, you know, Iran and its axis of resistance in the region. So I think it was dead set on changing that equation inside of Iran. It obviously hasn't accomplished that. Will it be satisfied with a serious degradation of Iran's nuclear program? Maybe that's enough. Maybe Netanyahu has changed his fortunes within the Israeli political calculus as a result of this, as a result of getting the Americans on board to strike Iran's nuclear facilities. Maybe that's enough of a win where all sides feel a sense of accomplishment.
This is Al Jazeera, live from Doha. I'm Mohammed Jamjoum with extended coverage of the latest escalation in the Middle East. In the last hour, President Donald Trump has announced what he says is a ceasefire agreement between Israel and Iran. He's congratulated both countries for agreeing to a complete and total end to hostilities. He says the ceasefire will take effect in stages over 24 hours. Neither Israel nor Iran have confirmed that they've agreed to such a ceasefire. This is what President Trump wrote. Congratulations, everyone. It has been fully agreed by and between Israel and Iran that there will be a complete and total ceasefire in approximately 6 hours from now, when Israel and Iran have wound down and completed their in-progress final missions. For 12 hours, at which point the war will be considered ended.
What does that mean?
Ceasefire, and upon the 12th hour, Israel will start the ceasefire.
What does that mean?
And upon the 24th hour,
what does any of this mean, dude? Like, does this imply that Trump is also... Does this mean that Trump is also giving credence to the Iranian operations on Israel? Like, he's like, yeah, Iran has got to conduct some operations in Israel as well. Like, what does that mean?
To end what should be called the 12-day war. This is a war that could have gone on for years and destroyed the entire Middle East, but it didn't. We'll be unpacking the latest developments shortly with our correspondents in Amman, Tehran, and Washington, D.C. Let's go live now to Heidi Jo Castro. She joins us from Washington, D.C. So, Heidi, the speed with which all this is developing is pretty remarkable. You know, in the past couple of days, you've had Donald Trump first suggesting that regime change might be possible in Iran. Now, in this post, he's saying, God bless Iran. All of this happening so quickly. What else have you been hearing?
That's right, and we're getting a little more reporting from the news agency Reuters.
which says that Trump and his Vice President J.D. Vance had discussed the ceasefire with the Emir of Qatar shortly after Iran had launched those airstrikes against the U.S. airbase there, and that they were informing the Qataris that Israel at that point had agreed to the ceasefire and were asking the Qataris for help to then persuade Iran to also agree. Reuters also reporting that Qatar's prime minister was the one that secured Iran's agreement to the U.S. ceasefire proposal in a call with Iran. Those are the latest lines as far as how this ceasefire announced by the U.S. president developed. We also heard more from his vice president speaking on Fox News shortly after Trump announced the ceasefire on social media. J.D. Vance, a vice president, saying that he had seen Trump on the phone at the White House leading up to the moment that he departed the White House, that the two had been working on the terms of this deal, that it had shifted a bit in the last 2 hours, and then giving the U.S. president credit, saying for taking the deal across the finish line, and then saying that this 12-day war, as Trump now wants to coin it, is an important reset moment for the entire region. So again, of course, as we have been cautioning, we're still waiting for confirmation from Iran, from Israel, about the terms of this deal. But as announced by Trump, and if it takes effect, as he says, it indeed would be a diplomatic coup, dramatic turnaround, as you said, in just the last few days, going from Trump saying that he was open to regime change in Iran to now saying God bless Iran. And then after this airstrike from Iran against the Air Force Base, the U.S. Air Base in Doha, all of this happening in just the last few hours, and certainly giving Trump that much sought after ceasefire as the deal maker.
Okay, Reuters Iran correspondent has confirmed it. Senior Iranian official confirms to Reuters Tehran agreeing to Qatar-mediated U.S. proposed ceasefire with Israel. So the outline is being formed here. It's like, I think Trump just got off the phone and instantly fucking locked it. Like, I think he just got off the phone and just started tweeting. Okay? I'm trying to make sense of what took place just now in this like last hour. Okay? And I think he just basically just threw it out there, okay? And in the process of tweeting like a fucking child, he might have just like written the wrong thing as far as like the boundaries of the ceasefire, which is why everyone was confused, because like I think that the ceasefire is probably not giving a 6-hour window to Israel to continue striking Iran without any retaliation. That feels very weird. That doesn't make any sense. Like, that's not how any of this works, right? So I don't know if that happened. Also, Israeli strikes hits Tehran despite Trump's ceasefire announcement. It's been over 40 minutes since Donald Trump announced that a ceasefire had been reached between Iran and Israel to begin in 6 hours. The Israeli military, since the announcement, issued evacuation warnings to Tehran's District 6 and 7, as well as the Mehran area, citing imminent strikes on regime infrastructure. Shortly afterward, Israeli warplanes launched multiple airstrikes across the Iranian capital, Tehran. Iran's state-affiliated Mer News reported explosions in several neighborhoods in northern and eastern Tehran, along with additional blasts in unnamed cities. In response, Iran has issued an evacuation warning for Israel's Ramat Gan district near Tel Aviv. Also reported by Mer, Iran has reportedly downed another Israeli Hermes drone down in Tehran. I'm not gonna lie, this is probably one of the most insane things that I've ever had the displeasure of reporting on in real time. This is truly unique. As I said in the initial possible ceasefire implementation, it is not unique for Israel to strike and strike super hard right at the precipice of a ceasefire. As a matter of fact, this further confirms that the ceasefire is real. What doesn't make sense about the ceasefire boundaries that Trump just tweeted out unceremoniously, but very normal for Trump, is that Iran would agree to a ceasefire for in the next 6 hours, whereas Israel gets to keep bombing for an additional 6 hours. That doesn't make sense. Behind the scenes, the ceasefire was agreed upon through Qatari and American mediation between Israel and Iran. Sources familiar with the matter said after the attack on the American base, Iran conveyed a message to the White House via Qatar that it would not carry out further attacks and that its response was over, according to a source familiar with the details. The White House responded to Iran with its own message emphasizing that it would not respond militarily to the Iranian attack and that the United States was ready to resume negotiations on the nuclear agreement. Talks then continued between the U.S. and Israel and between Qatar and Iran to agree to terms of the ceasefire and the time at which it would begin.
He had looked around a corner, and there she was. What's the matter?
Netanyahu has ordered ministers to not comment on the recent developments until further notice. Source Israeli Channel 12. Okay, so considering, okay, here, let's operate on the notion that this ceasefire is real, okay? Let's also further operate on the notion that the ceasefire does not have a 6-hour additional window of striking for Israel, because it's a normal ceasefire as opposed to whatever the fuck Trump tweeted out, okay? Let's say this ceasefire was implemented and it's a real ceasefire. It makes sense that Iran would say yes to it. As I told you time and time again, Iran, given how restrained its retaliation has been against Israel and certainly against the United States of America, just purely symbolic to say, like, we're still here and we have the capabilities of striking your bases. It was an off-ramp for America and it was an off-ramp for Iran, and America took that off-ramp, so it makes sense. This, however, is horrible for Israel. The reason why this is horrible for Israel is because when Israel initially implemented this operation, I don't know, Gay Lion or whatever the fuck they called it, I forget, lion in the night sky like shooting stars, I could really use a wish right now. When they started the Operation Prosperity Lion, okay, when they did that, when they said Israel is lion, not India, okay, Operation Israel is the real lion, not India. Stop saying India is lion too, sir. When they started that, their goal wasn't to just, like, I don't know, take out the fucking nuclear facilities or some shit. Their goal was, and the reason why they started with a decapitation strike was to finally hit the big one, hit the big target, destabilize Iran, regime change in Iran. Now, their calculations might have changed in the process over the course of the past 12 days because they were not able to keep up defenses they were not maybe able to keep up their defenses, and they didn't have the capacity to continue going, and they weren't able to bring in America in a more significant way, okay, and therefore they had to stand down. But ultimately this would be a big L for Israel's goals, because Israel did not just want to, I don't know, disrupt the nuclear negotiations. They wanted to disrupt the nuclear negotiations with an additional goal. And the goal is, it's okay to accept that you were wrong. Trump W, it's Jover, wrong. Copium, it's okay to accept that you were wrong. Wrong on what? So Israel just wanted to what? Strike Iran? That's what it is, for like a couple days to get their nuts off? Like, what do you mean? Israel from its announcements from the start signaled that this was the final battle, the crown jewel. Okay, chair and rope, Hasan. Why don't you just tell me to kill myself? Why do you have to go through this like pussy ass route? I mean, it's not gonna happen, but what do you mean chair and rope? Thoughts on 9/11? Trump 2020, baby. Some items have more value on traders, but items like a GPU will go for more on flea market. This motherfucker's been following me since 2019. What did Iran really do to Israel? It seems like not much. No, I think the fact that Iran was able to, for 12 days in a row, pummel Israel and keep Israeli society inside of bunkers is pretty significant. You have to remember, Israel's never experienced this kind of retaliation before. What they lost in the process is also super significant, which is precisely the reason why I did not say that this was a W for Iran, but it was an L for Israel. But make no mistake, the fact that Israel's currently striking Tehran with increased intensity does not mean that there is no ceasefire. It actually is further evidence that a ceasefire is imminent. Israel always strikes with extra intensity on the last couple of hours of a ceasefire process. Thank you for the 100 gifted subs, Burgles. Perhaps this could be a way to buy time and replenish Israel's Iron Dome interceptors and then relaunch the aggression later. That could be the case. And this time they could start with like a straightforward decapitation strike to push the entire region into further chaos. I don't think Israel is happy with this situation. No matter what they say, they will probably come around and claim that they got massive W's here. The joint partnership is stronger than ever before, but I don't think they're happy with this effort at all, because their goal was to bring America. Their goal was to basically bring America into the fucking fold and take the war to Iran. Clipped and shipped. Wait, what? You're such a fucking clown. Based Zach Rar. Mocking the working class again, eh, Hasan? Trump too based. You soy losers can't handle it. Put more words in his mouth. Oh my God, all the Trump supporters are crying in the chat. Amazing. You're right, guys. Your glorious God King, he did it. He brought the world back to, I don't know, 12 days prior. Because if you recall, before Israel struck Iran, the position was Iran wasn't striking Israel and Israel wasn't striking Iran. None of the military goals were achieved in the process. They didn't get the enriched uranium. I'm so confused as to why people are celebrating this as though it's like a... I'm so confused as to why people are celebrating this as though this is like a significant W. A question, with Iran striking, can the U.S. invoke NATO like they did Iraq? I mean, they're not going to do that.
Thing is that, look, if the war ended, if this agreement was reached, Israel still reserved the right to respond and hit Iran if they felt, one, any sort of threat, but also if they saw that Iran was rearming, if they felt that Iran was rebuilding the nuclear facilities that, according to the U.S., have been obliterated, but still there has been nothing official from the Israeli government. It's worth mentioning that Netanyahu himself, along with all of his government officials have repeatedly broken ceasefire agreements in the past. We saw this in Lebanon and we saw this in Gaza, and it's actually still ongoing in Lebanon because that agreement is still in place, though fragile. During the ceasefire in Gaza several months ago, there were continuous Israeli strikes and hundreds of people who were killed because Israel claimed that there were violations of the agreement, which gave them this green light to respond. They say the same thing about attacking what they call targets in southern Lebanon and assassinating other officials related to Hezbollah. So there are a lot of concerns about a ceasefire agreement when it comes to Israel maintaining it, because some of their conditions are so severe. Iran not rebuilding any sort of nuclear facilities, Iran not rearming, not continuing to build weapons, but still nothing official from the Israeli Prime Minister.
All right, that's Al Jazeera's Hamda Salhoud joining us live from Amman in Jordan. Thanks so much, Hamda. Adam Clements is a U.S. foreign policy analyst and former Pentagon official. He joins us now live from Washington, D.C. Adam, thanks so much for being with us here on Al Jazeera. Let me ask you first, there have been so many developments the past few days and the past few hours.
Iran now says agreed. Trump, Israel and Iran agree to ceasefire. Iran have not received any ceasefire proposal. Israel declined to comment on ceasefire. Iran now says agreed to U.S. proposed ceasefire with Israel. All while Israel is still striking Iran, and Iran is still stating that they will strike Israel. Israel and U.S. going to strike again when they get close to the nuke, so this ceasefire is just a piece of paper to wipe your ass with? Dude, the Iran nuclear enrichment was simply a way to fucking harden their position so they can actually maintain their civilian nuclear infrastructure, okay? They were under no obligation to not enrich uranium because Trump had already destroyed the JCPOA and was already sanctioning them as though they had violated the JCPOA when they hadn't. Of course they're gonna fucking enrich uranium. What are you talking about? It is a way to try to gain leverage so that you can reduce the fucking sanctions or just, you know, end the sanctions entirely. Honestly, sad seeing so many Gen Z service members cheering this on like another forever war is something we need, being cutesy and acting like this is an immediate W. A lot of them weren't born in 2003. I mean, whatever, dude. I mean, they got their hearts set out. They'll learn. They'll learn the lesson the hard way, I think. The fate of every active duty service member is to either, you know, become the dumbest hog of all time, or to inevitably become a Hasanabi head and a dedicated anti-war veteran. That's it. There's only two ways for the Western man. In both ways, your wife is probably having sex with Jody. In both of those pathways, you know, there are some similarities regardless. And you either learn the lesson the hard way and change trajectory, or you learn, or you just never learn that lesson and you continue and you become a Fox News commentator. USA still blew Iran's nuclear sites. Wouldn't that be a W for Israel nonetheless? No, dude. Why the fuck would that be a W for Israel? Israel doesn't give a shit about Iran's fucking nuclear capabilities. America doesn't give a shit about Iran's nuclear capabilities. They don't have nukes. That's just a lie that they told everybody so they could justify going to war with Iran. What is happening? It's kind of interesting how quickly people will just go, yeah, these administrations that have lied in perpetuity and in broad daylight, I'm gonna believe the things that they're telling me. Like, what happened? What happened to like a healthy dose of skepticism? This doesn't make any sense. If reports of a ceasefire between Israel and Iran are substantiated, expect an Iranian civil war between royalists and MEK supporters in exile. Rudy Giuliani has already fired the first shot on behalf of his MEK patrons. Yeah, the real civil war is going to be between the MEK and the royalists on who gets to be the true puppet for the inevitable Iranian regime change. Diplomat briefed on the ceasefire talks on Fox News. President Trump spoke with Qatar's emir and informed him the U.S. got Israel to agree with the ceasefire with Iran. The president asked Qatar to help persuade Iran to do the same. Following the Vice President Vance coordinated with Qatar's Prime Minister on the details. This effort proved successful, and following discussions with the Qatari PM and the Iranians agreed. The deal was coordinated at the highest level by the president and vice president, the Qatari emir, and prime minister directly. Despite having been attacked just hours earlier, the Qataris set aside their grievances and prioritized regional security to get the deal done, the diplomat added. Iran did not get regime change with the collective West and Israel. They won easy. No, they didn't. They did not win. This is not a W for Iran. Okay? I mean, Israel, it's an L for Israel, but it's not a W for Iran. Please. Israel literally came in amidst negotiations with the West, showed that they had the capacity to actually fucking manipulate Western nations and even the United States of America and bring them onto the cause, assassinated a fuck ton of IRGC commanders, and established air superiority over key parts of Iran in the process, kept bombing Iran in the fucking process. No, it's not a massive fucking W for it's not a W for Iran at all. Yes, they avoided regime change for now. They avoided becoming a failed state for now. That doesn't mean that this ended. So Vietnam lost against US? No, Vietnam did not lose against the United States because Vietnam was able to literally stop the US forces and become a singular state again. A state led by the Vietnamese. Iran and the regime change ambitions have not actually fucking stopped. Defender always wins when they stop aggressor. No, because the aggressor has not stopped is what I'm saying. Do you think Israel is done? You think Israel's like, all right, I guess we just took this L, it's over? No, of course not. That's why I'm saying it's more so a spectacular defeat for Israel as opposed to a major victory for Iran. Seeing more reports on this, seems they definitely assassinated someone. Reports a possible assassination strike in Tehran. Yeah, we haven't even made damage assessments on what this last round of Israeli fucking missile strikes look like either. So there's also that. Initial reports of a targeted assassination strike against a senior official in the Iranian capital of Tehran. God damn it, it's not even fucking... Killed the negotiator, bet you anything? I can see that. Does Iran win in showcasing Americans' barbarism? Obviously, America's always been barbaric, but on a world stage, no. Nobody gives a shit. Every world leader, I mean, just like China was not able to, I think, successfully show to the Western leaders that America is a unreliable ally and unfit to lead global trade in the tariffs back and forth, even though they had a lot more power to do so than Iran. I don't think that Iran showing restraint and their interest in diplomacy does anything to leadership of the Western world. They all fucking despise Iran. They also, I think, have drafted a withdrawal. Iran, I think, drafted a withdrawal from leaving the International Atomic Agency energy. So that's a fucking ginormous L for everybody, except for Iran.
U.S. interests as well in this, with those missiles launched at the U.S. base in Qatar hours ago. Out front now, Senator Chris Murphy of the Foreign Relations Committee. And Senator Murphy, so Trump says there's this complete and total ceasefire. We have, it seems to be, you know, muzzling out of Israel, right? They're not talking, which would indicate, as Jeremy says, perhaps something. Explosions in Tehran, but neither side speaking. Is this ceasefire real?
Well, I have no idea. I mean, what we know is that Donald Trump doesn't tell the truth a lot, so you can't rely on Donald Trump's statements. And frankly, you can't rely on what Iran says either. Remember, Iran may agree that it's not going to launch direct attacks against Israel or the United States, but Iran traditionally exercises power, lethal power, through its proxies. Its proxies inside Lebanon, its proxies inside Iraq. And so this is still going to be a very dangerous moment. Let's hope that this is a ceasefire that is real. Let's hope that this is an end, at least temporarily, to the hostilities. But let's also understand that Iran has agreed to a lot of things over the years because of the way in which it uses these terrorist groups, which are spread out all across the region, that are very close to U.S. forces. Anything official out of Tehran probably isn't worth, you know, much more than the paper that it's written on.
Well, I mean, of course, you're also in the context of, we understand the Ayatollah's in a bunker because Netanyahu said he could take him out at any time, and Trump has talked about regime change. So does that mean that that's all over? Regime change is off the table? I mean, I'm only saying this in the context of some things are impossible to put back in the bottle. Sometimes when people show you who they are, they've shown you who they are. And it seems that we have passed such...
Yeah, I think this assessment from Seamus is not entirely correct. The reason why I say this is because Iran does not have the smoke. They've shown that time and time again. They do not want further war. They do not want more bombing campaigns in Tehran, no matter what. That's it. As I said from the start, that any fucking off-ramp that America gives to Iran, Iran will take. And they did. Any off-ramp.
Range, this might get worse for the United States, not better. So, you know, we still don't even have all the facts to know how impactful this strike was, but it certainly is going to alter the calculus of the Iranian regime.
All right, and of course the ceasefire is a pause to, I mean, we hear obviously leveled in the Ukraine war all the time, would be a pause to rebuild. But to your point about this enrichment, the Vice President, J.D. Vance...
Iran has been 100% within their rights under international law. Oh, 100%. Yeah, Chris Murphy is fucking out of his mind for stating this. It's just a complete distortion of the truth.
Highly enriched uranium is located, right? I mean, do they know they destroyed it? Do they even know where it is, right? Here's how he answered the question.
I think that's actually not the question before us. The question before us is, can Iran enrich the uranium to a weapons-grade level? Our goal was to bury the uranium, and I do think the uranium is buried, but our goal was to eliminate the enrichment and eliminate their ability to convert that enriched fuel into a nuclear weapon.
So, Senator, he very clearly did not say that he knew where the uranium was, which would mean that, obviously, that would flow from there to not know how much there was or its state. You know, do you think that we know what we need to know here?
Okay, the old man is doing the rounds on the media again. He's calling the journalists again. President Trump spoke to me about the ceasefire deal in an exclusive interview. He said, it's a great day for America. It's a great day for the Middle East. I'm very happy to have been able to get the job done. A lot of people were dying, and it was only going to get worse. When asked how long the ceasefire would be, President Trump said, I think the ceasefire is unlimited. It's going to go forever. When asked if the war was completely over, he said, yes, I don't believe they will ever be shooting at each other again. President Trump also said that of the conflict with Iran, it would have brought the whole Middle East down. He added this about the ceasefire deal. It's a wonderful day for the world, in my opinion. Okay, I need to make something clear here. Here was a really cool way that Trump could have avoided all of this. Telling Israel not to strike Iran. Because we have only, at best, set the time frame back. Yeah, frame drops, I know. We have only set the time frame back to 12 days ago, and there's been a lot in those 12 days that's bad for both Iran and Israel. So this is not a W. Why are people, who the fuck would look at this and go, that's cool, this is actually dope? Unless somehow this also through back channels is telling Israel to just cut it out with fucking Gaza or some shit, which I heavily doubt. There was no W here at all. Trump allowed this event to unfold. He created chaos. People were like, this is the worst type of chaos. What the fuck are you doing? And then 12 days later, he was like, all right, chaos over. Look, I saved it. It's like, but you started it. You let the chaos happen. You fucking let the chaos happen for 12 days only to turn around and I guess like stop even more chaos from taking place. Like, how is this a W? This is the same principle behind the fucking tariff stuff. Like, this is the same shit. Oh, I'm gonna do maximum tariffs. Okay, I'm not gonna do maximum tariffs. Oh, you're fucking brilliant, sir. Thank you so much. How many more times does this have to happen? The only way I see this, the only way I what I feel like took place is Israel's air defenses are diminished, and we'll see if Iran actually retaliates in this last barrage of missiles. We'll see how much the Israeli air defenses are diminished. Okay, but if the only thing I can foresee happening here is that Israel's air defenses were so diminished, and America did not have appetite for further war with Iran, and therefore I guess they had to cool off a little bit before they could re-up on their air defenses, and then Israel will most likely try it again. What does this mean? Israel told the U.S. first we strike, only after a victory can the right agreement follow. That was the IDF's approach with Hezbollah and Lebanon, and now again with Iran. It appears to have worked for the second time. What? Is it all just fake news to distract people from the fact that ISIS is deporting people? No. That's secondary. That has nothing. The distraction stuff is so silly because, like, this is a severe escalation. Like, World War III cannot be a distraction from ICE deportations. You know what I mean? And now there's several large explosions being reported in Taji, north of Baghdad. Radar equipment in the U.S. base in Taji camp were destroyed with drones. No, it's not a false flag. Guys, the ceasefire hasn't been finalized yet. Iran still has Iran still has like 4.5 hours to retaliate against Israel, and this is Iraq anyway. Israel's Channel 12 reports that Prime Minister Netanyahu instructed ministers at the end of a 4-hour cabinet meeting not to comment on the latest developments until further notice. Aren't you proud of our country? You live here, dude. And Iran was gearing up to build nukes. And their government hates America. What more do you need? No, I'm not proud of my country. Why would I be proud of my country? These past 12 days were not a moment of pride. It was a shameful experience. More than 600 Iranians, until this last batch of bombings took place, more than 600 Iranians were killed, thousands injured. On the Israel side, 25 plus Israelis were killed, hundreds injured. Some of them were, having panic attacks, which the Israeli government considers an injury. And none of that had to happen at all, because what you think was Iran gearing up to build nukes was just a lie that you decided to believe. They did not. If anything, they might now. They probably won't, because they are, like I said, restrained to a fault. But they weren't before. As a panic attack haver, do not be ableist. I'm sorry. You cannot fucking consider war casualties. You cannot add panic attacks into the number of casualties of war. Okay? Yeah, it's really fucked up. When bombs are flying overhead, you're gonna have a panic attack. Many people will. That's insane. That's an insane way to do stat padding. There's like children whose legs are chopped off, or stuck under the rubble and will never be the same again. And you're adding fucking someone having a panic attack into that number, because that's what a casualty is. That's casualty numbers are like, people that have been severely, gravely injured, almost. I mean, they didn't die, but they almost died. Are you saying that Iran had no intention of obtaining a nuclear bomb? Iran has imperialist agendas too. I don't care if Iran has imperialist agendas or not. There is no intelligence that shows that Iran was on the verge of making a nuclear weapon. There's none. It's just made up. And they didn't even do a good job making it up. So I don't understand where you're coming from. Like, this is what's so frustrating about this process, is that it's not like the American government even had like a Colin Powell moment. Like, they didn't even like go on the national stage with like a trustworthy individual and go to the UN and be like, we have serious information that they have fucking nukes or anything like that. They just basically were like, yeah, Israel told us they have nukes, we believe them. That's it. That's it. Like, they didn't even try hard, and motherfuckers are still believing in it. That's what's so crazy about it. Marco Rubio literally on national television said, it doesn't matter if Iran is making nukes or not. No, it does matter. That's the most important part of this. Reports are now suggesting that surface-to-air missile launcher and radar site were targeted and are now burning at Camp Taji on the north of the Iraqi capital of Baghdad. Is this the America-hating Twitch stream? No. This is the actual America-loving Twitch stream. I want America to do better. I want America to do better for you, dumb fuck. Like, I'm doing all right. If anything, I want America to do right by you. And it's so weird to me that motherfuckers that are having a tough go at it are just like sitting around posturing angrily and going, no, you don't understand. I don't deserve healthcare. I'm a cuck. I don't deserve healthcare. Every dollar should go to Israel. Like, what is this? Like, do you have no dignity? Do you have no interest? Do you have no self-preservation skills? I don't get it. Why are you yelling at me? It makes no sense. What is this? Iran's Ayatollah reportedly in a bunker refuses to surrender?
He is currently the head of the judiciary. He's been very aligned with the IRGC for a number of years, so he's very conservative.
What is happening on CNN?
Kind of viewed as the security candidate. He's 68 years old. And the third is Mohsen Iraqi. He's a former religious advisor to the Supreme Leader. He would be viewed as kind of a traditionalist candidate and really putting more emphasis on the religious legitimacy of the regime. I think it's important to appreciate that all of these gentlemen are about my age. They're in their 60s, upper 60s here, and they were all young men, 20, 21 years old when the revolution took place back in 1979. So they've seen this through that lens for
what is going
the
on?
bulk of their adult lives, and I think are all very much committed to the same principles that the current Supreme Leader is.
A continuation, not a change. The Ayatollah's son was once top of the list, but according to the New York Times, no longer on it. What do you think of that?
Well, I think.
What do they know that we don't know? Is this are they just like wish casting? Like what's happening? Is there a coup?
Because he didn't necessarily like the idea of family ruling here, so I think he kind of excluded him. You know, another candidate that was mentioned, of course, was Hassan Khomeini, who was the grandson of the founder of Ayatollah Khomeini, who was viewed as a reformist. He's much younger; he's 52. Khomeini's son is 55, so they are a little bit younger, but a little bit more of a reformist on the Khomeini there. But of course, he has the name and has that the respect and everything that goes along with that.
And all just so important, though, to consider that you never know what happens till it happens. But that is a continuation and just a sense of how deep these layers are. And General Votel, I am grateful for your time and thank you. As our breaking news coverage continues from the banks of the Strait of Hormuz, here a crucial waterway, nearly a quarter of the world's oil travels behind me. Iran threatening as part of its intensification to shut this down. Plus new information just in on the high-stakes 18-hour U.S. mission to take out some of Iran's nuclear facilities. One complete with mid-air refuelings, a series of...
What? By the way, no other outlet is talking about this.
I know it's very late there. Last time we spoke, you were saying it would be very difficult to get reaction from Iranian officials at this hour. But has anything new emerged when it comes to this announcement by Donald Trump that a ceasefire had been reached between Iran and Israel?
Yes, a new emerging development on the ground here in Tehran is more of sounds of explosion that we can hear related to the interception of flying objects by the air defense system. Also, we sensed a relatively massive explosion here at the Bureau before we start this live coverage. A few minutes ago, we just sensed the impact of explosion. But still, speaking of your question, we haven't received any confirmation about any deal being reached between Iran and the United States about a possible ceasefire that we heard from the U.S. President Donald Trump. We have to keep waiting for confirmation of whether or not Iran is going to accept that. But still, the reality on the ground, as I told you earlier, was that we've received this strong messages by the Iranian military officials saying that as long as Israeli strikes continue, and right now what we see is the continuation of these strikes, Iran is not going to stop there. Iran is going to strike back to respond to actually Israeli strikes, and now we see this continuation. So with that said, we're not sure whether Iran is going to accept any deal for ceasefire regarding this latest developments that we can see. Also, told you earlier, we've got this statement from the Supreme Leader of the country, Ayatollah Ali Khamenei, a couple of days ago, who came out in a video message saying that we're not going to accept any imposed peace. And the question here is that whether Iran is going to interpret this proposal.
That we allocated nearly all the B-2 bombers in existence and used more than half of our GBU-57s to strike this sovereign country on behalf of the genocidal apartheid shows how far we've come in acting like their proxy. No, you don't understand. It was a big W because we don't even know if it actually successfully destroyed Fordow. Okay. We don't know if we don't even know if they actually successfully destroyed Fordow. And also on top of that, we know for a fact that we didn't get any of the fucking enriched uranium. And you know, great stuff. Great stuff overall. It seems like crazy how much Hasan loves Iran. No, man. This isn't about, first of all, of course, I have no fucking issue with Iran. What the fuck is your issue? What has Iran done to you? I don't want the Iranian people to die, do you? What's wrong? What's wrong with you? What's wrong with your fucking brain? I don't want anybody to die. Why are you seeing everything from this like incredibly narrow lens where you're like, nope, there's good and then there's bad? The Iranian government is evil. Motherfucker, we're evil. Does that mean we should get nuked? We're far more evil than fucking the Iranian government is. What do you mean? The Iranian government is evil. Why? Because they are a repressive regime, right? They're a repressive regime. They hurt their own population. Okay, so do we. And we hurt a fuck ton more people outside of our own population. Should we get fucking nuked? I don't think so. I don't want to get nuked. Well, sometimes I do, because sometimes I'm like, God damn. What is this argument? Does the U.S. hang gay people? Sometimes. They have different methods of execution, not on the basis of being gay, but yeah, we've still fucking killed people all the time. What are you talking about? Oh, sorry, those people deserve it, right? Even if they're found innocent after the fact. Dumbass. We kill mentally ill people all the time. Our Supreme Court loves the facilitation of lethal execution for mentally ill people nonstop. It's like the favorite hobby of the Supreme Court. Time-honored tradition. I've been to jail during Mazda administration protests and I still don't want to be bombed. This will make the regime tighten grip. Any military action will make the life of Iranian civilians worse. Only a diplomatic and civil solution is viable. Iranian chatter and longtime Hasanabi head here. I want to live and watch Hasanabi broadcasts every day. I've been to jail during the Mazda administration protests and I still don't want to be bombed. Exactly. But good luck explaining that to these dumb fuck Americans that are baying for blood. They can't comprehend that. They can't be like, oh, but the Iranian people don't like their fucking government and their government is acting in a way that is not in accordance with the best interests of the citizens. Okay, let's bomb them. Is the most idiotic argument, but it's the only argument for Americans. They're so disgusting. Some Americans are. You know? It's fucking ridiculous. If anything, civil struggle becomes impossible when the population is too worried about getting fucking bombed by a foreign entity. A foreign entity that they've watched ethnically cleanse the entire population of Gaza. Like, what are we talking about? Can't wait to liberate the Iranian women from the treacherous grip of the Islamic Republic by assassinating them, by blowing up their homes, by killing their children. This is going to liberate them big time. I can't believe that we are living in the ashes of the failure that was the war on terror, and there are still Americans who fucking eat this propaganda completely. They just go, no, that's the only way to do it. It's not just the Americans, the Pahlavis Iranian diaspora are also asking for the same thing. It doesn't matter. They're fucking, they serve no purpose other than chirp. It's idiotic. Okay, so do the fucking Cubans that want Cuba to be bombed. So do Miami Cubans. They chirp up about how little we've bombed Cuba on a fucking yearly basis. Does that mean we should bomb Cuba? No.
day as well, there were Israeli officials saying that because of the pressure from President Trump, the Israelis were now trying to wrap all of this up by the end of the week. This is before the announcement from the American president. So it's still a little bit unclear where we stand now because there has been no word from Israeli officials.
All right, that's Al Jazeera's Hamda Zahoud joining us live from Amman in Jordan. Thanks so much, Hamda. Joining us live now from Washington, D.C. is national.
Don't fucking lose it. Trump called his favorite Israeli agent, Barak Ravid. President Trump just told me in a phone call, this is the end of the war. This is a great and wonderful thing for Israel and the world. Someone should inform the fucking Iranian citizens in Tehran that are currently experiencing explosions. Hey guys, you've been liberated. We don't like the administration, but getting bombed from the fucking genocidal regime, hell no. Good luck. Like I'm saying, there are a fuck ton of Iranians in here. I mean, obviously I hear you. I'm trying to explain to Americans who will never listen that it is insane that this idea that like bombing Iran is going to allow the Iranians to feel liberty once again is the same exact dumb fuck bullshit that we said in Iraq. It's the same thing that we said in Afghanistan, same thing we said in Iraq. It's the same thing Israel said in Gaza. It's so stupid, but it doesn't matter. It's a lie, but it doesn't even fucking matter, okay? Because that's just a lie for like the dumbest people to repeat over and over again. I don't think anybody like serious believes that shit. I don't even think this is a fell for it again award, honestly. If you were willing to entertain this idea that the people feel safer when they're being bombed by a foreign entity, then you're the most easily tricked adult of all time. Didn't bomb civilians, strategical strike on nuclear facilities that intend to create overall hurt multiple countries, USA being number one. No, it's not. That's not true. There's another lie that you just believed for no reason. That's the WMD lie. Just like Saddam had WMDs and he was willing to use it on America is the lie that the American government told to invade Iraq. That is also a lie. Okay? It was not a fucking strategical strike on nuclear facilities. First of all, that in and of itself is already a war crime. I like that we have decided that fucking nuclear power plants and nuclear facilities are just now open targets. What do you think would have happened if the United States actually successfully blew up a nuclear facility? Do you think the civilians would be happy with the fucking radiation poisoning? And also, more than 600 Iranians were killed in the process. So clearly, it was the idea that they weren't targeting civilians is also bullshit. Do you remember when Zaporizhzhia nuclear plant was under bombardment in the Ukraine-Russian war and how the media was panicking rightfully, all while blaming Russia for playing with fire? Exactly. I do remember. So what was the point of the strike again? I'm confused. Okay, good. If you're asking this question with sincerity, then that's good. This is the first step towards having a healthy dose of skepticism towards this current administration, which you should apply to every administration regardless. Okay? Great. Iran did not have nukes. Our own intelligence showed that Iran did not have nukes and did not have the capacity to develop nukes. Okay? That's our own intelligence community's assessment. The only people that were saying Iran is about to get a nuke tomorrow, any day now, was Israel. They've been saying that. The same guy, Benjamin Netanyahu, has been saying that since 1992, for the record. And I think everyone knows at this point that when Israel is saying something, it's most likely a lie. Okay? So what was the point of this strike? The point of this strike was basically to entertain our most valuable ally, Israel's genocidal ambitions. That was the only point. Israel wanted regime change in Iran. They started this amidst a denuclearization negotiation that Iran was conducting with the United States of America. They started this under the cover, the protective cover of said denuclearization agreement. Okay? Israel did this specifically for regime change. The nukes, the fake nukes lie was the casus belli. It was bullshit. Nobody really believed it, but it didn't really matter ultimately. The entire point of the strike was so that we were playing ball with Israel. We were playing ball with Israel and showing them that we are willing and able to also strike Iran and maybe even go to war with Iran at the behest of Israel. Okay? But the Iranian retaliation was also significantly limited against the American bases. And in the aftermath of the Iranian retaliation and its limitations, the American government came back and apparently put together this ceasefire, told Israel to stand down, which they will in a couple hours, and told Iran to stand down, which I suspect they took gladly. So now that the ceasefire has been implemented, there was no real fucking goal here. It was just complete idiocy, complete madness, and bloodshed for no fucking reason. Welcome to the Trump administration. He does this all the fucking time. I think we're far from done with Iran. I think the strike was testing the waters on a domestic acceptance. Israel will kill the ceasefire or something will trigger another start of the conflict. I agree. I don't think Israel is happy about this quote-unquote ceasefire. Reuters White House correspondent says Trump brokered ceasefire on a call with Netanyahu Monday afternoon while VP Marco Rubio. Israel agreed. Wait, what? Israel agreed to it so long as Iran did not launch further attacks. Iran signaled to the U.S. that no more attacks would take place, the official said. So Iran is eating it. Israel's going to continue bombing Iran and Iran's just going to eat it? That is insane. If the Iranian leadership actually said yes to this, they might as well have signed off on their own death warrant. Gotcha. Well, it's always good to hear two sides of the story. Understand and could believe your point of view. I mean, my point of view isn't just like, my point of view is just describing the events that took place. Nothing I said is like even embellished a little bit. Yeah, we saw this image. Witnesses claim that 3 projectiles struck a civilian building on Ferdowsi Street. According to initial reports, the target was an Iranian nuclear scientist. Israel just carried out another assassination attempt in Tehran. I think agreeing to this, agreeing to be bombed by Israel without any sort of retaliation in an effort to bring forward a ceasefire is the weakest moment of the Iranian regime. If Israeli strikes continue after 3:30 Tel Aviv time, Iran will consider the ceasefire as voided. Source France 24. Okay. Don't forget about the CNN Ayatollah bunker story. I think if it's true, it paints a picture of how such a deal could have been reached. It doesn't make sense because Trump's statement said when Israel and Iran have wound down and completed their in-progress final missions.
Owen's the big guy in our family, and his mother's just been turned down. If this happens on top of that, it would just about destroy him. He has to have a sense of importance.
This is again
He's lost all faith in himself.
a pretty weak response anyway from the Iranian side.
Owen's in trouble.
When is 3:30 Tel Aviv time? Is it like half an hour from now? It's much later, no? Let me see. Yeah, half an hour from now, literally. In the next 30 minutes.
30 a.m. in Tehran. I'm Mohammed Jamjoon with extended coverage of the latest escalation in the Middle East. In the last 2 hours, President Donald Trump has announced what he says is a ceasefire agreement between Israel and Iran. He's congratulated both countries for agreeing to a complete and total end to hostilities. He says the ceasefire will take effect in stages over 24 hours. Neither Israel nor Iran have confirmed that they have agreed to this. Here's what President Trump wrote. Congratulations, everyone. It has been fully agreed by and between Israel and...
Bro, the fact that Israel is not saying anything and has told, Benjamin Netanyahu has told his cabinet to not reveal any information on this potential ceasefire, and the fact that Israel is bombing Tehran with great intensity at the moment, I'm still confused as to whether or not this is like a real ceasefire or not. Regular flights from China have resumed to Tehran. They're landing in 40 minutes. Who do you trust for your sources? Like, people are saying random things. I'll know when I see it. I don't think it's fake, but we'll see.
What should be called the 12-day war. This is a war that could have gone on for years and destroyed the entire Middle East, but it didn't. We'll be unpacking the latest development shortly with our correspondent.
Bro, there's something very strange happening. Why do you want the war to go on? I don't. There's something very strange happening in Iran. I don't know what's actually happening. There's something very, very strange about this entire
Regime
process.
change might be possible in Iran. In the past few hours, he has these posts on Truth Social saying, God bless Iran. What else have you been hearing? And have any other concrete details emerged?
Well, Donald Trump just gave a phone interview, the first time he's spoken publicly since announcing what he says is a ceasefire deal. He spoke with NBC News saying that it was a wonderful day for the world. And then when asked just how long he believes the ceasefire will be, Trump answered that he thinks the ceasefire is unlimited, that it's going to go forever. Certainly a very jubilant tone to not only what he said in this interview, but also the post, which you just read, that he announced on Truth Social about 2 hours ago. And we're also getting some more reporting from Reuters and from other sources that it wasn't just Trump who...
This is OSINT Defender. I mean, they're unreliable. I'm starting to think that Khamenei is either dead or there has been some kind of coup with the Iranian armed forces, because that is the only way these statements are being made by Trump, Vance, and other officials within the last hour make any sense. Yeah, there's something very, I think there's something very strange happening in Iran, and I don't know what it is. Because the ceasefire doesn't make any sense, because Israel's aims have not been met here at all. So either Trump put the fucking halt on Israel, or something else is happening behind the scenes that we will find out soon. But Benjamin Netanyahu's marked silence on this, the continued heavy bombing campaign in Tehran, Israel's preparing for the possibility that Iran will fire heavy missile barrages before the ceasefire goes into effect. Per Channel 12's Yaron Avraham, Israel prepares for the possibility of a relatively heavy barrages in the final hours before a ceasefire. I mean, that's what I suspected as well, but it's weird that they're being like oddly quiet. Shot coup? No fucking shot. Could you go over what's strange about this? I mean, everything is strange about this. Trump fucking comes out and says there's a ceasefire. Iranian officials first say there is no ceasefire. Then the ceasefire is only confirmed through Qatar. They say this was a high-level ceasefire that was conducted. The ceasefire also has like weird provisions in it. Like Israel can still undisturbed bomb Tehran over and over again, with no retaliation from Iran whatsoever. Trump says the ceasefire will be permanent, which is also incredibly suspicious. No statements from any high-ranking officials on the no statements from any high-ranking officials from like you know, the Ayatollah or any of the usual parties that would seemingly talk in this process. I don't know.
Perhaps it would have been prior to this ceasefire announcement, but I will tell you that across the board in these few hours since he made this announcement, there has been a lot of praise for Trump. We heard from the U.S. House Speaker.
An American military base had an explosion on their radar site in Baghdad.
Trump deserves all the credit that this is what, quote, peace through strength looks like, and that it's really a big sigh of relief on Capitol Hill. We've seen Republicans who were all just about to submit a resolution that was, in a sense, chastising Trump for going forward with those military strikes on Iran without consulting Congress first. Now the sponsor of that saying that he was going to withdraw it, now that if there is a ceasefire, that the point would be moot. And we're seeing, Trump's MAGA followers also praising this action.
Yeah, Trump's MAGA followers are stupid. Who cares? Baghdad Operations Commander Lieutenant General Walid al-Tamimi has now confirmed that an unknown drone targeted an air defense and radar site at Camp Taji to the north of the capital earlier, resulting in significant damage to the site, but no casualties among the Iraqi armed forces. That's weird too. From the outset, Israel's aims were unmistakable: torpedo U.S.-Iran diplomacy, drag Washington in the conflict, take out Iran's nuclear and missile programs, trigger regime change. If the ceasefire Trump just announced holds and is paired with a serious U.S.-Iran diplomacy, it would mark a strategic defeat for Israel in launching this war. Netanyahu took a shot, a desperate Hail Mary, and none of it has worked up until now. Fordow was evacuated. The site may very well be intact. And in any case, Iran's enriched uranium stockpile and advanced centrifuges are now hidden with a stronger covert breakout ability than ever. The Iranian public has rallied in defense of the country and against foreign aggression. If the government channels this unity into a new social contract, it could be transformative. If not, the old polarization may return. Meanwhile, Iran has hit Israel hard over the last 12 days. Tel Aviv, Haifa, the north, south, and other cities have seen major destruction. Military and intelligence sites damaged. Energy and research infrastructure hit. Israel's vaunted air defenses failed the test. Its reliance on the U.S. has never been clearer. Netanyahu saw the cost of war of attrition and blinked. But for Iran, can any ceasefire be trusted? Unless it's tied to credible U.S. diplomacy, not maximalist demands, and unless Israel halts covert attacks and assassinations and continued airstrikes a la Lebanon and Syria, this truce will likely collapse. Trump helped create this mess by enabling Netanyahu. If he truly wants to stop the region from being destroyed, as he just said, he'll have to restrain Netanyahu and force a ceasefire in Gaza too. Lasting peace is impossible until Netanyahu and his war-first approach is gone for good. Yeah, none of that's gonna happen. I don't think Israel's stopping any of that shit. Remember, Netanyahu explicitly said Israel's military operation in Iran could continue for as long as it takes to eliminate what he called the existential threat of Iran's nuclear program and arsenal of ballistic missiles. That hasn't happened. Far from it. As The Economist noted, Israel wanted at least 2 weeks to destroy Iran's nuclear and missile capabilities. It achieved neither. Without regime change or capitulation, the war makes sense only if it can set back Iran's nuclear program by years, and it hasn't. I think this was a tremendous defeat for Israel, regardless of the fact that they were able to assassinate hundreds of IRGC leaders and nuclear scientists. Okay, I do not think that I do not think that Benjamin Netanyahu got his ambitions out of this. A second explosion in the Iraqi army? What? What the fuck's going on in Iraq, bro? Yeah, I already covered this. A source told France 24's English that if Israeli strikes continue past 3:30 a.m. Tel Aviv time, just 23 minutes away, Iran will consider the ceasefire null and void. Unconfirmed reports of explosions at Camp Victory at Baghdad International Airport. Hundreds of leaders? Yes. By Iranian estimations, you were saying an hour ago that this was a big L for Iran. It is. It is still a fucking ginormous L for Iran. It is just simply also a ginormous L for Israel. Iran did not achieve a significant victory here because it did not actually establish deterrence. It was not able to defend its military commanders It was not able to defend its boundaries, its borders. Iran got attacked by the United States of America and Israel. I think anyone that says this was a giant victory for Iran is coping, because they don't realize that, like, Israel was able to maintain air superiority over Iranian airspace for extended periods of time. And if you think that they're not going to do this one more time once they re-up and rearm on their anti-air defenses, you're silly. The only major setback for Israel here is that they weren't able to get it done this time. What if Iran's lying crazy mode and at 3:31 they just randomly launch a nuke? That's not going to happen. If I were to measure the successes of Iran, I would say this much: restrained or not, it doesn't matter. They were able to successfully continue a war of attrition with ballistic missiles alone, and were able to wither away and deplete and exhaust the limited resources of Israel's air defenses. Tel Aviv and the rest of Israel proper is no longer seen as this island that is an impenetrable fortress. Israel's public will always now suffer potential repercussions. They will know that if Israel decides to behave in the ways that it has, at least against Iran, that there are still severe penalties. Israel only gets to behave in the violent ways that it does because it has created this assurance for its population that we do as much violence as possible, but you don't experience it. You can do, like, you know, gay liberal laptop work or whatever the fuck, and drink kombuchas and matcha in the morning while there is a unlimited genocide happening like 50 miles away. You get to do that. You know, you get to live like a Western style life in the middle of this region because you're defended by unlimited amounts of air defense support from the United States of America. Yes, exactly like America. Exactly like America. The only difference is America is all the way over fucking here, and Israel is in the ass cheeks of a bunch of countries that have long-range ballistic missiles that can clearly penetrate the Iron Dome and the Arrow defense system and the David Sling and the THAAD and the fucking cruisers that are like literally planted next door to Israel so that they can be so that they can constantly fucking try to intercept these missiles that are coming in Israel's direction. You can't be doing, you know, gay laptop work while you're doing a genocide. It just can't happen. It seemingly it can't happen in perpetuity. I do think this. Yes, I agree with this. Very possible that Israel wants a ceasefire because it's running low on interceptors. Reports days ago suggested they were running low and that system is already overwhelmed. Strikes have clearly been getting through. Might be a temporary ploy to restock and resume the war. That's what I think as well. The internet says otherwise? What do you mean? What is the internet saying? There's 14 minutes remaining. 14 minutes remaining until the ceasefire deadline is passed. Iran has already stated that they are going to strike or the ceasefire is void if they go beyond the point, and Israel hasn't stopped striking. Apparently heavy airstrikes are continuing against Western Tehran still. Now, the other side of this, of course, is that Iran has no fucking launches that have taken place so far. Iran has not launched any counterstrikes in retaliation, even though they signaled that they would. That's also interesting. I don't know what the fuck they're planning. I also don't know what's going on in Iraq. Apparently there's explosions happening in Iraq. There are initial reports of casualties at the Baghdad International Airport that was struck. Explosions reported near Baghdad International Airport and the Balad airbase. Initial reports of casualties at Baghdad International. The source of the fire is currently unknown. The idea of a buzzer beater ceasefire missiles is crazy. It's not unique. Israel always does that. What's unique is Israel is doing this to a country that has the capability of fucking striking back for once. When Israel did this to Lebanon, Lebanon had no capacity to fucking penetrate the Iron Dome as successfully as Iran had. Yeah. Trump announced it too early. 1, there is a ceasefire. 2, Trump was supposed to announce it later and surprise with an early announcement. 3, Israel received guarantees that Iran would not return to developing nuclear weapons. Here's the thing. Israel has a million different things that they can claim to restart this bombing campaign. Okay? There's a million different things that they can do. They can say, we have good authority. We figured out where the enriched uranium is hiding. Or they can still say, we have to take out their ballistic missile launchers. Or they could just go for the big prize and claim that, you know, we got to take out the Ayatollah. So the only reason why this is currently happening is because Israel, I think, doesn't have the capability of withstanding further fucking missiles being lobbed in its direction from Iran. So now you're pissed we have peas? No, I'm pissed because I foresee this peas not being real peas. Is that really hard to fucking comprehend? I want it to be real peas. Hold on.
Told me all about your book. How you didn't want to have a country because of what it might do to me. Really? Well, do you think I look upon you as a competitor?
I mean, practically peace is great. Yeah, I agree.
I read the book last night. Get that book tonight. You want to know something? Yes. You're better than I am.
Open Flight Radar 2. Open Flight Radar 2 planes are landing in Iran from China. Yeah, I don't know what the fuck that means. What? Brother, what are the chances Iran will attack American bases in Germany? I live here, so I'm asking. I'm really scared. What do you think, brother? Aslan. Korkma sen, tamam mı? Korkma kardeş. Sana bir şey olmaz. Bir baklava yersin geçer, tamam mı? There was a rumor based on flight data that China sent a number of large military cargo planes to Iran. Bir baklava yeriz geçer kardeş. Bebek gibisin orada sen Almanya'da, boş ver. Tucker Carlson says, thank God. Wuhan judicial coup swan. Thank God I was wrong. Fixed it. Thank Trump, you mean? Can't wait to see the podcast of you apologizing. Can Tucker and Trump be friends again? Whoever said about the planes flying into Iran, those are Iranian passenger planes returning home. I don't know anything about the fucking planes. I don't look at flight radar. What? Probability of Russia and China to give Iran a nuke to establish true deterrence? Very, very low. Following Iran's retaliatory strikes on the U.S. Air Force Base in Doha, Trump called the Emir of Qatar and told him he could get Israel to agree to a ceasefire and asked for his help getting Iran to commit to a deal. The Prime Minister of Qatar, Sheikh Mohammed bin Abdulrahman Al Thani, then coordinated with Vice President J.D. Vance on the U.S. proposed ceasefire, and the Prime Minister spoke with the Iranians to seal the deal, the source said. Israel agreed to the ceasefire deal on the condition that Iran stop attacking their country, a senior White House official told CNN. Iran agreed to those terms, the source said. During the negotiations, Trump directly communicated with Netanyahu. Dude. Dude, I'm almost certain this is the Israeli air defenses. I have no idea what's going on. I'm gonna be real with you all. I am also here now. Yeah, this is before we even factor in the lack of response or the confusing responses that we have heard from the Iranian side. Yeah, another Iranian nuclear scientist was reportedly eliminated tonight in Tehran by a precision strike from the Israeli Air Force. Yeah, 7 more minutes. 7 more minutes. Once Israeli interceptors are stockpiled again, it will continue. That's what I think too. We already covered this morning. Yeah. Iranian Parliament Committee approves general plan to suspend cooperation with the International Atomic Energy Agency. I think Iran plans to launch a barrage last minute and want time announcements with the barrage. Want the time announcements with the barrage? No. I think Iran is currently under heavy bombardment, so it's making it probably very difficult to launch any sort of barrage. They would have done that already. There's 7 minutes left. Iran's Noor News reports that tonight's explosion in Tehran and Karaj were the largest seen in the past 12 days. Did you see this unhinged post by Trump this morning about the nukes? Oh, about Russia? Yeah, he threatened Russia a little bit too. 5 minutes remaining. Tehran Times? I don't know what Tehran Times is. Straight truth. Tehran Times, straight truth. Why is everyone saying Israel can restock interceptors but failing to acknowledge that Iran can also get to rebuild a lot more ballistic missiles? Because Israel is a belligerent nation, and also they probably did strike a bunch of fucking ballistic missile factories. Tehran Times is a state-owned newspaper. Is the English language newspaper of the Iranian government? It's owned by Mayor. Okay. I think there's instability. Okay. Judging by what the state media is saying, there might be some weird fissures in the Iranian government right now. Maybe power struggle between the IRGC and the Ayatollah. I don't know. We have no way of knowing. We shall see what happens. 4 minutes remaining until the ceasefire is established. 4 minutes. The same senior diplomatic source that confirmed that to France 24 that if Israel continues after that the ceasefire was implemented is also the person that said if Israeli strikes continue after 3:30 Tel Aviv time, Iran will consider the ceasefire as voided. 3 minutes remaining until ceasefire.
Because a right fundamental must believe in himself. That's half the battle.
Israel's also, of course, pummeling Gaza.
I'm going to be in a position to help somebody here in this flag. Beginning tomorrow, I'm going to need a second.
Can you just bring the Ayatollah on stream and ask him what's up? Yeah.
The request to the University Placement Bureau, and man or woman, whoever qualifies, will get the job. That's very nice of you. Well, it's not a big job, but the surroundings will be.
Do we have live cams in Tehran or no?
Apprenticeship under someone who's already established. Well, so much for that. I remember when I wrote my first novel. Took a lot of work. I'm starved. Lived in a little back room, all the while consoling myself with
And before Israel launched the missile just before the deadline, but it lands perfectly after the deadline, but they still say it counts.
I've heard a lot of weird stories about the one water.
Weird stories about any famous person. My last night's talk was actually inspiring.
2 minutes. No internet in Iran still? We have. I'm watching with you. One minute. The Israeli Air Force is continuing to carry out strikes across Tehran and western Iran. I mean, I don't know. What? Okay, stop. All right, it's time. Let's see what this means. Iranian Fars News reports that informed sources denied Trump's ceasefire claim. Speaking of Fars News, the source stated the ceasefire proposal announced by U.S. President Donald Trump is completely false and was intended to distract from the recent humiliation the United States suffered. Oh yeah, they were so humiliated. The source added that Iran has not received any official or unofficial. This doesn't make any sense. This doesn't make any sense. Who are they talking to, bro? Who are they fucking talking to? I don't understand.
I've come for my things, and what's the objection? Evidently, he has none. Follow me, Bill. Now then, I want you to take all of the things out of that drawer and put them into that desk.
Yeah, first real response to the ceasefire rumors within the Iranian media. An informed source tells IRGC Associated Fars News that ceasefire news is completely false, no proposal has been seen, and that Iran will demonstrate the falsehood of said plan in the coming hours. This is some real fucking ominous shit, dude. What are they? Yeah, did the American government get fucking catfished or something? Did someone go? Someone intercepted the talks and was like, "I am Persian, Mr. President Trump. President Trump, I want a ceasefire. We want the Shah to run Iran. Mr. President, I am eating kubide in Tehran. I will wear bikini, Mr. President." Like, what happened? I am Ayatollah Khamenei, Mr. President. Israel agreed to ceasefire on the condition that Iran stops the strikes, White House official says less than 1 minute ago. Israel agreed to the ceasefire deal while they're still bombing past the point of the ceasefire.
This is your new secretary. Oh, yes, you're from the Fulbright School. Yes, I am. Hey, look at that. She knocked over a
This edging is making me feel a certain way. Like, was there a fucking coup or something? Like, what's happening? During the negotiations, U.S. President Donald Trump communicated directly, blah, blah, blah. We already covered this. There's nothing new. The outlets like Al Jazeera that are far more reliable, despite the fact that it was supposedly conducted by the fucking Emir of Qatar, have been saying, we don't know if there's a real ceasefire or not. And now, the most reliable news so far coming from FARS. The ceasefire proposal put forward by U.S. President Donald Trump is completely false. No official or unofficial ceasefire proposal has been received from Iran. I don't get it. I wonder if there's like a power struggle between the IRGC and the Ayatollah. I don't know. I have no idea. And the military is still saying like no ceasefire is taking place. Israel says yes now. Israel's giving confirmation to CNN that they have agreed to the ceasefire while they're still bombing.
You know, Owen and I went to school together. I was in kindergarten and he was in the 8th grade. And I went to high school and he was still in kindergarten. And then I studied piano and became a character in every Waterbury book. And what were you in last year's love? I was the chorus girl who studied piano.
Home Front Command states that defense policies remain unchanged. No educational activities, no gatherings, only essential businesses may operate. The public is urged to continue following official instructions. Okay, so Israel itself is not. Israel itself doesn't think that there is a fucking ceasefire happening either. Israeli Army radio citing sources. There's a possibility of rocket barrages being launched towards Israel.
I've had married secretaries before, and well, their husbands were a little troublesome. They were murdered.
Iran just struck Iraq? What? No, you don't know if this is fucking Iran that did this. What are you talking about, chatter? You freaked me out. I thought there was like time to test your theory. I know shit's happening in Iraq as well. We don't know why it's happening.
We're going to work in an atmosphere of dignity and culture.
I feel like they just did this bullshit to be like, see, Iran is not to be trusted. They said that they wanted to implement a ceasefire, but they're not abiding by the ceasefire. We just got to pack it up. In response to this media fabrication, the Islamic Republic of Iran will soon demonstrate on the ground and in the field the falsehoods of this claim to the Zionist regime. Yeah, I think they're just like, they're going to claim that Iran is actually not abiding by the ceasefire that they never saw. But it happened so fast. I don't think people are gonna fucking think that this was like, I don't think people are gonna believe that Iran actually violated Trump's big, beautiful ceasefire. Like, you know what I mean? I mean, the cult will, but they're fucking stupid. And that's not enough, especially because there's no appetite. There's no appetite for fucking going to war with Iran. The Iranian who negotiated a ceasefire. Mr. President. Who the fuck did they talk to? No, what makes this weirder is Qatar, okay? Like, that gives it a point of legitimacy, a point of authority. When the emir is saying that they facilitated a ceasefire with Iran, that gives it a point of fucking legitimacy. Because, like, yeah, I can see the Americans lying, but I'd be shocked if the emir of Qatar is lying at the behest of America. Sure, they are still obviously pro-America. They have a massive American military base. U.S. Central Command is there. But even then, it's just like, that makes no sense. That also violates the sole purpose of Qatar being a mediator in these negotiations. They wouldn't just like do some fuck shit here so that America could go and do a psyop like this. No, it's not Muslim on Muslim betrayal. There are two places where these actual negotiations take place: Qatar and Oman. Okay, neither of these countries would place themselves in the crosshairs like this. Partially because they also have a financial investment in the stability of the region, and have proximity to Iran that are in the crosshairs. But also, Qatar is supposed to be like the middleman for these kinds of negotiations to take place.
Under Zeffirello, who was a CIA agent, they took the engineers and scientists
it's
to the
literally, if not by the minute, certainly by the hour, in terms of the events and how quickly things have transpired over the course of these past 24, 48 hours. And so to be at a point where we're talking about the terms of a ceasefire, where Israel has said this is happening, Iran has said this is happening. This is a much better place than where we were just mere hours ago when we learned of the missile attack there within Qatar. So it is moving quickly, but we're all very. I am certainly very hopeful at the moment that we are in right now, that in fact, with the decisive measures that the president and his national security team have taken, that we could be in a place where Iran has a graceful exit here.
You're somebody in Washington who's, people on both sides of the aisle consider a straight shooter. You have what you believe in, and you stand by it. Sometimes it's out of favor, sometimes it's in favor with your.
Nope, she said Iran. I don't trust her.
By President Trump to order the strikes on Iranian nuclear facilities, given what we have seen now as the outcome.
Well, again, I would just caution that we are all seeing things in real time. There are many questions that I think we have. Certainly, those of us in Congress are going to be seeking answers tomorrow at this classified briefing. I think that will be very instructive. But I think we all recognize the direction that Iran was heading with building up their nuclear capabilities was a place that was not acceptable. And so the decision to strike when the president determines so. You can do a lot of Monday morning quarterbacking here, trying to figure out, was this the right time? But it looks at this moment where the attacks, we're still going to be doing much of the damage assessment going forward, but have brought us to a place where not only are you going to see a ceasefire, but
amazing tweet of Trump in the past that works so perfectly for Trump right now. Who is negotiating for us in the Middle East? Bombs are dropping all over the place. Sleepy Joe is sleeping on a beach in California, viciously exiled by the Democrats, and Comrade Kamala is doing a campaign bus tour with Tampon Tim, her really bad VP pick. Let's not have World War III, because that's where we're heading. We've also blown past the 3:30 deadline, and since then, Iranians, more Iranian news sources, more reliable Iranian news sources, are saying that they never even saw a fucking ceasefire. So I don't know what the hell's going on. I know the Iranian military also said not only did they not get a fucking ceasefire, but also that they're going to show that they didn't get a ceasefire proposal even at all. So I don't really know why American news is still running off of, oh, a ceasefire happened. Isn't that great? Isn't it great that Trump, our big, beautiful president, did it again? Another ceasefire.
A friend of yours? Oh, no, my father. Perhaps police could play the heroine.
Yeah, Iran intercepts Israeli drone over Tehran. By the MERS news agency. Israeli Hermes drone destroyed in Tehran again. This is the third of the kind.
She's trying to hook a rich man. She's insincere and a moron. Well, what's worrying you? Well, I'm not so worried about being insincere, but as for being a
Whether there's a ceasefire or not, and how stably it'll last, let's set all of that aside for the moment and just appreciate how much these ghouls are losing their minds. There wasn't a regime change in Iran. The Iranian people had a window of opportunity to take back their country. They didn't take it. I am surprised, to say the least. I was rooting for them. Now with this ceasefire that Trump and Vance pushed, they are in for another mile. The Ayatollahs maintain their stronghold. It is what it is. I am sorry to say. President Trump, why won't you let my Shah become the president? What is this, Mohammed Ahwazeh? Oh, this is a journalist in Iran. Air defense has been activated at Khamenei's residence in Tehran's Pasteur neighborhood now. Oh my God, are they doing it? Is Israel trying to fucking hit the decapitation on the way out, knowing that it's not the way out at all? Holy fuck. Nah, ain't he in a bunker or some shit? I don't fucking know. Maybe it's a way to be like, oh, there's a ceasefire. 3 hours ago. No, dog, that's not 3 hours ago. That's literally fucking 6 minutes ago. I wouldn't assume that he's, amidst all of this, it would be really stupid if he's in his fucking house. But what if the bunker is under his house?
And I couldn't go back until you're two dictators. At 3 o'clock in the morning,
Imagine imagine the Ayatollah's like, oh. Imagine the Ayatollah was like, oh, these guys would never. Oh, it's a ceasefire. I believe it. Meanwhile, Tehran is exploding, and then he just leaves his bunker to go to his home, and he's eating kubide. He's like, come on, man. Seems can't wait to post about how women is the butterfly of the home again. Now that we have another ceasefire, after all, Americans certainly won't lie to me about this. I shouldn't be laughing. This is fucked up.
Oh, interesting story? Well, we didn't get very far into it, but I'm sure it's going to be wonderful.
They're like, let's celebrate another job well done. We brokered peace once again. he has all of the fucking leadership in the house. What's your obsession with kubide? I love kubide. It's also just like a funny. It's just a funny word to say. We say köfte. Israel has not stopped bombing, and now apparently they're literally bombing in the neighborhood that the Ayatollah's in. Kubide is kebab. That's true. Sorry. Kubide is kebab. Forbes is saying Zoran is in the lead. Yes. In one of the polls that came out, Zoran has a little bit of a lead. The Emerson poll that came out today. We'll talk about that in a little bit. There's a different Shia that I'm worried about right now than Zoran. Yeah, and also reports of drone attacks near Baghdad are still incoming. I wonder. After surviving the most ferocious bombing campaign, Tehran is now witnessing a calm dawn. I'm not seeing any reports of a strike in Tehran, nor am I hearing any. Okay.
That's good. Oh, that's real good. That's good. I like that. Chapter 1, General Introduction of Character. Chapter 2. I do chapter 2 tomorrow. Chapter a day, that's swell. You sure you're not tired? Miss Gaylord, you stay here and answer the telephone. I'm going to the beach with some salt there. Well, be sure you don't bring any home with you. Right, boy.
Oh, that's it. That's it. 3 minutes ago, Syed Abbas Arakchi, as Iran has repeatedly made it clear, Israel launched a war on Iran, not the other way around. As of now, there is no agreement on any ceasefire or cessation of military operations. However, provided that the Israeli regime stops its illegal aggression against the Iranian people no later than 4 a.m. Tehran time, we have no intention to continue our... Oh, never mind. The final decision on the cessation of our military operations will be made later. Dude, they literally pushed it back. Oh, they pushed it back. They said 3:30. Now they're saying 4. Fake demons is right. Oh no, 4 a.m. in Tehran. No, actually, that was literally fucking. Never mind. 4 a.m. in Tehran is. I thought the initial thing that they said was Tel Aviv time, so I got it wrong. Yes, it is already past Tehran time. They're still bombing. Wait, why the fuck did he post this now? It's already past 4 a.m. in Tehran.
What do you think he's doing right now? Incubating. Exactly. And whenever he goes through a move like this, a great book comes out of it. I'll bet he does a lot of writing tonight. Why, honey, you're jealous. Look, I don't even know what you want.
That's right. They're half hour apart.
Not even sure I want.
As of now, there's no agreement, but then he announced an agreement. Yeah, this doesn't make any fucking sense.
So can you tell me what I'm doing wrong?
Everything. Here, let me have it. There's just so many wrinkles in it.
We tried fixing laundry for the...
Why are you so horny for Iran to stay in the war? I'm not.
You know, I just...
Iran to stay in the war. Iran is getting bombed right now as we speak. Like, I think the last time Iran bombed Israel was like, you know, earlier last night. What the fuck do you mean?
Hello? Miss Gaylord? This is only one of us. I want you to be here tomorrow morning at 9 o'clock. I've finally gotten the idea.
What are they supposed to do? Not de-escalate? Dog, what are you talking about? Iran is still in the process of being bombed. There are some Iranian officials that have stated that there's no ceasefire that was ever given to them. Sayed Abbas Araghchi, which is the foreign minister, came out and said that there was no agreement on any ceasefire cessation of military operations, except apparently there is one that they are abiding by. I'm like, you're misunderstanding my position here. I want there to be a real fucking ceasefire, like a complete ceasefire. I just don't think that Israel is going to abide by one. And the Iranian government is giving different information. But while we're having this conversation, it seems like they're bombing Ayatollah Khamenei's building, like his neighborhood. So it doesn't seem like Israel is invested in this ceasefire at all. Do you feel like this is a de-escalation from the Israeli side? How the fuck can you be a 41-month subscriber? This is gonna look really good for Trump. I'm surprised you aren't seeing that. Why are you so horny for Iran to stay in the war? If you think any of the things that happened in the past 12 days looks good for Donald Trump, your calculation is fucking insane. Like, you're predisposed to thinking you also have to be operating with the notion that Iran has to be bombed. Because unless you genuinely think, as a liberal or as a Republican, that Iran must have been bombed, okay, but we don't want to go into a longer conflict, you can't look at the past 12 days and be like, this was a spectacular W, considering that there was so much endless bloodshed. We only rolled the clock back to 12 days ago if this ceasefire is real and actually implemented. I don't want Iran to stay in this war. I just don't want any more war. I want an actual long-lasting ceasefire. And you coming in here to be like, wow, this is really fucked up, dude. You want more war to happen? Why won't you just give the W to the big guy? You know? If Iran doesn't retaliate to the US, this will look great for Trump. I did the math on his last bombing campaign. Can't believe you showed it on streaming coming back. Unfortunately, that's not how the world works. This always hits differences. Fridays and my Mondays. What? I'm so confused by the things that you're saying. Why do you keep saying you want a ceasefire with no justice and ongoing genocide? Would you be whining in 1942 that the Soviet Union should have had a ceasefire so Hitler could continue his Holocaust? You're like the libs MLK described? No, dumbass. Do you think Iran gives a fuck about what's going on with the Palestinians? Are you kidding me? Have they brought up the Palestinians at all? Have they actually struck Israel at all for the Palestinians? No. The only time a Palestinian fucking died and Iran retaliated was because that Palestinian died in Tehran. He was assassinated in Tehran. It was a violation of Iranian sovereignty. Yeah, it'd be great if Iran was like, we're lobbing these ballistic missiles for Palestine. You should stop. You should stop fucking killing Palestinians. That would dramatically change the calculation here. Not that it fucking matters, because they also internally are making this assessment to ensure stability of the regime. And if they were to say, oh, we're bombing Israel because of Palestine, then Iranians would get mad. Then they'd be like, why the fuck are you why the fuck are you putting our lives on the line? Yeah, I mean, if anything, it's like there's aspects of this that are worse than 12 days ago, because Iran now has a righteous cause to fucking leave the International Atomic Energy Agency. What do you mean? Of course they're doing it for Palestine. I think you guys miscalculate Iran's interest in Palestinian emancipation. The reason why Iran defends the axis of resistance is still for their own benefit. That is the reason why they designed a million different red lines that were supposed to kick in the moment that Israel invaded Gaza. None of those red lines actually were implemented. Hezbollah was the only militancy in the region that actually followed through on the promise, and so did the Ansar Allah regime. Now you can say, well, they're also backed by Iran. This is true, they are. But Iran itself did not do anything, and it has the most capabilities to do something, as demonstrated by the past fucking 12 days of relentless Iranian bombing campaigns in Tel Aviv. And in the process of Israel basically bouldering through every single fucking red line commitment that they created, that the Iranian axis of resistance had created, Israel made work of every single different regional actor, slowly but surely, in the process of ethnically cleansing the Palestinians, and inevitably directed their crosshairs at Iran. That was eventually going to happen. Iran's interest in Palestinian emancipation is born out of their interest in destabilizing American and Israeli influence in the region. It's not born out of a real emancipatory goal. I think some of you have forgotten that reality. It's just they are aligned because Hamas and the Palestinian population is a destabilizing force against Israel's ambitions in the region. And I'm sure there's plenty of people who are, you know, genuinely on board. But make no mistake, if Iran was as invested in defending the Palestinians, they would have acted in a much more aggressive manner towards Israel for the past fucking 20 months of ethnic cleansing. Iran did not even help its own direct. Iran was unable to even help Hezbollah in the process. Anytime Iran has retaliated towards Israel is when Israel attacked Iran first. Yeah, bro, sure. Since 1979, RGC's lost like 500 generals defending Palestine and South Lebanon, gives 5% of its annual military budget to Hamas, Hezbollah, yet you still call them non-emancipatory. They're literally the only altruistic state in the ME. Dude, I'm not minimizing their fucking impact. I'm not. I'm just simply telling you that there's a secondary, there's a primary purpose for this. Also, no state is altruistic to others. Don't be ridiculous. There are reports that the bombings have stopped in Tehran, which would be consistent with some of the agreed upon deadlines stipulated in the ceasefire. Everyone I've spoken to said this was the worst night of the last 12. Yeah, I mean, it still feels like Donald Trump's early ceasefire was real, but I don't know. I said no state is altruistic. This guy said America is. Brother, what are you saying? America is the least altruistic state. The Soviet Union didn't enter the war out of altruism either. Your argument is pretty bad. Wait, what? I don't disagree with that. That is my argument. States can engage in emancipatory acts for other groups. The USSR's Cold War initiatives, you could make the argument, were not born out of a real desire to liberate people in the global south, but instead was to beef up allegiances and create a multipolar state with allies all around. The military operations of our powerful armed force to punish Israel for its aggression continued until the very last minute at 4 a.m. Together with all Iranians, I thank our brave armed forces who remain ready to defend our dear country until the last drop of blood and who responded to any attack by the enemy until the very last minute. This doesn't make sense because they said they were gonna fucking show they were gonna show Israel that the ceasefire is not real or whatever.
I'll dictate this in outline form and then I'll polish it up later. Yes, Mr. Matterman. This is the story of a successful novel.
Bro, spare me this anarchist Western Bizo talk. Iran has lost much more than it has gained in these last 46 years of helping Palestine. Iran is ideologically the Islamic equivalent of Maoist China. I don't care if a Westerner can't understand this.
Without her knowledge, he arranged to make her his secretary because in that fleeting moment, in that single instant, he knew he was just for being loved. One day, he asked her to go to his beach house and work there because he wanted very much to tell her the way he felt, but he lacked the courage. Mr. Waterbury, Miss Gaylord, when I'm working, I don't like to be disturbed.
Iran's regional interests align with the emancipatory goals of the Palestinians. Its regional interests align with the emancipatory goals of the Shia population in Lebanon. Its emancipatory interests align with, like, Iran's regional interests align with the Shia Houthi family's interest in the civil struggle, the civil war that took place in Yemen.
He was tempted to take her in his arms, creep her to the stomach, but he didn't do it.
I'm not discounting the metric ton of blood and weapons that Iran has given to all of the regional actors. But when push comes to shove and the state's interests overcome those emancipatory needs, you see the way that Iran reacts. Iran, even when it comes to their own defenses, has behaved in a manner that is so restrained that it only creates a larger permission structure to Israel to strike back and harder. Yeah, also Maoist China is not the best example as far as foreign policy goes, because there were some pretty fucking big issues with with Mao's allegiances in the region anyway. I know what you meant when you said that. Okay. I think you were thinking more Korea and less Khmer Rouge, for example. That's what I suspect. You were saying more like, look at what they did in Korea, like look at how much they helped out in Korea versus what they were doing with Pol Pot. But my point remains. All of Iran's top brass, including Arakchi, Khamenei, and every single general were young men during the Iran-Iraq War. That war was basically the Western Front of World War I. In my opinion, the Iranian leadership is reluctant to risk all-out war, especially as they know that's exactly what Israel wants. They're really in a rock and a hard place right now. Sure, yes, I agree with that. What? Odd claim from convicted tax fraudster and generous Hasbara funder Adam Milstein. Looks like Khamenei and his deputies have been marginalized and are no longer charged in Iran. The ceasefire agreement was done with the new leadership of Iran. What? The fuck? Wait, that motherfucker follows me? Oh no. Uh-oh. That's scary. That's concerning. Something about Iranian correspondence so far simply does not add up. I don't know what it is. I don't know what's going on, but there's something that is not making sense on the Iranian side.
I'm in Israel just 3 hours from now, but it's still unclear exactly where the Israelis stand on this ceasefire agreement.
All right, that's Al Jazeera's Hamda Salhoud live for us out of Amman. Thanks so much, Hamda. Adam Clements is a U.S. foreign policy analyst and former Pentagon official. He says while Israel and the U.S. say they've met their objectives in this conflict, it's unclear what state Iran's nuclear program is left in.
I think that even Iran may not know fully what its capabilities it still has. I think it's difficult to account for some of the enriched uranium that Iran had. I think it's reasonable to think that there.
Damn, Adam, we get it, bro. Jesus Christ.
Just the know-how of the scientists that were part of the program.
I read the Arakchi post.
They would still have some capacity. Of course, it's probably been set back many months. We just don't know how many months. And so I think before the past few hours, when we didn't really know if there'd be any opening for a ceasefire, we're assuming that it'll stick. I'm still very, but we still didn't know next steps. If perhaps what the United States did, if it caused the regime to rush more towards trying to find a nuclear weapon, at least appears now that there's an opening that, at least from the signaling we're seeing or the press reporting on the interaction with the Qataris, that Iran wants to have some type of scaling down of the conflict and wants to sustain itself for now.
Just hours before Trump's announcement of a coming ceasefire, Iran fired a salvo of missiles at a U.S. military base here in Qatar. It was an unprecedented attack on a neighboring country with which Iran has long held close relations. But Tehran says the attack was a justified response to the American strikes on its nuclear facilities. Behdad Maichi reports.
Projectiles and interceptions in the sky, this time over the Qatari capital, Doha. Shelter-in-place warnings as a barrage of Iranian missiles target the largest U.S. airbase in the Middle East, in what's being seen as a symbolic show of force. Tehran calls it legitimate self-defense and retaliation for the American bombing of its nuclear facilities on Sunday.
The message of this decisive action is clear and direct to the White House and its allies. The Islamic Republic of Iran will not leave any act of aggression against its territorial integrity, sovereignty, or national security unanswered under any circumstances.
All right, I'm going to have to be very careful. Whoa!
The airspace temporarily closed over Qatar as defenses shot down all but one of the missiles fired, the attack resulting in no injuries or deaths. But drawing condemnation from Qatar, which holds deep ties with Iran.
Qatar condemns, in the most severe words, the Iranian missile attack on the Al Udeid Qatari airbase. This attack represents a blatant violation of the sovereignty of the country of Qatar and a contradiction to the principles of good neighborliness, and represents an attack on international legitimacy and international law. And the state of Qatar confirms that it reserves the right to respond.
The sprawling Al Udeid base just outside of the capital, Doha, typically hosts some 10,000 American troops. But most personnel and aircraft were evacuated last week, the clearance visible in satellite imagery. Washington and Qatar say they were warned in advance that the attack was coming. Some suggesting it's Tehran's way of signaling it doesn't want to escalate the conflict further. Behdad Maichi, Al Jazeera.
Dorsa Jabari is also in Doha. She describes the reaction from residents here.
Multiple Iranian missiles intercepted over the skies of Doha. The residents in the city were shocked initially when this happened, and many people felt the earth shake underneath them. It did cause some panic and fear initially, but that quickly subsided once people realized what had happened, and that hopefully was the end of the attack by the Iranians on the U.S. Military base known as Al Udeid Air Base here in Qatar. This is a military base that's been here since 1996. The Qataris built it at the cost of $1 billion, and it's been home to the biggest U.S. military presence in the region. About 10,000 U.S. military personnel call this base their home. But of course, this attack came clearly with prior warnings. The Qatari government was aware that Iran was going to launch this attack. The American and British embassy issued warnings to their citizens to take cover in the country, as well as the government announcing the temporary closure of its airspace over the Qatari skies. This attack clearly a message not only to the U.S. government, but also to the regional countries in the Middle East that house U.S. military bases, that Iran has the capability to attack them at any time. But clearly, choosing one of its closest allies and friends, the Iranians chose Qatar to launch this attack, which has been seen as symbolic because there has been no casualties reported and no injuries. And the Iranians have said that their target was the U.S. military base and not the state of Qatar. The Qatari government, for their part, have condemned the attack and also called for a de-escalation of the current crisis that is ongoing between Iran and Israel. Dorsa Jabari, Al Jazeera, Doha.
And Iraqi state media says an unidentified drone has targeted a site at Iraq's Taji military base. A large fire has been seen at the base just north of the capital.
Yeah, I don't know what the fuck happened with the Iraq bases. I don't think it was Iran directly, because we would have seen it. And even if they had any sort of strike capabilities, while they're getting fucking, even if they had any striking capabilities while they were getting pummeled by Israel, I suspect that they wouldn't be using that on Iraq, but instead open presence with another 100 gifted subs. God damn, dude. Our Qatar Oilers are here. Yeah, now that things have seemingly quieted down, okay? This was the final message. I don't, okay, a couple things. One, I don't know what is going on the Iranian side, the Iranian leadership. There are inconsistencies in the messaging. It could be born out of like how fast this ceasefire was implemented. I do believe that the Iranian leadership would absolutely dive at the first shot. Dive at the first shot of a ceasefire, though. That tracks with their track record. So I can totally see that. However, another 100 gifted subs, cinematic. Goddamn. Beyond the inconsistencies on the Iranian side as far as messaging, if we're gonna analyze like Trump, the big beautiful peacemaking president, this is yet another like tariffs are on, tariffs are off style situation. Tariffs are on, everybody panics, everybody yells at Trump, Trump scales back the tariffs, everybody goes, oh, actually we love that there were no tariffs to begin with, you're so great. Okay. There's also this, you know, obviously Yashar Ali's assessment here saying one of the most prolific propagandists for the Islamic Republic of Iran, furious that there's been some sort of ceasefire agreement, goes off message. He attacks President and Foreign Minister of the Islamic Republic of Iran. This post has been since deleted. I don't care, like the assessment of Yashar Ali aside, this tweet in and of itself also, I think, is more about the inconsistencies of this deal. I don't know who that fucking person is overall. I don't know why like I don't understand what is happening with the Iranian side, because they said that they wouldn't surrender. The Ayatollah statements contradict what they ended up doing in the end. Ali Abunima says, Iran appears to have given Israel a reprieve. Israel will thank Iran by escalating its efforts to bring about the collapse and destruction of Iran's government and society. Let's hope there's more to this agreement than just quiet for now. That's what I think as well. Because I think the only reason why Israel said yes to this is because Trump showed that he didn't have more appetite for further escalations on the American side. Iranians did the thing that they always do, which is limited retaliation. But because Israel's air defenses are in tatters and significantly depleted, without America joining the conflict with a serious escalation, like straight up, actively taking an active role in the conflict, I don't think Israel's offensive campaigns were going to be enough to stop the Iranian ballistic missiles from flying into Tel Aviv. So that is the reason why, especially that, and also the fact that Israel's goal here wasn't to just take out. Israel's goal here was to take out the nuclear facilities or whatever is also bullshit. They didn't meet any of their military goals. They did not meet any of their military goals here at all. And they didn't get to do what they wanted to do, which was to do decapitation strikes and full-blown regime change. And America did not bite. They did, though. How do you know? Because there's no nukes, chatter. That's why. Because there's no nukes. Because Israel's fucking ultimate goal of nukes was bullshit. That wasn't real. That wasn't a real situation at all. They just made that up. Why would they make something like that up? Because they wanted to do regime change in Iran. The speculation part of this is not even speculation. America did not join the conflict beyond. America did not join the conflict beyond bombing the Fordow sites and the two other nuclear sites. One where they were developing. The Fordow site is where they're enriching the uranium, and the other two nuclear sites as well. That was very limited overall. We still don't know if they actually successfully destroyed these sites. But once again, Iran had already talked about how they had moved the enriched uranium away from Fordow. So the nuke part of this is a red herring. It's bullshit. It's not real. They also voted in the parliament to pull out of the International Atomic Energy. It's a red herring till someone gets nuked. We did that shit in Iraq. We got a ton of ships parked out there, man. Don't get it twisted. Yeah, okay, but if you understand we did that shit in Iraq, you understand that it was a fucking massive failure. It didn't even happen in Iran this time. Iraq is what Israel wants to do in Iran. They failed to do that this time around. The reason why they failed to do that is because they don't have the capacity to do that to Iran or any other country on their own. They can only do that if Big Daddy America joins the fight. And Big Daddy America joined the fight in a very limited fashion this time around. They didn't go beyond. They did not go beyond what the most. I mean, it was still a severe escalation. Make no mistake, but they didn't go past blowing up the 3 nuclear sites. In the process, Israel realized that they did not have the air defense capabilities and was more willing to back away from further escalation, which is why I assume when Iran did the exact same thing that they've done, like they did in 2020 after the Qasem Soleimani assassination, like they've done in all of the Operation True Promises so far, when they attacked in a retaliatory manner in an effort to maintain some semblance of sovereignty, in an effort to save face and get a symbolic retaliation in the books, America was fine with that de-escalation. So this ceasefire was implemented. The reason why I still say Iran lost in this, Iran lost a lot in this process is not only because they had a fuck ton of people die in the process, but they also lost any sort of sovereignty they possibly could push for because they lost their air defense capabilities, and they allowed Israel to have air superiority over numerous parts of the Iranian airspace for extended periods of time. They got attacked by America. They got attacked by Israel. They lost high-ranking IRGC members in the process. But ultimately, Israel lost more than Iran did. So this is, I don't think that this is a victory for Iran, especially considering that I suspect Israel is going to simply re-up and rearm their air defenses, take note of the holes that exist within their anti-air defense capabilities, like they did after Operation True Promise 2. Okay? They will also be able to re-up and rearm in the process and then try this out one more time. If you think that this is done for Israel, you're wrong. I don't think Israel is done with Iran. I don't think Israel's done with Iran at all. Sufficient retaliation from Iran in this process would mean that Israel would be running to America to demand a ceasefire, to get a ceasefire done, because they were incurring too many penalties from Iran. They would be their counterstrikes and their Air Force targets in Iran would also be diminished, but that didn't happen. Iran's retaliation, on the other hand, especially on the last day of this ceasefire just now, was incredibly diminished. They claimed that they were going to strike Iran one last time, and they never did. And they basically let Israel unload without any sort of retaliation back at Israel whatsoever. I assume the reason why Iran did that was because they just did not have the capabilities. But, like I said, the reason why I think this was also a spectacular defeat for Israel is because they got 0 of their military goals accomplished. They were able to humiliate the Iranian regime for sure, and they were able to weaken the Iranian military. But in the process, they showed everyone in the region that they were not untouchable, that they were not immune to retaliation. They were not immune to incurring penalties for Israeli society. That's it. If this were to be a significant victory for Israel, this would be continuing right now. Like what Israel is doing, the bombing campaigns would be going on. There'd be no ceasefire. America would have joined the conflict in a much more meaningful capacity. Iran would be using a significant amount of their defense capabilities and offensive capabilities on American positions. It would be devastating. There'd be far more bloodshed. But Israel doesn't give a shit. That's what their goal was. This is why I think this was humiliating for Benjamin Netanyahu as well. The amount of bloodshed that Israel was able to cause in Iran without achieving any of their specific military goals is a humiliation for Benjamin Netanyahu. That on top of the rest of the world literally either celebrating or staying quiet, watching Tel Aviv buildings get demolished by Iranian ballistic missiles, probably also doesn't feel great for Israeli society in general. Dan Cohen says, at this point, the default assumption must be that any ceasefire is another ploy by the U.S. and Israel to seduce Iran into lowering its guard so they can assassinate Khamenei and attempt their long-term stated goal of regime change. It would be foolish, to put it mildly, to trust Netanyahu and Trump. I agree with that. But if I can see that, and fucking random Twitter analysts can see that, I am assuming that the IRGC and the Ayatollah is also aware of this reality. A senior U.S. official said the blueprint for Monday's ceasefire agreement came from discussions with Iranian officials who made it clear to the Trump admin that they would come back to the negotiating table and discuss their nuclear program on the condition that Israel stops bombing them.
What would I say?
U.S. Senator Lindsey Graham seemingly not too happy about the ceasefire. You'll see in the upcoming hours, if not the upcoming days, who actually lost, or what kind of humiliations took place, because Israeli officials are going to start speaking. There's going to be a lot of anger and resentment and be like, what was this all for? We lost 25 of our big, beautiful citizens. We lost entire city blocks, reduced the rubble, and you couldn't even fucking take out the Ayatollah? How dare you? You know, shit like that. Let's see what Israel's greatest defender in America has to say.
So what would I say about the ceasefire? If the ceasefire is genuine and will lead to peace, it is a major league accomplishment. If the ceasefire is used to rearm and regroup by Iran, we've gone backwards. How can you determine the difference? So what would I say?
Yeah. I just don't trust the American government, and I don't trust the Israeli government at all when they say they want a ceasefire. But that's usually what happens when you fucking use the previous negotiations as cover to implement a first strike and continue a bombing campaign for 12 days straight. So who knows? What? Hassan doesn't trust America. What a shocker. Okay, close your eyes for a moment and think of yourself outside of living in the boundaries of this state, okay? You're a country that has been branded a foreign adversary of the United States of America. You go to the table, you go to the negotiation table in good faith, okay? You set up a deal. Close your eyes. You set up a deal. After this country has already implemented sanctions on you, you set a deal with them and you abide by said deal. Then elections happen. The next president comes in and immediately casts aside that deal that you put together. You still abide by the principles of the deal. Then that president adds additional sanctions in spite of you continuing the deal. And then you say, okay, well, fuck it. I'm going to start, creating nuclear silos. I'm going to start enriching uranium again. That president goes away. A more favorable, quote unquote, supposedly favorable president comes into power. Now you're thinking, oh, we can re-implement the same agreement. After all, this president was the vice president when I actually did the deal with America. That never comes. Okay? All the while, the party that is like your immediate foreign adversary, the regional power, is doing everything in its power to destabilize the region and expand and keep killing all of your proxies, keep killing all of the people that you have supported. Okay? You still go, fuck it. We have to do a negotiation. There's nothing we can do here. We have to do a negotiation. These are Americans. Maybe this time it will be different. You watch that same country fuck over all of the other regional proxies that you have defended in the past. You watch them cooperate with other regional adversaries in the process of fucking over your regional proxies. You say, nah, it'll be different with us. I'm sure we'll be able to get a deal done. Then they sick their attack dog on you while using the denuclearization agreement that you were implementing, or that you were at the table negotiating. The attack dog strikes you in the process. And then the country that you're negotiating with also hits you. how could you ever trust this country again? How could you ever turn around and be like, well, you know, seems like these guys are definitely a normal nation state. Seems like these guys are definitely going to be dealing with us as even partners. I would literally turn around and immediately rush to China. I'd be like, listen, dog, we are a vassal state for you, okay? For your interests, for your ambitions. Use me like a weapon. That's what I would do. I'd be like, we have gotten nothing from these guys. We are no longer capable of being a friendly, cooperative partner to the West because they don't want us. They don't want us at all. I'd go to Russia. I'd go to China. I'd be like, give me the aircrafts. Give me the S-400s. Give me the Dongfeng missiles. I will strap me to the Dongfeng missiles and lob me in their direction. I am your servant. That's what I would say. If you think China would say yes, you'd be insane. I don't think so. I will buy all of the Labubus. So my point is, I don't think this is a real ceasefire, but we'll see. I don't think Israel is too happy. I don't think Israel's happy about this process at all. We shall see what they do with all of their anger and all of their resentment. Probably punish the Palestinians even more. Feels like the first Gaza ceasefire, restock on ammo, plug the holes, come back 10x harder. Today is a massive victory for American neoconservatives. They have proven America is untouchable and can bomb whoever we want with no consequences. With one attack, MAGA isolationism is dead. There's also that too. There's also that side of the equation as well. Because you're not wrong. I mean, MAGA isolationism was dead the moment that Trump decided to no longer be a fake isolationist. He was never really an isolationist anyway. Why would China or Russia openly support a religious regime that funds terrorist cells? Do you think they give a fuck? What? First of all, they already openly support a religious regime that funds terrorist cells. What are you talking about? Russia is doing terror right now. What? And China does not give a fuck, dog. What do you mean? Also, who do you think America funds? What do you think America does on the opposing side? This is such a funny approach. Thinking, like, I don't even know how you arrive at this. Like, do Americans think this way? Like, this is an American that thinks, like, Iran is the big bad. They're like a fundamentalist terrorist regime, but also they like Russia and China. Like, how did you arrive at this conclusion? You're like pro-China and pro-Russia, weirdly enough, but you're also simultaneously saying that, like, Iran is a dangerous religious terrorist regime. Like, what? Especially with Russia. Is there a fucking group of radicals that Russia hasn't funded? What are you talking about? Modern Russia. Is tricky to look good with open support? Yeah, these countries don't give a fuck about looking good to the West. Are you kidding me? They've been waging a cold and hot war with the West for the past couple decades now. Yeah, Russia funded Tim Pool, man. Okay, don't fucking send links like that, chatter. Luckily, that one didn't have TOS in it, but goddamn. Think before you link. Anyway, now, after 12 days of back and forth bombing and a severe escalation from the United States of America, we are going to hear an unlimited amount of unrestrained MAGA propaganda about how fucking brilliant the Trump administration was for doing this. Again, an act of pure aggression that reached nothing, like no goals whatsoever. And now they're just going to run around and be like, we wanted no war. And then when Trump said, no, we want more war, actually, they were like, oh, yeah, we want more war, only to turn back around and be like, see, no new war president. This is literally the exact same thing that happened with the tariffs. It's the exact same thing that happened with the tariffs. And we're stuck with these fucking madmen. Okay, so get excited at the prospect of hearing the most annoying people say the dumbest shit you've ever heard. You will ask them the same question that I asked, which is, if this was, if Trump is the no war president, why did he do the war? And then you said, actually, more wars, I like it, just yesterday. Did these past 12 days, did they have to happen? Or perhaps, maybe the easiest way to avoid this was to tell Israel to stop ahead of time. Don't you think that would be the most successful way? So just remember that Trump is doing the damn thing once again, which is Trump is doing the damn thing once again, which is to break something, promise that there will be even more breakage, and then stop the bleeding halfway through, and then declare victory.
President Trump, once again, has demonstrated that he alone has the wisdom, the judgment, the strength, and the courage to see this nation through the most dangerous challenges we face around the world, Sean.
It is.
Bro, stop. Iran attacked Iraq. Check Al Jazeera. We don't stop. We don't know if that's it was Iran doing that, and you just are going crazy. We already covered it. There's new information. Who was responsible for the attack? I'll go back.
Amazing is persistence when it comes to the issue of peace. And all credit to the president for that.
Incredible. Oh, a little bit of effing. Hold on. A little bit of stuttering. Hold through the stutters. Hold. Still stuttering. CPU's at 31%. Is that bad? Memory's at 48%. Okay. Hold on. It's getting back. We're good. That was the big one. That was the big one. That was the big one. We're back though. We're back. We're back. I'm sure there's a big delay. All right, delay test. Press number 5 on your keyboard if you see this. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11. All right, there was a 30-second delay. There was a 30-second delay. We're back. We're back. We're back. There was a 30-second. There was a 30-second delay. Fuck! Okay, we're not good. What is happening? CPU at 36%, 42%. What? Fuck? This is crazy. Okay. No, that wasn't an aftershock app. We're still cooked. I'm still cooked. I don't think this is my internet. I don't think this is my internet, chat. I think this is my CPU. No, it is the CPU. Okay. In order to fix the delay, I had to refresh. I'm back. I'm back. Okay, so what's going on is we suspect that there's an issue with the CPU. We're monitoring the ping to see if it's the internet, but I don't think it's the internet, 'cause speed does the same. I think that the CPU is like bricked. Oh, it's back. It's busted again. What the fuck? Wait, what? It's back to 27%, but it's still fucking busted. I don't know what the fuck's going on. I might. Okay, it's back again. I don't know if this will last. Every time I fix the ingest, it keeps breaking. It's back, but every time I fix the ingest, it keeps breaking. And there's a massive delay anyway. Here, hit 5 when you see this. Yeah. Oh, there's a huge delay. There's a, I'm not even counting. You think when you install the Elden Ring anti-cheat, remember your PC crash shouldn't have happened? I don't know. I mean, it's you're not even seeing where I'm at right now. You're so delayed. You're like 3 minutes delayed.
Operation as the greatest state sponsor of terrorism cannot exist. And either about the success of that strike, but the fact is, Iran cannot have a nuclear.
Dude, every time I fucking fix the ingest, every time I hit a reset and fix the ingest, it quite literally bricks again. I had to do it. There was like a fucking 2-minute delay, and I fixed the ingest. Let's see if it fucking bricks again. But basically, what ends up happening is right now we're back. There's no delay because I just fixed the ingest, right? But every time I hit the ingest fix, it literally goes back to a fucking massive stutter for like 2 minutes. And then you guys are delayed for like 2 minutes. And I don't know what it is.